Chapter 200, Vent. You're an irredeemable beast, muttered Tatsumaki, reclining against Vaughn with her eyes closed in a cozy porcelain bath after he had given her body a thorough cleaning and careful rinse. Perhaps, conceded Vaughn, relaxing with his arms on the tub's rim as he stated, but, if nothing else, it should have convinced you I have no qualms regarding your size or physique. Short and slender girls have their charms. Oh? And what are my charms? Asked Tatsumaki, opening her eyes ever so slightly and staring ahead, fully prepared to send Vaughn flying or giving his testicles the same treatment as her would-be blackmailers if she didn't like his response. Your legs and thighs, for one. I can see why you go out of your way to emphasize them in your hero ensemble, remarked Vaughn, removing his right hand from the bath's rounded rib and casually caressing the inside of Tatsumaki's right thigh. It wasn't especially plump, but the shape was immaculate, and it was soft to the touch and notably toned. Despite her stature, she possessed C-rank strength, B-rank dexterity, and A-rank constitution, so even if her thighs were placed into a mechanical vice, it would give before her muscles and bones did. All right, A&D, asked Tatsumaki, her blush, which had never fully faded, deepening as she closed her eyes and leaned her head back, content that Vaughn hadn't made a crass and thoughtless remark regarding her tightness or handle ability due to her size. There's the general shape of your face, the sharpness of your features, and your hair, stated Vaughn, sliding his hand up Tatsumaki's body, the tip of his middle finger caressing her central line before stopping at her neck. Then, while massaging her throat and vagus nerves, he stated, crimson red and emerald green happen to be my two favorite colors, though, due to my hair, skin tone, and eye color, I look best in black, grey, ivory white, and gold. I suppose those answers are acceptable, muttered Tatsumaki, enjoying the feeling of Vaughn's hand even though it should have bothered her to have someone grasp her throat. It frustrated at the start, but she was beginning to enjoy how attentive he was, not necessarily treating her as if she were delicate but constantly taking action to make her feel good or comfortable. His coming inside her 17 times had made it very clear he wasn't concerned with restraint so much as her comfort. When we leave this suite that the palace has prepared for me, mere minutes will have passed outside, right? Asked Tatsumaki, pulling up her feet and spreading her legs, effectively mirroring Vaughn's posture as she allowed the tension to leave her body. Though Tatsumaki's actions suggested she wanted his hand to travel southward, Vaughn continued massaging her neck as he affirmed, that's right. If you're curious about the specifics, approximately 8.63 seconds have passed since we entered accelerated time. So, even if we just stay here for the duration of your lunch break, that gives us a little more than 3 months to play with. What an absurdly convenient ability, muttered Tatsumaki, speaking as if Vaughn's power to accelerate the flow of time was a bad thing but readily thinking of how she could exploit it. Her duties as the number 2 and presently most active hero kept her extraordinarily busy, so being able to hop over to the palace to rest, recuperate, and relieve stress whenever she pleased was a tremendous and unexpected boon. With the fingers of Vaughn's right hand eventually finding their way to her pussy after she wiggled her knees a few times, Tatsumaki breathed a hot sigh from her nose and revealed, I spoke with my fool of a sister. I'm not going to have her recant her status as a first-grade maid, but I prohibited her from sleeping with you to gain some undefined advantage or leverage over you. That girl is constantly trying to get ahead to prove a point, and it regularly gets her into messes that I have to clean up. Looks like I now get to listen to both sisters complain about the other, mused Vaughn, not minding as he much enjoyed listening to people talk and unload their burdens. It also helped him learn more and better understand the person speaking, so with an abundance of time on their hands, he and Tatsumaki cohabitated for 5 straight days before she felt she needed to return to work. After parting ways with Tatsumaki, Vaughn teleported to the first floor to enjoy a stroll and see how things were changing. Even with a residency fee and entry permits for accompanying guests, there were a whopping 6,319 visitors between the first and third floors, and due to the perennial nighttime aesthetic, the first floor had the ambience of an underground market or street festival. The perverted master is on the prowl, notes Misaka, fearing for the heads of her and her sisters. Remarked one of two patrolling sisters, prompting Vaughn to caress their respective heads and ask them if there had been any trouble before moving on. The encounter unfailingly caused other patrols to appear along his route, but Vaughn didn't mind as he regarded the sisters as children who sought their father's attention. Drawn to the sound of a sudden cheer, Vaughn meandered his way to and entered a tavern with a rather sizable crowd gathered around one spot. Drawing closer revealed that something was Kazuma, clearly intoxicated with a red face and a mad cackle, as he triumphantly waved around a pair of black panties with white frills and a red ribbon. As for the victim of his prank, Vaughn immediately recognized the petite, slim, red-faced, crimson-eyed brunette in a short-skirted red, yellow-trimmed tunic as Megaman, one of Kazuma's allies but very much underage according to the palace's statutes. "Oh, shit!" muttered one of the people who looked over their shoulder in response to Vaughn's approach, causing others to look back. Moments later, a clear path formed between Vaughn and the center of the encirclement, the cheering, teasing, and playful catcalling immediately dying down. "Hey? Why's everyone so serious all of a sudden?" asked Kazuma, a light-hearted laugh emanating from his throat before he finally noticed Vaughn, causing his eyes to widen to their limits as he promptly froze like a deer in headlights. "Ha! You're in for it now, Kazuma!" exclaimed a female's voice, briefly drawing Vaughn's attention to a beautiful and noticeably drunk woman with almost translucent blue hair and somewhat angular eyes reminiscent of the sea from the shoreline on a warm, clear day. The balance of her body was very nearly flawless, and her blue hair, which grew darker as it flowed past her waist and markedly lighter as it formed a loop near the top of her head, fixed in place by a spherical, water blue hair clip, reminded Vaughn of Tiamat. Seeing Vaughn look her way, the woman, or, more accurately, the goddess, Aqua, briefly startled before averting her eyes and failing to whistle as if she were trying to play off the fact she and Kazuma knew each other. At the same time, the men who had intentionally trying to get her hammered promptly moved away from her, afraid of being implicated if Vaughn decided to start passing out judgments. Shaking his head, Vaughn approached Kazuma, making a show of placing a white glove onto his right hand as he calmly stated, "Henceforth, you will be prohibited from imbibing alcohol within the palace until the day of your 20th birthday." Placing Megaman's panties into Vaughn's extended hand, Kazuma nodded his head vigorously and responded, "Why yes, sir." "Understood, sir," as if his life depended on the audibility of his response. Exhaling faintly from his nose, Vaughn shook his head a second time before approaching the wide-eyed Megaman, proffering forth the surprisingly mature pair of lace panties as he smiled and stated, "Feel free to take the glove as well. It changes size to fit the user and increases the potency of explosion magic." "Seriously?" exclaimed Megaman, freed from her statuesque state as she practically snatched both her panties and the glove from Vaughn's hand, her crimson eyes glistening as she prioritized donning the latter, finding it, for lack of a better phrase, fit like a glove. Then, as Vaughn extended his wings to shield her from view, she returned her panties to where they belonged, ostensibly as an afterthought. "Hey, wait up! I need to talk to you," said the now familiar voice of Aqua, causing Vaughn to stop and turn around shortly after entering the alleyway adjacent to the tavern. "Aqua? What's up?" asked Vaughn, briefly catching Aqua off guard with the casualness of his response. "You're like some trans-dimensional god above gods, right?" asked Aqua, approaching closer in her sleeveless dark blue vest with white trimmings, a very short royal blue miniskirt with a gold-bordered hem, a translucent purple underskirt that gave the impression she was pantyless, a collar with a mint green ribbon with a matching gemstone, detached white sleeves with blue and gold trim, and thigh-high, dark blue-heeled boots over white stockings with royal blue trim. She was, in fact, wearing a royal blue thong with white trim, but for one reason or another, it was invisible. "Something like that," confirmed Vaughn, offering a curt nod before asking, "Is there something you need from me?" Leaving Vaughn a little taken aback, Aqua, who had been doing her best to appear regal by walking forward with crossed arms, abruptly closed the remaining distance between them, grasping his arms, squeezing, and shaking him as she loudly bawled, "I'm begging you. Please pull some strings to let me return to heaven. I'm tired of living among humans and having to work my butt off just to make ends meet. I promise to take my job more seriously from now on." "All right, calm down," said Vaughn, surprising both Aqua and himself as he wrapped his arms around her and pulled her into a hug, holding her head to his chest in an instinctive effort to console her. Aqua initially tensed at the unexpected embrace, but after several seconds of tense silence, she gripped the back of his yukata with her hands and started crying, staining his front with a fair amount of purified snot. After informing Kazuma that Aqua was with him for a consultation, Vaughn took the aggrieved goddess to a high-end lounge to hear her out and pay for her food and drinks. The life she described to him didn't sound all that bad, including living in a mansion and going on adventures, but compared to the leisure and excess she enjoyed before her forced descent, it was a literal difference of heaven and earth. And that Kazuma, always calling me useless even though he's a stupid shut-in-neat, I mean, it's not like I asked to be chosen by him, so where does he get off thinking I need to be useful to him? Stupid, inconsiderate idiot," grumbled Aqua, slumped with her arms crossed and cheek resting atop her left wrist with a pouty and ruddy expression. "You've been through a lot," affirmed Vaughn, offering a slight nod as he gave Aqua's back a soft pat and consoling rub. He knew most of the trials Aqua was forced to face were the direct consequence of her actions and selfishness during her time in heaven, but after hearing her complain and thinking about it, he didn't feel it was fair that she was basically forced to accompany Kazuma merely because he requested her as a reincarnation perk. She wasn't even on the list of magical items and abilities he could choose from, but since she had made fun of him, he requested her out of spite, leading heaven to unilaterally throw her under the bus to teach her a lesson. Fortunately for Kazuma, Aqua seemingly just needed someone she could vent her frustrations to, as when Vaughn asked if she would like to leave her world and become a resident of the palace, she mentioned that he would become even more useless without her to heal and resurrect him when he got himself killed. She did, however, accept a silver key and a bangle that would allow her to access the palace at her leisure and contact him if she needed to vent or wanted someone to drink with. Chapter 201, First. November 9 DXD/July 3 DBT. As she had been messaging him frequently since their first time together, Vaughn was meeting up with Riza for the 5th day in a row, raw-dogging the chestnut-haired alchemist from behind her lewd and startlingly adaptive pussy, having no issues accommodating every centimeter of his cock from the moment she lost her virginity when something unexpected occurred. Kamina from GL 2249 has joined the tower. Despite the unfamiliar notification, Vaughn kept moving his hips, producing a satisfying plapping sound as Riza allowed her throaty, high-pitched, and passion-tinged voice to leak without restraint. Her exceptionally adhesive, tight, and warm pussy wasn't that satisfying from Vaughn's perspective due to her limited mana, but her reactions were incredible, incentivizing him to keep fucking her until she was an insensible, giggling mess. Sparing Vaughn the need to ask, Sis dutifully explained, Kamina sacrificed himself to protect and inspire his friends during an enemy ambush. Since he had become an ascendee with the sponsorship of Simon and Ms. Yoko Littner, his spirit and ego were ferried to the tower in accordance with the residency clause of the ascendee agreement. So the tower has its first permanent resident. Noted Vaughn, pulling Riza flush against him, causing her to exhale loud and throatily as he filled her womb to the brim with his seed. From there, her body started to go limp, so he suspended her within his domain, allowing him to rotate her around and draw her into a standing embrace with her legs wrapping around his waist and her lips eagerly parting to accept his tongue as they continued without pause. After cream-pieing Riza 7 times and making arrangements to meet her the following day, Vaughn set aside meeting up with anyone else and instead made his way to his isolation chamber, fully expecting Simon or Yoko to contact him once things had a chance to cool down. Kamina no longer had access to the tower system's contacts and chat functions since he was no longer an ascendee, so they would presumably want to confirm his status through him or petition his resurrection. Contrasting but confirming his suspicions, Vaughn, after floating within the pool of liquid mana crystals for roughly 3 hours, received a telepathic message from Venelana informing him that Yoko wished to meet with him. He was a little confused about why she didn't message or request to meet him herself, but after confirming that he would, he spent a few minutes preparing himself before teleporting to the drawing room where Yoko had been asked to wait. There, he found the red-haired, ponytailed beauty in her usual black and red, fire-pattern bikini top, tight black shorts, a white belt, thigh-high white boots with red fringe and red flame patterns on the toes, and a pink and red scarf, seated slumped forward with her elbows on her knees, her sizable and well-shaped breasts dangling sadly, and a notably pensive expression. "Sorry for the wait," said Vaughn, causing Yoko to startle before she sat up and turned her upper body to face him, her eyes noticeably puffy but full of hope and then determination as she smiled and responded, "It's barely been a few minutes since I asked to meet with you. I'm frankly surprised you arrived so quickly. I mean, you must be pretty busy given the number of women you're known to associate with." "Well, when it comes to time, I have considerably more than most," stated Vaughn, making his way over and taking a seat on the ivory-white, gold-leaf sofa across from Yoko's, separated by a masterfully carved wooden table. He was then going to explain his power, but before he could, Yoko caught him more than a little off guard by sliding up her string bikini top with both hands, exposing her lightly tanned breasts and pink nipples, matching the color of her lips. "I came here to make a deal, a personal contract," started Yoko, her expression resolute and tone serious as she stated, "I know about your fondness for big breasts and redheads. Our resistance group just lost its de facto leader, a fool of a man named Kamina. If you can return him to us, my body is yours to do with as you please." Shaking his head, Vaughn, his expression and tone softening, expressed, "First off, I believe you have the wrong idea about me, but that's not all that important right now. Every action, no matter how great or small, has consequences. Death, in particular, carries significant weight because of what it represents and how it affects the fates of those who experience or are exposed to it. There has to be something you can do," muttered Yoko, her expression gradually collapsing as she leaned forward, bowing her head steeply as she softly pleaded, "Please, I will give you anything, everything if I have to. I am vehemently against taking advantage of people in such a manner," asserted Vaughn, controlling his tone so as not to come across as harsh as he stated, "Also, I think you're forgetting something. Since Kamina was an ascendee, his soul was transported to the Tower of Ascension. Once the next cycle begins, you will be able to meet and interact with him normally. He just won't be able to return with you." "I know that," muttered Yoko, keeping her head bowed as she asserted, "but we need Kamina. He might be the biggest fool across all worlds, but he's the heart and soul of our group. Without him keeping us together and motivating us to continue fighting, humanity in our world might as well be finished." "You're wrong," responded Vaughn, shaking his head, his expression and tone firming as he stated, "Kamina might have died, but even if he hadn't been transported to the tower, everything he stood for would continue to live on within the hearts of those he touched. He may have been the heart of your group, but it was the yearning for freedom that burned within your and others' hearts that he resonated with. Once you realize that, your will to succeed, to carry on his legacy, will become the fuel that turns that fire into an unstoppable inferno." Causing Yoko to raise her head, revealing teary, desperate eyes, Vaughn rose to his feet, a faint smile adorning his face as he stated, "Now, since you came all this way, I would have you return feeling as though your time and trip weren't wasted. Consider this a special service." Following Vaughn's words, a golden door materialized behind him, opening to reveal the silhouette of a tall, well-built man with short and spiky blue hair, red eyes, tanned skin, and blue tattoos adorning his shoulders. Yoko was initially statuesque upon seeing the man, but when he smiled, gave a curt salute, and said, "Hey, beautiful." She leaped at him with open arms, sobbing uncontrollably in his embrace. "Women, such sentimental creatures," remarked the man, "Kamina, his tone casual but tears appearing in the corners of his eyes as he cradled Yoko and nestled the lower half of his face into the top of her head. "Take all the time you need," said Vaughn telepathically, giving Kamina a slight nod before departing with the words, "Within this room, time flows 2500 times faster. This effect will persist for 24 hours outside, so if you use every moment, that gives you approximately 7 years. Use it well." "Thanks, man, I owe you one," responded Kamina, not sure how he could possibly repay Vaughn's favor but certain he would find a way in the future. For now, he had other priorities, starting with consoling Yoko and then surviving the beating she gave him for daring to sacrifice himself in such a selfish manner. Feeling a little melancholic after his encounter with Yoko, Vaughn spent a few hours with Jacko and Dizzy, drastically improving his mood before further enhancing it by meeting with Urza and the fairy tale girls. By then, Yoko and Kamina had already parted ways, with her returning to her world and him to the tower, and since the former messaged him expressing how appreciative she was, Vaughn assumed things had wrapped up smoothly. November 10 DXD/July 4 DBT. "This is pretty intense," thought Vaughn, sitting cross-legged with Konako in his lap, Asia to his left, and nearly 100 sisters, each modeling white GI with black bodysuits, encircling them as they watched Zenobia and Miu exchange blows in their respective, extraordinarily revealing bodysuits. To her credit, Miu was markedly more skilled, flexible, and acrobatic than the comparable brutish Zenobia, but even if she landed a swift kick directly to the latter's chin, it just caused her to smile and offer a compliment before resuming their game of lioness and field mouse. Whoosh! Stopping her fist just before it hit Miu's face, causing the golden-haired girl's bangs and hair to blow backward from the wind pressure, Zenobia gave her a brief smile before the two ceased their spar and approached Vaughn and the other spectators. Then, sporting a confident smile, Zenobia stated, "All right, that does it for the demonstration. Everyone pair up and stretch. We're going to be doing the usual form training, but since we have our Lord and Master present, I expect greater intensity and passion out of each of you. Let's show him what we're made of." "Yoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo," droned the sisters, their voices a monotonous but pleasant-sounding chorus as they rose to their feet and raised their fists into the air. Vaughn wasn't originally planning to stick around to the end, but seeing the sisters training diligently compelled him to stay and ultimately share a bath and a meal with everyone. The former was a little awkward, but as he had bathed with the actual Mikoto on a handful of occasions, it was more so their numbers and manner of speaking that discomfited him. Then there was Miu, but since she gave the excuse that she was used to mixed bathing, not to mention he was the aberration in the scenario, he didn't preclude her from entering with everyone. November 13 DXD/July 7 DBT. As part of his usual morning routine, Vaughn, after parting ways with Riza and a girl named Claudia from the same world, was allowing Grafia and Misla to dress him as Venelana dutifully apprised him of his schedule and any important events he needed to be aware of. "There has been a recent increase in activities connected to the Cows Brigade," revealed Venelana. "Most recently, the mages of their magician faction, Nilrem, managed to steal one of the gates connecting to Termina. It's evident they wish to access Termina, but we believe their penultimate goal is to enter the tower or access the many worlds of Invertua." "How troublesome!" muttered Vaughn, exhaling from his nose before briefly exchanging kisses with Grafia and Misla after they finished dressing him. After, he faced Venelana, prompting the flaxen-haired woman to step into his embrace, his hands naturally gravitating to her voluminous butt and a fair amount of saliva exchanging between them before he separated from her lips, licked his own, and admitted, "I should have listened to Sana and Zenobia when they suggested we form a strike or rapid response team in advance. We still have ample time to prepare one, even now," assured Venelana, intentionally pressing her crotch to Vaughn's and smiling as she reminded, "With your influence over time, even if we only have a week, that's nearly 50 years for the strike team to train and prepare." Understanding that Venelana was fishing for praise or a more meaningful reward, Vaughn smiled and gave her another lengthy kiss before separating from her lips to smolderingly affirm, "You're 100% correct, as usual." Once we're finished here, I'll leave you to gather and discuss the matter with everyone while I'm away at the Black Tower. Spurred by the words, once we're finished here, Grafia's, Venelana's, and Misla's eyes flashed before they promptly gathered around to disrobe and pepper Vaughn's body with kisses. After that, he accompanied the three remarkably mature women for a fleeting 4 hours before leaving them to carry out his will and attend their respective duties. A/N, sorry for not posting yesterday. Please accept this double post as compensation, __. Chapter 202, Quench. Following his return from the Black Tower, Vaughn enjoyed basking in the sun with Dizzy, Kunu, and Luperia before meeting with the executive members of the Dragon's Pavilion, which now included an absent Bulma as she had no particular interest in discussions unrelated to her recently formed Research and Development Division. It would be my honor to defend the interests and hunt the enemies of the intertwining Dragon's Palace, expressed Zenobia, her brown, violet-hued eyes glistening with determination and a hint of righteous fury. As much as I value your enthusiasm, further deliberation led me to the same conclusion as last time, stated Vaughn, appearing calm and dignified as he affirmed, the obvious danger aside, if we begin dispatching forces into the outside world, we'll need to negotiate and potentially bargain with the various factions in charge of the areas we wish to investigate. Forcing our way into the jurisdiction or territories of others will only give credence to the notion we're attempting to install ourselves as the world's foremost authority while creating vulnerabilities for our enemies to exploit. If I were to lose any of you, I fear many innocent people would be implicated in the pursuit of my revenge. Then what would you like for us to do? Asked Rias, seated to Vaughn's right in the chair closest to the head of their black, gold-adorned marble conference table. I believe we should ready a task force, but until the Cows Brigade takes action against the palace or hinders our administration, we should leave external matters to the Tripartite Alliance and its collaborators. Affirmed Vaughn, contending, it is within their best interest to protect the gates that grant them access to Termina, so it should fall upon them to protect them. The only gate we have an obligation to protect is our main gate situated in Kyoto. The rest, it depends on our dealings with their respective owners. In other words, we can provide assistance, but only to those we have an agreement with to do so, stated Sana, principally referring to the gates in the Gremari, Citrai, and Phoenix territories. Precisely. Confirmed Vaughn, nodding affirmingly before causing Misla, who was standing behind and to his left with Venelana, to perk up as he added, to that end, I think we should employ groups such as Saray Org's Peerage act as our representatives in such situations. We could also have Heaven, Grigori, and other factions dispatch personnel to us for training and to be on standby in the event of similar situations. That way, they can strengthen their factions and aid themselves rather than depending on us to mediate and solve problems externally. Which consequently allows us to keep track of the internal development of external forces. Ga Shujin-sama has clearly put a considerable amount of thought into this. Hummed Ravel, nodding approvingly with her arms crossed beneath her large and bouncy breasts. Vaughn was truthfully a little taken aback by her assertion, as he hadn't actually considered the aspect she was referring to, but since it made sense, he offered a composed nod of his own before listening attentively as she, Rias, and Sana hammered out the specifics of the arrangement with input from Zenobia, Grafia, and Venelana. November 14 DXD/July 8 DBT. Hey, can I ask you something? Asked Aqua, sitting next to Vaughn in a private booth after inviting him out for one of their near-nightly drinking sessions. It would be pretty strange if I answered no, considering you just asked me one. Responded Vaughn, a faintly cheeky smile adorning his face as he took a drink from the alcoholic spiced apple cider in his mug. Haha, real funny. Droned Aqua, briefly narrowing her translucent blue eyes disapprovingly before gazing down at the contents of her own mug and asking, do you think I'm pretty? Absolutely, affirmed Vaughn, answering without hesitation. But why ask? I can't imagine anyone with eyes telling you you're not pretty. Well, obviously, I am a goddess. Muttered Aqua, briefly gaining a faint smile before hinting at the reason for the sudden query, staring at Vaughn with her head slightly tilted as she questioned, "So, why haven't you made a move yet? I mean, it's not like I want to have sex, but it's frustrating that you haven't at least tried enticing me to return with you." Shaking his head, Vaughn calmly but firmly explained, "I'm strictly against being intimate with the inebriated or decisionally compromised. Consent is exceedingly important to me, and I can't imagine any woman who truly wants to be with me dulling their senses beforehand." "Well, I'm sober now," muttered Aqua, her cheeks tinted a faint shade of red as she sat against the booth's backrest with her beer mug sitting atop her breasts as she added, "Seduce me." In a low, firm tone. "MMN. How about something like this?" asked Vaughn, sliding closer to Aqua, casually placing his right hand on her right thigh, and whispering into her ear close enough that his lips nearly touched it. Her original plan was to cheekily and playfully shoot him down to inflate her ego, but after Vaughn's reassurances and experiencing how pleasant his hand was on her thigh, Aqua swallowed hard and tentatively opened her legs. From there, Vaughn utilized a combination of his S-rank bedroom arts, A-rank petting, and Whitebeard's Gura Gura no Mi to give her a taste of what allowed him to keep such a large number of women at his side. But only a taste. If she wanted more, she would have to entreat him properly. "Oh, gods! Even though I was still a virgin until a short while ago, my pussy has already taken the shape of your godly cock," cried Aqua, on her knees on the edge of her bed with Vaughn standing behind her, his face buried into the transition between her neck and left shoulder, his left hand firmly grasping her right breast, his right middle finger vibrating intensely as it stimulated her clit, and his cock gliding swiftly in and out of her tight, wet, and almost maddeningly pleasant-feeling pussy. He hadn't thought that any of his women would be able to compete with Aileen, but undoubtedly as a result of her status as a goddess, Aqua's pussy was heavenly, even if her voice was a little loud and her reactions somewhat extreme. "Here it comes! Here it comes! I can feel it surging again," cried Aqua, her head tilted back and face affixed in rapture as she anticipated Vaughn's semen flooding her womb for the 14th consecutive time. Her power was supposed to let her convert any form of liquid into water, but when it came to Vaughn's semen, it not only remained thick and hot but caused her brain and spine to shudder, illusory hearts to appear in her eyes, and her tongue to protrude from her mouth. Lowering Aqua onto her hands and knees, causing a considerable amount of drool to leak from her mouth, Vaughn briefly considered asking if she had had her fill but promptly changed his mind when she squeezed her pussy, gazed back at him with a playful grin, and began bumping her ass against him of her own accord. He kept expecting her to collapse or surrender to incognizance each time he came inside her, but her mental resilience was evidently on another level as she playfully taunted, "More, give me more of your cum," in an irresistibly pleasant tone. Following a soft chuckle, Vaughn grinned, pulled Aqua flush against him to produce an audible sound of flesh smacking against flesh, and practically saying, "How could I possibly resist the appeal of such a beautiful and sexy goddess? Consider everything up until now a warm-up." With Vaughn punctuating his statement by causing his entire dick to vibrate, Aqua cried out, "Yes, yes, yes. Keep making me feel better and better. Carve this pleasure into my very soul and make me unable to live without your colossal dragon dick. This is going to take a while," thought Vaughn, grinning from ear to ear and his brain tingling with fervor due to the pleasure enveloping his dick and Aqua's ear-burning cries. She was unquestionably the most vocal woman he had ever had sex with, and though it was a little off-putting when they first began, it was very quickly growing on him. "Mwah, if I had known slurp that sex felt this good, I would have had it long ago," commented Aqua, her voice tinted with passion and a salacious glaze coating her eyes as she possessively nuzzled, licked, and suckled Vaughn's dick from between his legs. 7 days had passed since their coupling began, and though they took breaks to eat, sleep, and chat about various topics, Vaughn's penis had rarely left her pussy, which now fit him like a glove. "If you had, we likely wouldn't be here now," remarked Vaughn, caressing the right side of Aqua's hair and face, causing her to nestle into it as she smiled, narrowed her eyes, and sensually hummed, "Ah, when you put it that way, I'm glad I waited. A sentiment we share." affirmed Vaughn, his voice low and expression an intense, burning smolder as he asked, but where do we go from here? If you prefer to keep things casual, I won't force the matter, but I want you as my woman. Oh? Is that so? Asked Aqua, her expression and tone playful as she nuzzled Vaughn's dick with her left cheek and hummed, what to do, with a mischievous gleam in her eyes. The reality was that she had considered Vaughn as a kind of sugar daddy even before their chance encounter in the tavern, but Kazuma had obstinately refused to arrange their meeting, and she felt it was beneath her as a goddess to approach him via the dragon's pavilion. Now that he was saying he wanted her, she was similar to Fubuki in that she couldn't help but consider how to benefit even more from the situation. Ah, screw it! Thought Aqua, running her slightly pointed tongue along the length of Vaughn's cock before smiling at him and stating, sure, I'll be your woman, but only if I'm near the top of the pecking order. A goddess being beneath mortals is just absurd. Though he was tempted to point out that the status and authority granted to her as a water goddess didn't exist outside of her original setting, Vaughn slowly nodded and replied, I can ensure you won't be taking orders, but I can't grant you authority over others. Those who occupy the top positions in my harem or the dragon's pavilion are extraordinarily capable and, as a result, shoulder many responsibilities. No offense, but I don't believe you would enjoy sitting in on hours-long meetings or micromanaging groups of people and supplies. Hey, I used to be one of the goddesses charged with ushering souls into their next lives, you know. Contended Aqua, conveniently leaving out the part about her only being entrusted with reincarnating young people from Japan into exceptionally safe worlds as, before that, nearly everyone she reincarnated perished within a few days to minutes of their arrival, leading to many complaints and a lot of extra work for other gods. Then, how about I speak to the administrator about giving you dominion over one of the floors of the tower in the future? Questioned Vaughn. The main reason you want to be in a position of authority is to accrue faith and grow your divine power, right? There are ways to accomplish that without placing you in a position of meaningful responsibility. In fact, simply being recognized as one of my women should gradually elevate your status over time. In other words, you want me to be available to make your dick feel good whenever you're in the mood, right? Asked Aqua, grinning mischievously as she grasped Vaughn's cock with both hands, held his gaze, and gave his glands a slow lick before conceding, I guess I can live with that. But, even if he irritates me to no end, I'm at least a little worried about Kazuma. Is it okay if I continue to adventure with him and the others for a while longer? At least until the Devil King is defeated. You're free to live however you please. Affirmed Vaughn, adopting a smile and gently caressing Aqua's head as he explained, you may be one of my women, but you're ultimately your own person. All I ask from my women is that they don't go around flirting or having sex with other men. Outside of that, you're free to live however you please and pursue whatever interests you. Well, lucky for you, all I'm interested in right now is this monster cock of yours. Hummed Aqua, tracing her tongue around the tip of Vaughn's glands before proceeding to give him a vigorous, deep-throated vacuum blowjob. 7 days may have passed since they began their lovemaking, but that didn't mean it was anywhere near over. Lucky for her, Vaughn was more than willing to accompany her however long she could endure. Chapter 203, Visit. I was beginning to think that would never end. Mused Vaughn, sporting a contented smile after parting ways with Aqua after 76 days. This wasn't the lengthiest stint he had spent with one of his women, but he felt they could have continued much longer if not for her translucent, gradient blue hair gaining a pink hue and glowing, pale pink hearts appearing in her eyes, causing her worry that she was becoming a dark or fallen goddess of lust. Fortunately, though Vaughn didn't think it was an issue, she returned to her usual appearance after settling down and spending time sitting and praying in waist-high holy water. I should probably reset my mental state, concluded Vaughn, deciding to extend the evening into a brief stint with Luperia, Dizzy, and Jacko on the 8th floor. He would have invited Kunu to join them, but she wasn't in the palace, alternating between dwelling there and her mother's shrine in the Jun district of Kyoto. November 17 DXD/July 11 DBT And, lastly, you've received a formal complaint," revealed Venelana, sporting a narrow-eyed, amused smile as she supplied Vaughn's morning briefing, catching him by surprise. "A complaint? From who? And what about?" asked Vaughn, genuinely bewildered as he felt he generally went out of his way to ensure those visiting the palace received their tower points worth. Sure, there were times when he would sour the mood by inserting himself into a situation where he wasn't expected or invited, but he only did so when someone within the group stepped out of line and did something that toed the line of the palace's policies. "It's from Sato Kazuma," revealed Venelana, looking as though she was suppressing the urge to laugh aloud as she clarified. "He contends that you've sabotaged his party by corrupting their archpriestess and making her even lazier than she already was. It would appear that whenever she feels annoyed or simply wishes to avoid work, Aquasama sneaks away to the palace using her crystal key." "All right, that's fair," conceded Vaughn, understanding how vital Aqua was to Kazuma's party as she reminded him of it constantly. Even with the benefits of being an ascendee, Kazuma had died and needed to be raised twice by Aqua. He might frequently refer to her as a useless goddess, but he was bound to struggle immensely without her on-demand, inordinately powerful holy and water-based purification magic. Nodding, Vaughn added, "Once I return from the Black Tower, I'll drop by his world to assess the situation and see what kind of remuneration he has in mind." "Should we not summon him here?" asked Venelana, feeling Vaughn was being a little too courteous by visiting Kazuma directly. "Maybe. But since I'm at least partially at fault here, I feel it would be a little pretentious to have him respond to a summons," contended Vaughn, extending his left hand to caress Venelana's head as he added, "Besides, I can better assess his situation and needs on site." "If that's what you've decided, then I have nothing more to say," responded Venelana, closing her eyes to enjoy Vaughn's always pleasant caress. She then felt fluttery when he gave her a deep, protracted kiss, but that was sadly where things concluded that particular morning. "WH, what the hell are you doing here?" exclaimed Kazuma, his eyes widened to their limits as he inadvertently yanked a rather large set of anal beads from Lalatina's ass as she lay across his lap atop a red and gold chaise lounge. With them was a blue-haired man with the upper half of his face covered in a black and white mask with the Roman numeral 2, and to his left was a table full of sex toys ranging from pink rotors to very large, monster-themed dildos. HAAA, put it back in and pull it again," pleaded Lalatina, shaking her slightly swollen, hand-marked butt from side to side, seemingly more excited than bothered by Vaughn's sudden appearance as she stared at him with a wide-eyed, clearly aroused, and giddy smile. "Oh, my, is this the dragon god I've heard so much about?" asked the masked man, dressed similarly to a butler in a purple, white-trimmed suit with tails and a yellow tie scarf. "I see that I've interrupted something," noted Vaughn, his expression and tone calm but internally feeling flustered as he looked between the many sex toys on the table and Lalatina's very wet pussy, bearing a pink rotor taped to her clit and a dildo designed to stimulate her G-spot sticking out of her. Moments before, she had also had a near forearm's length of anal beads nestled deep inside her, but Kazuma had inadvertently pulled them out like the ripcord of a lawnmower when he appeared. "Lady Dustiness was just helping us test some of the special merchandise devised by Sir Kazuma," explained the masked man, famed and feared in his world as the Archduke of Hell and one of the Devil King's former, most powerful generals, Vanir II. Recalling his previous encounters with Vaughn and the recent complaint he had filed through the Dragon's Pavilion, Kazuma couldn't help shivering in place and sweating buckets. The truth was that he and Lalatina weren't in a relationship, as he found her perverse and masochistic nature more than a little worrisome, so she genuinely was just helping them test sex toys. If someone didn't know her, however, it might look like they had drugged or gotten her drunk and were presently taking advantage of her, particularly with several empty bottles of alcohol littering the area, courtesy of Aqua's near-daily benders. Increasing the amount of sweat that Kazuma was producing, Lalatina, insensibly aroused, angled her butt toward Vaughn and used her right hand to spread her still gaping anus as she stated, "Actually, This is perfect. I heard from Aqua-sama that Von-sama has a really big dick. Wouldn't you like to stick it inside and split my ass in two? Oh? That could provide some useful data. Remarked Vanir, hammering his right fist into the palm of his left hand as if Lalatina's suggestion were perfectly reasonable. Concealing Lalatina's ass and pussy with a red and gold tasseled throw cushion, Kazuma, red in the face, asked, seriously, though, why have you come here? If you're looking for Aqua, she should be getting hammered at your place, in more ways than one, from what I hear. Ooh. Me. I also want to be hammered, exclaimed Lalatina, wagging her butt with such eagerness that Kazuma struggled to keep the pillow in place. Could you be quiet and stop wagging your ass, exclaimed Kazuma, the flush in his face becoming more prominent as he took a moment to silence Lalatina with a red ball gag, causing the golden-haired, ponytailed beauty to become even more frenzied but ultimately remain still after he gave her ass a firm and loud smack before covering it with a mantle. Are all the women from this world so animated? Vaughn wondered, doing his best to appear calm as he explained, I came here in response to your complaint. You're actually the first to issue a formal complaint against me or the Dragon's Pavilion, so I wished to address it directly and in the most expedient manner. Yet, well, a heads up would have been nice. Retorted Kazuma, red to the tips of his ears and his expression noticeably pouty and embarrassed, but his tone surprisingly calm as he sat back and asked, so, how do you plan to address my complaint? Aqua was our party's only healer, and now that she's basically refusing to go on quests, it's affecting the earnings of our entire party. If I hadn't already secured passive forms of income, we'd be in an even worse. Before Kazuma could finish speaking, Lalatina sneakily used her left hand to tug at the fabric of the mantle covering her butt, once again exposing her pulsating anus and quivering, increasingly wet pussy. She very clearly wanted Vaughn to be able to see both, so after closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, Kazuma left her to do as she pleased, met Vaughn's gaze, and asked, so, how do you plan to fix this? That's for you to decide. Responded Vaughn, resisting the urge to stare at the tantalizing sight before him but admiring it through his domain as he produced what looked like a solid gold chess piece fashioned to resemble a phoenix as he explained, if you simply seek the means to evade death, we've prepared this. If you accept it, it will restructure your body to grant you the lineage of a phoenix. From then on, so long as you do not suffer a mental collapse or have your soul sealed away or destroyed, even having your head severed or your body blown up wouldn't kill you. You would be able to regenerate from and, with training, manipulate flames that burn as hot as the sun's surface. Wait, seriously? Asked Kazuma, his eyes widening to their limits as he had always wanted the power to produce and manipulate flames. At the same time, imaging Kazuma burning her body or dripping hot candle wax onto it, Lalatina abruptly orgasmed, causing the G-spot dildo in her pussy to shoot out and tumble near Vaughn's feet. Oh, my! Wanting the encounter to end as quickly as possible, Kazuma, his ears nearly as red as the lounge beneath him, coughed into his left hand, met Vaughn's gaze, and stated, honestly, when I initially filed that complaint, I wasn't expecting a response. But the power to regenerate from any injury and wield flames would be super useful in our quest to vanquish the Devil King. Well, despite what you might think, I don't like to inconvenience people, responded Vaughn, offering a cramped smile as he tossed the golden chess piece, known as a Phoenix King piece, at Kazuma. It was similar to an evil piece, but instead of binding the recipient to a specific person, it drew out a person's potential and restructured their body without obligation. Catching the piece out of the air, Kazuma resisted the urge to retort that it seemed like Vaughn existed to inconvenience him and instead inspected the Phoenix King piece between his left index finger and thumb, asking, how do I use it? Find some place open, ideally without anything flammable nearby, and place it against your chest, explained Vaughn, demonstrating with his right hand. After that, the piece will fuse with your body, and you will gain the power and lineage of a phoenix. You will need to train to refine your inner flame and draw out the bloodline's latent potential, but the regeneration is passive and near instantaneous. All right, sounds good, responded Kazuma, nodding. Then, though he would prefer it if Vaughn departed, he briefly glanced at Lalatina, wagging her butt invitingly, before looking back and gesturing toward her with his head. He and Lalatina fed off and fueled each other's pervertedness, but he strongly believed in the age-old principle of never sticking his dick in crazy. So, since Vaughn was there and she very clearly wanted it, he figured he might present her as a sacrificial offering while he went somewhere to facilitate his presumed fiery transformation. Is he serious? Vaughn asked himself, raising his right brow as one of the last things he expected when he teleported over, outside of Lalatina bent over and completely naked atop Kazuma's right thigh, was him ostensibly offering to let him have a go at her. Sis confirmed that the two weren't in a committed relationship, but as the situation made apparent, they were far from ordinary companions. And while Lalatina was an exceptional beauty, Vaughn couldn't imagine the renowned masochist restraining herself and not requesting virtually everyone she encountered to mock, torture, or exploit her. The vast majority were immediately scared off by her enthusiasm, but it only took one person giving in to her pleas, and she would probably feel even more aroused by the immorality of cheating. Chapter 204, Indulgence. It's splitting, it's splitting, it's splitting, exclaimed Lalatina, her breathing hot and hyperventilating as Vaughn slowly but forcefully sank his cock deep into her pussy. He wasn't going to have sex with her initially, but when Sis informed him she was still a virgin despite her inclinations, he felt it would be a shame to leave it to someone else. Aira, I don't recall Ga Shujin-sama permitting you to cry out at your leisure. Hummed Akeno, guiding Lalatina's face and mouth back to her pussy and holding it there, causing the golden-haired crusader's eyes to swim about in their sockets as she resumed eating her out. After deciding to have sex with her, Vaughn had picked her up like a princess and brought her back with him to his palace. However, instead of taking her on himself, he summoned Akeno, the palace's resident sadomasochist, to secure her expertise and assist with Lalatina's breaking. I see you already broke your hymen, remarked Vaughn, reaching the back of Lalatina's hot and exceptionally tight pussy with dick to spare. When he kept pushing, Lalatina's toes curled, a cute, high-pitched moan emanating from her throat as he gradually had her accommodate the rest of him with slow, forceful thrusts. Any other woman might have felt pain or discomfort from having their insides stretched without an opportunity to acclimate or at least catch their breath, but Lalatina's face flushed crimson, her pastel blue eyes wide as her thighs and pussy trembled in ecstasy. Foolish girl, aren't you aware your hymen is meant to be preserved for your master? Asked Akeno, her expression a sadistic grin and her tone deep, sensual as she linked her ankles around Lalatina's head, forcing the golden-haired crusader's face to remain buried in her pussy. At least she was a virgin, that's deserving of at least some praise. Appended Vaughn, causing Akeno to raise her gaze and slowly shake her head. He had never been particularly good at the whole sadism thing, so even though they were supposed to be berating Lalatina to heighten her arousal through shame, he couldn't bring himself to be too mean. The only thing this human sow deserves is to be drawn, quartered, and bred like livestock. Just look at her. She couldn't even preserve her hymen for her master, yet she dares to enjoy herself, remarked Akeno, causing Lalatina's pussy to tense around Vaughn's cock like a vice. Her tightness had briefly eased when he suggested she might deserve praise, but when the opposite was implied, her insides constricted around him like shrink wrap under intense external pressure. I guess I should just leave the goading to the professionals, thought Vaughn, offering Akeno a wry smile before giving Lalatina a forceful buck, producing a loud, satisfying clap. Her butt was round, toned, and due to her almost exclusively boosting her strength and constitution, her entire body, inside and out, was incredibly resilient. Thus, even when he got up to speed and transitioned to Akeno giving her a forceful deep throat with one of his propagated dicks, she accepted and relished every moment of the nearly 3 days they spent conditioning her as Akeno's bottom and his, as Lalatina described herself, personal crusader cum dump and meat toilet. November 20 DXD/July 14 DBT I love my life, thought Vaughn, borrowing a page out of Kazuma's book by having Lalatina bent over his right knee, Akeno and Ria sitting on his feet with proliferated dicks protruding from their top, Aqua on her knees to his left, his fingers stirring her pussy, Cora sitting atop his shoulders, Zenobia standing behind her, massaging her breasts, and Rias, Sana, Asia, Konako, and, somewhat surprisingly, Tatsumaki playing Twister a short distance in front of him, and they were just the start. Nearly every other member of his harem was also present at Venelana's invitation, but others, like Urza, had invited additional attendees in the form of her guildmates from Fairy Tail. With the addition of virtually every first and second grade maid, this brought the total number of enchanting, fully nude, or near-naked women present to 83, a genuine feast for the eyes. I never realized how much competition there was. It's a good thing I secured mine and Claudia's spots early, remarked Razia, arms crossed atop Vaughn's left knee and breasts sandwiching his shin as she alternated her gaze between the assembly of beautiful women over her left shoulder and Lalatina's ass and pussy, spread to capacity by a pair of proliferated penises affixed to a handle that allowed Akeno or anyone who felt up for it to slide them in and out of her simultaneously. Where is Claudia? She couldn't get away from her job, asked Vaughn, referring to Riza's best friend, a beautiful and shapely young merchant with long blonde hair, yellow-green eyes and a sophisticated aura that gave the impression she was a young noblewoman. Her initial visit to the palace had been driven by curiosity and merchant's instinct, but after he very easily provided a cure for her mother's illness, she resolved to repay him by becoming a first-grade maid and a prospective representative of the Dragon's Pavilion in her world. Oh, she wanted to come, affirmed Riza, explaining, but she hasn't yet found the optimal words or a good opportunity to explain all of this or her relationship with you to her father. But once she does, the three of us will be able to meet and play on demand. With Riza punctuating her words by squeezing her pussy, the contented smile on Vaughn's face became more prominent. Venelana had given him the green light to initiate an orgy whenever he pleased, but since there were many women present that he had only spoken to once or twice, he felt it would be a bit much to start actively having sex with the real possibility of a crowd forming. Lalatina would doubtlessly relish every moment of it, but he wasn't particularly fond of audiences as they reminded him of when he was experimented or operated on within a surgical theater. It seems I still haven't gotten past that point in my life, thought Vaughn, vibrating his left leg and foot, causing Riza to close her eyes and tilt her head back in pleasure. This evidently caused Aqua to feel jealous, as she abruptly grabbed and turned his face to her, stating, "Don't focus all your attention on her," before giving him a deep kiss, prompting him to vibrate his left middle and ring fingers, still stirring her pussy. Cora also gave his neck a squeeze between her muscular thighs, but since she had Zenobia to make out with and one of his proliferated penises throbbing deep in her ass, she didn't feel particularly neglected. "All right, everyone, for our final event of the evening, we have a special treat," stated Venelana, already having most of the gathering's attention after a raffle that included C, B, A, and even an S-rank item that granted an astonishing 90% physical resistance when exposed to natural sunlight and 90% magical resistance when exposed to moonlight. The caveat was that the item was a bra and set that alternated between soot black and ivory white, meaning you would need to traipse around in your underwear to benefit from its effects. Passing her gaze over the bevy of beauties present, Venelana hummed, in an effort to demonstrate our master and Gashujin-sama's capabilities and assuage concerns regarding his time and inconveniencing him, "We're going to host an event called 7 Seconds in Heaven. Simply put, each of you will have 7 seconds to meet, converse, and make requests of Vaughan-sama within a private setting. And while that might not sound like a lot of time, you will soon understand the extraordinary capabilities of the man you have chosen to serve or dedicate yourselves to." As he hadn't been informed of the event Venelana was referring to, even Vaughn, nestled between Rias and Asia with Konako seated snugly atop his lap, was surprised by her words. He had been wondering why she had insisted on him attending the otherwise all-girls naked social, and while those who had yet to experience it might not know, those closest to him understood that the 7 seconds she was referring to was closer to 5 hours in practice. This day just a lot longer, thought Vaughn, unable to prevent the smile on his face from growing as he was looking forward to the 16 or so days to follow quite a bit. Oh? This night just got even more interesting, remarked Vaughn, sporting a broad smile after meeting and spending quality time with 8 different women. He was greatly anticipating doing the same with the 9th, which was evidently Jo, but instead of arriving alone, she entered the lounge he was in with 2 other exceptional beauties, a raven-haired woman with an impressive figure and Chinese features, and a younger, red-haired woman with bright blue eyes, their names Sei and Meg respectively. "It's fine if they're here, right?" asked the white-haired, red-eyed, cat-like Jo, her expression a mask of aloofness but a hint of red bleeding into her cheeks as she couldn't help recalling the last time she and Vaughn were alone. She reminded him of a more mature version of Konako without her recently booming breasts, so Vaughn had doted on her quite a bit. "There would need to be something especially wrong with me to refuse the company of 3 exceptional beauties," answered Vaughn, causing Jo to offer an affirming nod and the red-haired Meg, standing with crossed arms in pastel blue lingerie, to ask, "So, what now? Are you going to have your way with all 3 of us?" Since Sei and Meg were both first-grade maids, even if they had never appeared on the 9th floor, there was technically nothing stopping Vaughn from affirming the standoffish woman's query. Instead, he maintained his smile, lightly slapped the cushion to his right, and offered, "For now, how about the 3 of you take a seat? I would like to hear about how things are going in your world, your opinion of the Dragon's Pavilion, and how we can improve. If you want to have sex after that, I'd be happy to. But it has never been a requirement." "I'll do it," said Jo, ostensibly disregarding Vaughn's final statement as she readily straddled and swallowed his dick into her exceedingly tight pussy with a suppressed moan. This caused Meg, who was roughly 99.9999991% into women, particularly Jo, to become grumpy, but instead of throwing a tantrum, she plopped herself down on Vaughn's right, leaned into him with a pouty expression, and rested her head against his shoulder. "Pardon me," said Sei, the most mature member of the trio in terms of appearance and personality. She was also the leader of the 4-person mercenary group they had formed back in their world, though, ever since they had become affiliated with the Dragon's Pavilion, their need to work had largely dried up as their parent organization, Bailan, shifted its focus to trade with other worlds. With Sei nestling even closer to him than Meg and readily presenting her lips, Vaughn didn't hesitate to exchange his first kiss with her. Immediately after, he shared a much briefer kiss with Jo, who was rolling her hips atop him, before Meg forced him to face her, ostensibly thinking she could stop the 2 of them from kissing by monopolizing his lips herself. Vaughn wasn't too fond of the idea that she was forcing herself to be present, but by the end of the nearly 15-hour session, she actually felt grateful to him for allowing Jo to be the one to claim her virginity with one of his proliferated dicks. All the sensation was transferred to him and it was his semen that filled her pussy, but being pinned down by and made love to by the woman she had more than a small crush on went a long way toward getting her to accept their relationship. Chapter 205, Capacity. Following his time with Jo, Meg, and Sei, which ultimately included both pleasure and business, Vaughn was keen to see who would enter after them, resulting in a brief frown marring his face when he laid eyes on a slender, silver-haired woman with long, somewhat droopy elven ears, green eyes and a notably aloof expression, appearing in black fishnet stockings and nothing else. "We meet again," remarked the woman, Frieren, making her way over to where Vaughn was seated and stopping in front of him with her back to the flames and hearth he had been observing, inadvertently emphasizing her thigh gap due to the contrast of light and shadow. "Indeed," responded Vaughn, followed by a lengthy silence where he and Frieren simply stared at each other. Their paths had crossed a handful of times since she started spending most of her free time in the palace, but he hadn't called out to her, and they hadn't spoken since binge-watching her anime together. Undaunted by the silence, Frieren eventually turned around, staring back at Vaughn over her left shoulder before she bent forward slightly and used her hands to spread mostly her ass and the base of her vulva, resulting in a thin thread of slightly viscous, crystal clear liquid leaking from her pussy and dripping onto the ground. Having long realized that Frieren wasn't going to change her mind, even if for no other reason than to spite him, Vaughn exhaled from his nose, leaned back, and adjusted the angle of his cock with his right hand. In response, the obstinate elf briefly turned around, moved closer, and then turned her back to him a second time before carefully guiding her butt toward his lap with her hands on his thighs. Her short stature and slender build gave the impression she would never be able to accommodate him at a glance, but when she was bent over with her notably round bottom sticking out, there was ample space between her hips and thighs, reinforcing that she was a proper adult woman, much like Tatsumaki. Placing his left hand on Frieren's waist, Vaughn took a moment to lube up his glands and slather his dick with her love juices before guiding her to accept just his tip. From there, she took matters into her own hands, starting with a slow, deliberate movement where she accepted a little more of him each time she shifted her weight back. Feeling his glands tingling with pleasure each time Frieren moved even a little, Vaughn exhaled a faintly exasperated sigh as it corroborated what he already knew. Frieren was one of the most powerful mages in her world, and as an elf, the purity and quality of her considerably large mana pool were on another level. In other words, having sex with her was bound to feel incredible. Did you change your remarked Frieren, reacting to Vaughn suddenly slipping his hands between her thighs, raising her off of him, and then holding her waist as he began eating her out upside down. It was a surprise, to be sure, but after realizing he was preparing her for a more intense coupling, Frieren promptly adjusted his dick so that it was nearly parallel to his thighs, allowing her to caress and leak a fair amount of drool onto it in preparation for it prying open her insides. This was quite a bit more enjoyable than I was expecting, muttered Frieren, her face and ears tinted red and her usual impassive expression more akin to listlessness as she reclined against Vaughn in a porcelain tub, his penis still pulsing inside of her. She had presumed that Vaughn's semen would resonate with her mana and feel very satisfying if discharged inside her, but she hadn't expected to slip in and out of consciousness or let out her voice to the extent she had. "I'm happy to hear that," stated Vaughn, gently cupping and massaging Frieren's modest but still soft breasts as he informed her, "because now that you've succeeded in provoking me, we'll be having sex at least a few hours each day until the tower opens. Such is the duty of a first-grade maid," responded Frieren, ostensibly unconcerned by Vaughn's words as she closed her eyes to enjoy having her breasts caressed. He severely underestimated how comfortable it made her feel to be near him, so while it would certainly hinder her research and Himmel's quest to vanquish the Demon King, she didn't mind him keeping her at her side and using her as he pleased for a decade or two so long as he didn't ask her to bear his child. Such a frustrating woman, thought Vaughn, exhaling from his nose before lowering his face to sniff the top of Frieren's crown. She might vex him to no end, but everything from the softness of her body, the snugness of her pussy, and her aroma were appealing to him. The latter smelled deeply of flowers and fertile soil, and the way her inordinately long and pointed ears wiggled when he gently pinched her nipples, he felt sorry for Himmel, but he was going to enjoy their time together. Though many of his encounters involved at least a brief bout of sex or sexual service, Vaughn had no trouble simply sitting, chatting, or sharing a meal with the girls who entered the lounge. He liked listening to people talk about themselves, their interests, or the things troubling him, as it not only made him feel closer to them, but after realizing he wasn't some sex-crazed god who only saw them as outlets for pleasure, many of the girls who still held reservations toward him ended up cozying up and initiating make-out sessions of their own accord. "I must admit, our time thus far hasn't gone quite as expected. Though I do not believe this to be the case, does my slender frame not appeal to you?" asked a lithe, petite woman with distinctly Japanese features, a white eye patch with a blue line running diagonally across it covering her right eye, dark brown, nearly black hair affixed into a thin ponytail, and sharp, matching brown eyes. Ordinarily, she wore an ivory-white military dress uniform top over a dark blue, Tsukumiza-style swimsuit, but since Venelana had described the event as a naked social, she was originally nude, providing Vaughn a view of her modest but well-shaped breasts, remarkably perky butt, and freshly shaven mons. Since then, she had donned a simple, dark blue yukata with a sunflower pattern, allowing her and Vaughn to comfortably share a meal and converse about the status of her world's battle lines against an alien threat called the Nuroi. Shaking his head, Vaughn's smile broadened as he calmly stated, "I have no issues being intimate with slender or petite women, but it's barely been an hour, and we have close to 5. Of course, if you're feeling on edge, I'd be happy to assuage your concerns. Then I will trouble you," responded the woman, Major Sakamoto Mio, originating a series called Strike Witches. At the same time, she bowed her head, causing pointed ears similar to those of a Doberman to sprout from its sides as a short, black, fur-covered tail unfurled from the small of her back, just above her butt. "It's no trouble at all," countered Vaughn, rising from the circular table he and Mio were seated at before picking the petite woman up by the pits of her arms and allowing her to wrap her remarkably toned legs around him. And though he called her petite, she was actually above average height for a Japanese woman at 165.4 centimeters. However, with his own being an even 195 centimeters, she only came up to his chest while standing and didn't look out of place being carried like a koala despite being 19, going on 20 years old. "I was already aware, but you're very strong," remarked Mio, adopting a relaxed smile as a hint of red bled into her cheeks, primarily the result of the squishy part of Vaughn's left palm pressing against her pussy as he slid his hand under her for support and grabbed her left butt cheek. "Compared to some," affirmed Vaughn, carrying Mio over to the hearth-facing sofa as he added, "but you're also very light, even more so with your magic power active." Sitting down, resulting in Mio straddling him, Vaughn gently kneaded the steadfast Major's bottom and exchanged an inexperienced kiss with her. Like Tanya, she hailed from a world where it was common for young girls to fly through the air using magic-powered flight units, so she never had a chance to pursue intimacy, having spent 7 of her 19.5 years of life on the battlefield. This was one of many reasons Vaughn hadn't seized the initiative, but since she was evidently having doubts regarding her appearance and desirability, he felt compelled to eradicate them without a trace. Unfortunately, she was only a second-grade maid, limiting him to kissing, gently suckling her neck, caressing her body, and tentatively stimulating her slit. "The bodies of men are so much larger than women's, I feel like you could draw me into you and still have room for the rest of my squadron," remarked Mio, a hot, passion-tinged sigh escaping her throat as her tail ignored her attempts to rein it, wagging excitedly behind her. At the same time, she couldn't help sniffing Vaughn's body, his aroma causing the warm tingling in her body to rise from her abdomen like a tree, blooming in her chest and unfurling its branches to her every corner as a potent sense of yearning developed near her roots. As the ages of consent and majority in Mio's world were much lower than most due to humanity nearly being wiped out by the Nuroi, Vaughn's smile cramped at the thought of meeting with the 501st Joint Fighter Squadron and drawing them in as she suggested. Half their members were between the ages of 12 and 15, and while that might be acceptable back in their world, the median age of consent in the palace was 16, at least for humans and their physiological equivalents. "They're always welcome here," responded Vaughn, planting a lingering kiss on Mio's left shoulder before adding, "but let's leave adult things to seasoned adults." "MMN. I am aware of the palace's regulations," responded Mio. Though, as she had been born into a setting where girls sought to start families as young as 12, particularly those with the capacity to wield the magic necessary to oppose the Nuroi, she didn't really understand the need for such restraint, crediting it as the byproduct of a peaceful, populous world. "Perhaps, with the Dragon's Pavilion's assistance, our world will be such a place in the future," considered Mio, an optimistic smile adorning her face at the almost alien notion of a world where society could afford to spend 16 to 20 years nourishing its youth, a world where retirement for witches like her meant being seated by committee-selected donors who, more often than not, were the family or associates of high-ranking military officials. With nearly 17 days passing from his perspective, Vaughn emerged from the lounge with the final recipients of his 7 seconds of time and attention, Nami and Robin. The former blushed intensely when they were greeted with applause, but Robin took it in stride, beaming in amusement and even offering a bow like a stage performer. Afterward, Venelana took to the stage to, once again, thank everyone for attending before drawing the event to a close with the assurance of similar events and even greater prizes in the future. In the event's wake, the average length of Vaughn's day increased from 16 to 23 days as, now that they knew what to expect and what kind of person he was, it became a lot easier for those with confidence issues or inhibitions to approach him. As a direct consequence, the number of first-grade maids nearly doubled. Chapter 206, Making an Entrance. November 28 DXD/July 21 DBT. And here's a spell that makes aloof elves gradually fall in love. Stated Vaughn, holding Frieren from behind with her feet dangling off the ground as he sent a powerful wave of pleasure through her body by filling her womb with enough semen to make it shoot out of her. I can feel it. Responded Frieren, her teeth briefly clattering before she clenched them and tilted her head back with closed eyes. True to his word, Vaughn had visited Frieren every day since their first time together. That was approximately a week prior, but from the silver-haired elf's perspective, roughly 11 days had passed as he spent around 10 hours a day fucking her in dozens of different positions. Demonstrating that he wasn't the only one who had been keeping track, Frieren surprised Vaughn by slouching forward and dangling limply as she remarked, "This marks the 500th instance you've released your semen into my womb. You're a very diligent man." "What can I say?" muttered Vaughn, tentatively bouncing Frieren against his hips as he added, "You have a very receptive pussy." "Not usually, no," countered Frieren, raising her upper body and arching her back, prompting him to slide his hands up her body and a second pair to sprout, providing support to her waist and cupping her breasts as she turned her head, stared up at him, and smiled, stating, "You've made it so. And I expect you will continue developing it until I've either given birth to your child or distanced myself from the palace and pavilion." "That's not entirely true," refuted Vaughn, shaking his head and adopting a smile of his own as he reminded, "If you'll recall, I originally tried to keep a respectable distance between us. If you weren't receptive to the idea of us being intimate and having sex, you'd still be a virgin." "Fair enough," conceded Frieren, closing her eyes and raising her face to reciprocate Vaughn's kiss. Then, while holding that position, Vaughn sprouted a third pair of hands, causing them to vibrate and using them to massage and caress her belly as his penis vibrated intensely within her, causing her to squeeze her thighs together instinctively. Unfortunately, though she didn't especially mind, Vaughn promptly pried them open, his hands guiding her to raise her legs before spreading them wide, holding them in place as one of his spare right hands found its way to her pussy and clit. "You've improved a lot this past month, it makes me want to give you a reward," remarked Vaughn, not feeling particularly great but appreciating the earnestness of the blue-haired girl hunched over his lap, doing her best to give him a blowjob as he caressed her small but perky bottom and casually stirred her insides with his right hand and fingers. Raising her head, albeit only after several seconds, the girl, Levy, offered a timid smile, her left hand continuing to stroke Vaughn's dick as she replied, "If that's your way of saying you want to have sex, I still don't feel like my heart is ready, Raincheck, okay?" Nodding, Vaughn smiled and assured, "Of course. But I was actually being literal. The first time you joined me and Urza out of curiosity, I thought you would pass out just watching, with how red your face was. Yeah, accompanying Urza probably wasn't the wisest decision I've ever made," remarked Levy, taking a moment to switch to stroking Vaughn with her right hand to nestle closer to him, eyes closed as she said, "The two of you were really intense, even now, I feel like the image is branded into my memory. Urza is great," affirmed Vaughn, gently caressing Levy's back with his right hand as he asserted, "but there's more to sex and intimacy than intensity and passion, there's also tenderness, warmth and the desire to know more and understand each other." "I don't mind a bit of intensity," muttered Levy, her face flushing as she put more strength into her hand, appending, "I just think there's a natural order to things. Sex feels like the boss room at the end of a dungeon. I'm the type of girl that likes to explore the entire floor before moving on. And I'm the lucky fool who gets to enjoy every moment of it," hummed Vaughn, kissing the top of Levy's crown before engaging her lips when she raised her face to make them available. She had to transition to her knees in order for them to make out comfortably, but with Konako at 153 cm and Tatsumaki at 145 cm, he wasn't at all put off by her 155 cm height and very petite build. Nearing the end of another long but fulfilling day, Vaughn teleported to his room, his aquamarine eyes flashing when he glimpsed Grafia, Venelana, Yasaka and Misla sitting and conversing on his furniture in skimpy, color-coded kimono and lingerie sets. "Ara, it would appear our Goshijin-sama has returned," remarked Venelana, all four mature beauties rising to approach and jointly disrobe Vaughn as he exchanged kisses with each of them. In the process, Grafia knelt down and began enthusiastically sucking his dick, but that was par for the course, leading Vaughn to briefly close his eyes and clench his teeth as the remaining three women encircled him like hungry lionesses. "We missed you," hummed Yasaka, guiding Vaughn's right arm over her left shoulder so she could nestle as close as possible to him, her pillowy and very voluminous breasts pressing against him as she stroked his abdomen with her right hand. At the same time, he used his hand to caress the back and top of her head, his fingers habitually combing through her golden locks from the base of her neck to gently scratch her scalp, precisely how she liked it. "Very much so," appended Misla, securing the coveted position directly behind Vaughn, permitting her to press her breasts into his back, bring her hands around to his front, and pepper his nape and shoulders with kisses. "I missed you all as well," responded Vaughn, looking from his right to his left, his gaze settling on Venelana as she narrowed her eyes and gave her lips a slight, seductive lick as he fondled her right ass cheek and rubbed her slit with his left middle finger. "We wished to see you off and observe you while you were away," stated Venelana, referring to the fact Vaughn was planning a brief descent into the world of One Piece to cause some mayhem and personally issue an invite to a prospective ascendee before the next tower cycle. "Sounds good," affirmed Vaughn, rewarding the flaxen-haired devil with a kiss before humming, "It never hurts to have more support, and I couldn't ask for a better or more beautiful group of women to have my back. On that note, I would like to use this to show Goshijin-sama what I'm capable of," stated Yasaka, drawing Vaughn's attention as she narrowed her vulpine eyes and asserted, "Goshijin-sama has given me so much. Even if there are no debts between us, it vexes me how little I'm able to serve you." "But what about our child?" asked Vaughn. If Yasaka wanted to support him more actively, he would respect her decision and autonomy, just as he had promised when she became his. But if something were to happen to her or, heaven forbid, their unborn child, the entire world of One Piece would suffer his fury, particularly the celestial dragons. "Goshijin-sama need not worry," stated Yasaka, her characteristically vulpine smile becoming more prominent, haughty even as she hummed, "You may have forgotten, but my power is on par with chief-class gods, dragon kings and ultimate-class devils. Even if the enemy were to drop a nuclear warhead directly on top of me, they would only incur my wrath and ire. All right, then, I trust in your abilities," affirmed Vaughn, and for good reason. He hadn't witnessed it directly, but he was aware that Grafia and Yasaka had secretly fought to determine which of them was the strongest woman in his harem. Grafia had emerged as the penultimate victor, but it was a close match, and Yasaka had been handicapped due to fighting in a barrier, detached from Kyoto's ley lines. "Excellent," hummed Yasaka, her nine tails flicking excitedly behind her. She wasn't particularly fond of battle, but she had been looking forward to demonstrating her power and proving to Vaughn why she deserved a spot at his side. She relished that he found her beautiful and charming, but she hadn't become and remained the leader of the Western Yokai faction with looks alone. Her power wasn't without equal, but she wanted him to know he could rely on rather than stressing over protecting her. "What's that?" asked a burly, bare-chested man with a thick fur cloak and pointy black horns, one of many members of the beast pirates serving one of the 4 emperors, Kaido, the beast. He and many others were on duty, guarding a fortress port marked by a colossal, nearly 300-meter tall torii gate. "What's what?" questioned a scantily clad woman, similarly wearing a fur cloak, but while the men present had thick pauldrons and pants, her outfit was a better fit for the beach, resembling a red leather-studded bikini and matching red horns. "That," answered the man, pointing to the overcast sky above, particularly at an area that had begun to illuminate with golden light. It was presently late in the evening, with the sun having long descended over the horizon, so the light garnered increasing attention as it grew in size and luminance. "You don't think, could it be Kizaru?" asked a short, nearly ball-shaped member of the beast pirates, sporting the same cloak and horns as every other member but with the lower half of his body appearing as though he had been fused with a mole, with clawed hands on a mole's head sticking out of his abdomen. Before the man received an answer, the entire group's eyes popped out as a massive, brilliantly glowing golden fox with 9 tails burst forth from the clouds, descending upon the fort like a meteor. With a height of more than 100 meters and a length exceeding 3, including its tails, the fox simply landing produced a powerful wave of pressure that spread out in all directions, and that was just the start. Each flick of its 9 tails tore through buildings, defensive fortifications, and weapons batteries as if they were formed from sand, and the ghostly blue flames expelled from the colossal fox's mouth were hot enough to melt the giant steel cannons lining the fort within seconds. And to think I was worried about her. Seeing the devastation Yasaka wrought with the ease of destroying a diorama, Vaughn, hovering high in the sky, turned his attention to the giant mountain-carved fortress in the distance. It was far from the biggest structure he had seen, but it was equally impressive and intimidating at nearly half a kilometer tall, resembling the skull of a giant, glowing-eyed demon with a colossal maw and large, curved, bull-like horns protruding from the sides. Arguably more impressive was the giant katana embedded in the ground next to it, its hilt and the exposed section of its blade nearly as tall as the colossal skull despite being at a slight angle. Spotting a fast-moving flaming figure emerge from one of the skull's eyes, Vaughn promptly moved to intercept it, producing a spherical shockwave as he clashed with a black, leather-bound pteranodon with orange flames on its wings and back. To Vaughn's surprise, though he should have expected it given the pteranodon was Kaido's strongest subordinate, King, the bones in his right leg briefly cracked when he interrupted the transformed man's charge, and that was with his aura of karmic protection. "Not bad," remarked Vaughn, adopting a smile that caused the glower on King's face to deepen before they abruptly separated, producing another shockwave that placed them several tens of meters apart and caused the peculiar, whirlpool-ridden sea beneath them to churn even more violently than usual. A/N, once again, if you're enjoying the story, want to read ahead, or want to see more chapters released over a shorter period, please consider joining my Patreon at patreon.com/ines_left_foot_right. Chapter 207, Escalation. I recognize you, you're the blasphemous wings, Von Mason," remarked King, his voice deep and masculine as he narrowed his dark red, visibly glistening eyes. "So they call me," responded Vaughn, punctuating his words by manifesting and spreading his 7 sets of wings, his dark brown hair turning white, and his eyes turning gold with glowing, white, X-shaped pupils. "Why are you attacking us? Wasn't your enemy the world government?" asked King, flapping his expansive, webbed, pteranodon wings to remain airborne, contrasting Vaughn, who appeared suspended in place, unaffected by gravity. "To be more accurate, the world government is an enemy of this world as a whole," countered Vaughn. "As for why I'm attacking you, consider what your people have done to the citizens of this land. I am the consequence for those who have forgotten them." Seeing Vaughn raise his left hand, King preemptively beat his wings and dodged to the side, narrowly evading the golden laser discharged from the former's left index finger. "That was Kizaru's attack," exclaimed King, the flames on his back and wings allowing him to spontaneously accelerate toward Vaughn, producing several cone-shaped shockwaves that expanded from the tip of his long and very sharp pteranodon beak. "He's fast," noted Vaughn, shifting backward and furling his 7 sets of wings to form a barrier. By fortifying his beak with armament haki, King increased its durability and penetrative power considerably. However, as he didn't have time to build up speed and momentum, he only managed to pierce half of Vaughn's wings while pushing him back several tens of meters. Unfurling his wings with considerable force, Vaughn propelled King away, causing the man's pupils to shrink to the size of pinholes as he revealed 6 brightly glowing finger pistols, his form resembling that of an Azura as he spread luminous golden flower petals through the air and unleashed a barrage of lasers. "Damn, just what is this guy? A new model of pacifista?" King asked himself, crossing his arms defensively in front of him as Vaughn's lasers were too fast and sporadic for him to dodge. They were, however, much weaker than Kizaru's, causing them to explode into fiery golden plumes on contact rather than piercing through him. Just as King was considering breaking through Vaughn's flurry of attacks, a sense that something was amiss washed over him as a bunch of muscular brown hands and arms sprouted from various parts of his more than 6-meter-tall and exceptionally muscular body, courtesy of Robin's emulated Hana Hana no Mi. Instead of attempting to grasp him, however, the hands produced destructive spheres of golden ki that promptly exploded around him, resulting in several golden plumes that merged into a sun-like sphere more than 50 meters across. "It's a shame these aren't powers I developed and honed myself, but I'm gradually making them my own," thought Vaughn, a faint smile adorning his face even as King, looking a little worse for wear but not too injured, burst forth from the fiery golden plume with an oversized katana in hand, aimed at his throat. The blade alone was nearly 3 meters long with a cross-section thicker than his wrist, but it looked like an average-sized katana in the 6'13" cm tall King's hand. Reacting quickly, Vaughn materialized his legendary spear, holding the end of its shaft with his right hand and guiding the blade with his left to parry King's diagonally slashing attack to his right. In the same movement, the two of them slammed into each other with their shoulders, really putting into perspective how much bigger the man was than him as Vaughn noticed he was around the same size as King's arm. Exhibiting that his wings weren't just for show or to enable his flight, King channeled armament haki through them and thrust the flight feathers of his rightmost wing at those on the left side of Vaughn's, ostensibly intending to slice through them. To his surprise, Vaughn simply allowed all of his wings to scatter into pale golden light as he spun around the man's shoulder and launched a quick but heavy kick at where the man's wing was attached to his body. "He's gotten stronger," noted King, grimacing as he created distance from Vaughn and found the latter veiled in a hazy golden aura with a monkey-like tail swaying behind him. Feeling excitement swell within him as a result of his scion physiology, the smile on Vaughn's face broadened as he pulled back his hands to the right side of his body, shouting, "Kami-Hami," as a bright sphere of extremely dense golden ki accumulated between his palms. Beating his wings and expelling fire from their backs like afterburners, King charged toward Vaughn while swinging his sword, coated in black, orange, and crimson flames, in a broad, sweeping arc. Vaughn was a little taken aback by the sudden increase in his speed, but instead of feeling panicked, his eyelids tensed before he abruptly disappeared. Slashing through where Vaughn had been, King created a blade-thin wave of crimson energy that expanded outward with extreme speed, giving the impression it should slice through anything in its wake. Unfortunately, all it struck was empty air as Vaughn reappeared a short distance behind him, his hands thrusting forward as he bellowed, "H-A-A-A-A-A-A-A," while unleashing the ki he had amassed as a momentous beam attack. Half turning his body and reinforcing his left wing with as much haki as he could muster, King used it like a shield to try and endure Vaughn's attack. The beam splintered around him like a high-pressure stream of liquid, but while most of the force was scattered, pain radiated through his wing as a luminous golden patch became more noticeable from behind its cover. Realizing that trying to endure the beam hadn't been the correct decision, King clenched his teeth, swallowed his pride, and permitted it to push him back with incredible momentum. This significantly reduced its penetrative power, and though he was forced back nearly 2 kilometers, he was able to break free just before his wing was drilled through completely. Not affording King even a moment to recover or build momentum, Vaughn crashed into him as pure photons without any force behind them, making it appear that he had leaped from the interior of the man's leather-bound body before surprising him with 2 point-blank ki blasts. "I will not be defeated," shouted King, his eyes full of fury as he ignored the pain radiating throughout his body and unleashed a flurry of blindingly swift slashes that ignited the air with their momentum. Were he not 613 centimeters tall, with the sword more than twice the length of his body, Vaughn might have had trouble evading such an attack. Instead, he was comparable to a leaf in the wind, weaving and flowing around the white-hot blade with room to spare. There was a moment when he lost a third of his tail, but it promptly grew back from a spurt of golden flames. Seeing Vaughn regenerate despite being cut with a haki-infused blade, King ceased his frenzied combo and drew back several meters, panting heavily as he noted, "That's the ability of Marco the Phoenix. Just how many devil fruit abilities have you copied?" "Oh, I never even considered that the Phoenix clan's regeneration would be correlated to Marco's devil fruit," mused Vaughn, the smile on his face briefly becoming more prominent before he remembered his purpose, his expression turning serious as he asked, "How does it feel? And this is just a taste of the helplessness you've caused the people of Wano." "You understand nothing," countered King, getting his breathing under control as he asserted, "This world is rotten to the core. The only way to usher in a new era is to develop a military force strong enough to utterly overwhelm those responsible for its rot." Fueled by his incredulity, Vaughn couldn't help adopting an expression of unbridled fury as he questioned, "Are you retarded? This nation has been closed for hundreds of years and had come under the stewardship of an honorable and powerful man who not only knew the location of Laugh Tale but how to reach it. The Beast Pirates could have worked with the people of Wano to develop an even more powerful military force through cooperation, but what did you do? The same exact shit you condemn the Celestial Dragons for. What is this?" King asked himself, feeling a sense of uneasiness from the very core of his being as the space around him appeared to solidify before trembling in response to Vaughn's fury. The impression it gave was similar to Conqueror's haki, but instead of exerting his will destructively like a conqueror, it was as if the world supported his outrage. Recalling Vaughn's comment about the world government being the enemy of the world itself, a terrifying possibility materialized in King's mind, along with a growing urge to retreat. If his suspicions were correct, Vaughn wasn't an opponent he could defeat. "Planning to run?" asked Vaughn, narrowing his eyes as he asked, "even though you prohibit the people of Wano from escaping to even hope for happiness elsewhere." "I harbor no grudge or enmity toward the people of Wano," contended King, slowly backing away as he added, "My enemy has and always will be the world government. If they're your enemy as well, you will only be aiding them by eliminating us." "Really? Because I don't see them here," remarked Vaughn, gliding forward at the same pace King retreated, his expression hardening as he asserted, "The means matter, King. You cannot decry others as rotten or tyrannical and simultaneously excuse your own as justified by an end that isn't even in sight. The way to make the world a better place is by being better. You don't get to play the victim while willfully victimizing or turning a blind eye to the suffering of millions." Clenching his teeth and fists, King wanted to refute Vaughn's words, but he knew better than most how the Beast Pirates had abused and exploited the people of Wano. Much of this mistreatment could be accredited to the reigning shogun, Orokai, but they were the ones who had placed him into the position and, for the past 18 years, enabled his rule. Boom! Interrupting Vaughn's pressuring of King, a loud explosion rippled through the air, along with bands of black, crimson-hued lightning scattering from the direction of the colossal, skull-shaped fortress, colloquially known as a Nagashima. "Oh, wow, he looks a lot bigger in person," thought Vaughn, referring to the nearly 3-kilometer-long style dragon barreling toward him with azure blue scales covering its back, a yellowish underbelly, shadow black fur lining the ridge of its back and head, similarly black, several 100-meter-long whiskers, orange flames wreathing its 5-clawed forelimbs, and 2 sets of horns, a larger set curved like the horns of a bull and the other resembling 2-pronged antlers. Notably, there was also a large, X-shaped scar on his underbelly. "So, the blasphemous wings has come to Wano. Let's see what you can do, boy, bellowed the dragon. Kaido, punctuating his exclamation with a fiery orange breath attack more than 20 meters wide, resembling a column of pure destruction with startling momentum. King hastily moved out of the way as if his life depended on it, but Vaughn held his position, his expression a mask of calm and focus as he extended his left hand toward the almost solid mass of flames. Though he initially tried to direct the flames to flow around him, borrowing the Phoenix clan's ability to manipulate flames, Vaughn quickly realized that the haki infused within the attack, which was essentially willpower mixed with spirit energy, made them exceedingly resistant to manipulation. That said, resistant did not mean impervious. As his hand ignited with golden flames, Vaughn produced a powerful suction that drew in Kaido's flames like a black hole. The momentum of the attack pushed him back, but when it inevitably abated, he was left floating in the air, completely uninjured and grinning. This left even the monstrous Kaido at a brief loss, his yellow-tinted eyes observing Vaughn with a mix of caution and intrigue as the latter spread his arms, unfurled his scion tail, and let golden flames rise from his body, derived from Ace's Mara no Mi, a Logia-type devil fruit that allowed its consumer to become, produce, and manipulate flames. Chapter 208, Head. Urorororora, well played, boy. It seems that the rumors regarding your ability to mimic devil fruits weren't exaggerated. That's the ability of Fire Fist Ace, isn't it? Asked Kaido, coiling his body in a manner that reminded Vaughn of Shenlong. As he did, a mix of cold and hot air swirled around him, causing the already overcast sky to darken, becoming storm clouds. In a manner of speaking, responded Vaughn, the flames rising from his hands congealing into golden spheres that rotated with extreme speed, forming a disk of dense, plasma-like ki and flames that burned in excess of 5,000 degrees. Ostensibly unconcerned by Vaughn's actions, Kaido did not attempt to stop him. Instead, he continued coiling his body, strengthening his storm as he questioned, "Why have you come here? Even if it is to kill me, what do you hope to accomplish outside of increasing your fame?" Shaking his head, Vaughn answered, "Killing you is neither my intention nor my right. I'm here to send a message and hopefully get you to see reason and change your ways. If you can't, I will become a nightmare that haunts you to your final breath." "You want me to change my ways?" asked Kaido, a hint of incredulity in his deep, exceptionally raspy tone as it sounded like Vaughn was attempting to bring him and the beast pirates to heel. "I want you to stand for something. To be more than a beast, a man," stated Vaughn, punctuating his words by flinging the saucers in his hand, starting with the right and then spinning to fling the left diagonally with a backhand. "Ha! As if a snot-nosed brat like you knows a single thing about what it means to be a man," bellowed Kaido, surging forward with considerable momentum and no fear. As far as he could tell, there was no haki within the two fiery discs, so he didn't believe they could slice through his nearly indestructible scales. They were also incredibly small, at least compared to his colossal frame. Surprising even Vaughn, the first disc he threw cut cleanly through a section of Kaido's left bowl-shaped horn, while the second left a cauterized trench down the center of his forehead. Had his aim been truer and a few meters lower, it might have cut a cauterized path directly into his brain. "Holy crap, the Kienzan is no joke," thought Vaughn, his expression briefly exhibiting his incredulity as, while he believed the spinning energy discs would damage Kaido, he didn't consider that they would slice through his scales or hardened horns cleanly. "Excellent! You should aim for my heart next time," exclaimed Kaido, his unexpected brush with death only making him more excited as he opened his colossal maw wide and attempted to swallow Vaughn whole. The latter considered permitting this, certain he could do considerable damage from within Kaido's body, but the overwhelming stench of alcohol and halitosis compelled him to teleport at the last moment. HMMGH. Sensing Vaughn's presence disappear and then reappear behind him, Kaido twisted his colossal, elongated body as quickly as he could to look back, but as intimidating as a 3-kilometer-long dragon was, being so large was a severe impediment against an opponent that was not only fast but could fly and teleport. Confirming it was the Qianzhen that was busted and not a general lack of resistance against Qi-based attacks on Kaido's part, Vaughn bombarded the former's dragon form with a barrage of spherical Qi attacks. Each one was strong enough to level a small house or topple a building if struck on their supports, but they didn't so much as singe the black fur lining the ridge of Kaido's elongated back. Blah! Not expecting Kaido to attempt a second breath attack, Vaughn briefly found himself enveloped by the former's flames, obscuring his vision and pushing him back as if caught in a powerful stream. Fortunately, he didn't need his eyes to perceive his surroundings, allowing him to tuck and turn his body sideways as the flame breath dissipated, immediately followed by King attempting to slice him at the waist with a hypersonic, bifurcating slash attack. "You'll need to do better than that if you want to surprise me," bellowed Vaughn, his borrowed scion heritage compelling him to smile as adrenaline and other chemicals permeated his brain and body. Surprised by Vaughn's sudden burst of speed, King briefly found himself on the aerial back foot as the former hammered him with a swift barrage that left the muscles and bones in his crossed arms straining. "Get out of the way, King!" shouted Kaido, giving his subordinate little time to follow his order before he appeared next to him and Vaughn in his hybrid Zoan form, granting him an extraordinarily muscular physique with his legs, arms, shoulders, back, and parts of his face and chest covered in azure blue scales. His legs had converted from plantigrade to digitigrade, giving him extraordinary speed and leaping power, and a long, serpentine tail and antlers grew from his head, traits borrowed from his larger dragon counterpart. "This is going to hurt," thought Vaughn, the thought itself occurring after Kaido had struck him with a glossy black spiked mace, notably infused with both armament and conqueror's haki. Amethyst purple and black, crimson-hued lightning burst forth from his body, which, due to the force behind Kaido's blow, conformed around the man's spiked mace before he was abruptly sent flying fast enough to ignite the atmosphere and leave behind a prominent streak. "Divine thunder!" bellowed Kaido, his powerful voice resonating through the surrounding space like a statement to the world itself, utterly ignoring the restriction of conventional sound broadcasting at 1,235 km per hour. "Yeah, this really fucking hurts," thought Vaughn, virtually every bone in his body shattered and all his senses but his perception through his domain momentarily non-functioning due to much of his nervous system and brain being destroyed. Unfortunately for Kaido, even destroying his head wasn't enough to force his respawn, so even after being sent crashing into the distant sea outside of Wano, producing a plume of water and steam more than 200 meters tall, Vaughn regenerated from golden flames and emerged unharmed, albeit with phantom pain that made his muscles and bones feel tense. "Oh, wow!" muttered Vaughn, getting his first look at Wano from outside the country, encircled by tall and thin moss and tree-covered rock formations that jutted up from a whirlpool-ridden sea. Powerful winds, thick mist, and perpetual storms plagued the area, but that was to be expected when the entirety of the elevated, closed-off landmass was encircled by sheer cliffs and waterfalls nearly 10 kilometers in height. Rising from the sea to avoid being crushed by a wave nearly 60 meters tall, Vaughn's tail flicked behind him as he flew toward the rim of Wano with extreme speed, overtaking it in under 4 seconds, even without turning his body to light. Once he noticed Kaido coiling around Yasaka in his long form, but while he had succeeded in entangling her, she had him pinned to the ground by her right paw and was on the verge of tearing out his throat like a fox battling an ordinary snake. "Unhand Master Kaido, you foul creature!" bellowed King, descending from the sky and dropping his flaming sword onto Yasaka's neck with the intent of decapitating her but failing to do more than singe her luminous golden fur before she flicked one of her 9 tails like a whip, producing a sound akin to a thunderclap and sending him reeling hundreds of meters, nearly plummeting into the sea. Unable to transform due to Yasaka's teeth clamping down on him, Kaido constricted around her with all his might, hoping to suffocate or at least inhibit her movements. Instead, his actions caused Yasaka's fangs to sink deeper into him as she threatened, "Cease your struggles, pretender, lest I tear your throat out and allow your blood to flow like a waterfall." Hearing Yasaka's voice, Kaido, both surprised and impressed, remarked, "You're quite strong for a woman." "She is, isn't she?" hummed Vaughn, appearing in the air a short distance from where Yasaka was biting down on Kaido's throat, placing him within the view of the colossal dragon. "I take it this is one of your allies?" asked Kaido, surprisingly calm despite his predicament. He could sense that Yasaka had no desire to kill, only to restrain him, so while he continued attempting to wrest himself free, there was no urgency in his actions. "She's much more than that," responded Vaughn, giving Yasaka a nod that caused her entire body to flash gold before she teleported free of Kaido's constriction. As she did, Kaido immediately shrank into his hybrid form, his left hand reaching up to clasp his bloodied throat, bearing puncture marks on both sides. Touching down a short distance from Kaido's position, Vaughn remarked, "That last attack of yours was something. I'm pretty sure you turned my organs to pulp and broke every bone in my body. Yet here you stand before me, grinning and completely uninjured," countered Kaido, his crimson eyes narrowing and a bout of confusion washing over him when he saw golden blood spontaneously burst from the sides of Vaughn's neck before vaporizing. At the same time, the pain in his neck faded, compelling him to touch it a second time, confirming that his bleeding had stopped and his wounds had disappeared. "We're nowhere near finished," said Vaughn, grinning toothily, balling his hands into fists, and rising a few centimeters from the ground as golden toki erupted from his body. "I see," muttered Kaido, adopting a fierce, fanged smile as he hoisted his nearly 6-meter-long spiked club onto his right shoulder and adopted a squatting pose with his left hand extended and his tail flicking behind him. The only things he relished as much as a good battle were sex and booze, so even if he felt fury at the core of his being from being manhandled by Yasaka, he was more than willing to accompany Vaughn for as long as he or the land beneath them could endure. 9 hours later. "This is never ending," remarked Kaido, his blue-scaled body covered in multiple bloody wounds and his breathing labored as Vaughn, despite being beaten to a bloodied pulp within an enormous crater, regenerated, flipped onto his feet, and made a show of loosening the joints in his shoulders as he smiled and responded, "I have never lost a battle of attrition. Probably because I train my stamina at least 100 hours each day." "Humph! What nonsense are you on about now?" asked Kaido, holding his club upside down by the handle and embedding it into the ground before abruptly taking a seat. By that point, many of the higher-ranking members of his crew had gathered to reinforce him aboard enormous galleons, but the ruined port was inaccessible due to a translucent, blue, dome-shaped barrier that endured everything they threw at it, including a bombardment on Par with an island-destroying buster call. "Are we taking a break?" asked Vaughn, floating toward Kaido and allowing his golden aura to disperse before sitting cross-legged a few meters from the remarkably burly man. Due to his size gradually increasing throughout their battle, however, they were around eye level with each other as Vaughn produced what he thought was a large sake cup, only to find it barely fit in the palm of his hand. "I noticed it during our battle, but you can pull and put away items from thin air?" asked Kaido, having long accepted that Vaughn wasn't there to kill him, allowing him to lower his guard without care. After quickly purchasing a much larger set of sake cups, Vaughn produced them, telekinetically floated one to Kaido, and answered, "So long as it's something that can be imagined, there's very little I can't do. During our next bout, I think I'll try borrowing your hybrid form and seeing how mine compares." "Yororororo, that should be interesting," affirmed Kaido, extending the cup in his hand as Vaughn produced a 2,000-liter barrel of sake, leading to the two sharing drinks and enough food to feed 100 normal-sized people before continuing their battle with renewed vigor. Chapter 209, Impression. November 29 DXD/July 22 DBT. After nearly a full day of laying waste to the area that once supported Onigashima's entry port, Vaughn and Kaido were seated against a partially destroyed stone wall, sharing sake and food, when the latter questioned, "Remind me, why did you come here?" "To send a message," answered Vaughn, taking several large gulps from a nearly meter-wide red sake cup before revealing, "You may not believe it, but I'm not from this world. I represent and patronize a trans-dimensional organization called the Dragon's Pavilion." "I don't believe it," asserted Kaido, taking several large gulps from his own sake cup before exhaling an alcohol-tinged sigh and adding, "But it would explain that fox's monstrous strength, this weird barrier, and your ability to recover from everything I throw at you. Full transparency, I came here to invite your daughter to enter a place called the Tower of Ascension, a place where people from many worlds gather to meet, increase their strength, and pursue godhood," revealed Vaughn, producing a golden bangle atop his left palm, explaining, "This is a bangle that grants the intended wearer provisional access to the tower's system and functions. That includes the ability to keep and produce items from a personal pocket dimension, the ability to see how powerful you are via a status window, and the means to communicate between dimensions with others who have access to the tower's system." "My daughter, hey," muttered Kaido, hearing the rest of what Vaughn had said but focusing on that specific part of the revelation as the image of a girl with white and turquoise hair, ember brown eyes, and red-tinted oni horns appeared in his mind. He thought of correcting Vaughn by stating he only had a son, but he only referred to his daughter as such to ridicule her absurd dream. "So, what happens if my daughter accepts your invitation?" asked Kaido, glancing at Vaughn out of the corner of his right eye. "She would gain access to the Tower of Ascension every 30 days, as well as a hub space called the Intertwining Dragon's Palace," revealed Vaughn, shrugging as he added, "Time flows differently within the Tower of Ascension, so even if she only enters at 8 hours each month, 120 days would pass in the tower. As for the Intertwining Dragon's Palace, she can enter it whenever she pleases to meet and interact with other ascendees. She could even take others there with her, but if they caused trouble, my foxy friend would be the least of their worries. It might sound absurd, but there are people in the broader multiverse who can destroy entire planets, much less smack around a few pirates." "It does sound absurd," affirmed Kaido, nodding. But, at the same time, two feelings he hadn't experienced in quite some time swelled within him, curiosity toward the unknown and the desire to battle opponents far more powerful than himself. "If you're curious, Edward Newgate, the man you know as Whitebeard, was among those chosen to enter the tower as one of this world's 4 representatives," revealed Vaughn. "He and his crew frequent the palace to purchase supplies and party fairly frequently. That's how I picked up his and the devil fruit abilities of his crew." "You've copied that old monster's devil fruit?" asked Kaido, his eyes flashing. Nodding, Vaughn caused his left hand and arm to vibrate intensely as he confirmed, "I have. However, considering Wayno's unique structure, I felt utilizing it in our spar would be unwise." "Yorororo, indeed," affirmed Kaido, cracking a rare smile before tilting his head back and finishing the sake in his oversized cup in several large gulps. Then, following a protracted burp, he set the cup down and asked, "So, what exactly do you want from me and my crew? I won't bend the knee to anyone, but I can at least hear you out as gratitude for the food and drinks you've provided." While using his unique version of telekinesis to refill Kaido's cup, Vaughn noted, "Your penultimate goal is to initiate a war to overthrow the world government. I have no issues with this. But your enabling of that tyrant, Orokai, and your defilement of this land and its people are unacceptable. I won't tell you how you should go about fixing things, but if you make an earnest effort to indemnify yourself to your daughter and recompense the people of Wayno, you will be able to gain access to powerful weapons and a plethora of vital resources by doing business with the Dragon's Pavilion or trading with other worlds. Killing Orokai is something I've been considering for a while," revealed Kaido. "But I won't ask my men to demean themselves by trying to make amends to the people of this country. Their current plight is the result of their weakness and their former leaders foolishly allowing a snake to rise to the highest position in their country. Pulling my men out and permitting them to live in peace is one thing, but apologizing would imply we regret what we did when it's the people of Wayno who should regret not fighting harder. Being weak isn't a sin, but expecting the strong to fight and die to sustain the weak's way of life is irredeemable." So that's how he views things, mused Vaughn, not particularly surprised after spending the better part of a day trading blows and being wailed on by the burly Yonko. Kaido was undeniably a warrior at heart, so while what he had done to the people of Wano was unforgivable from a humanitarian perspective, it made sense from the perspective of someone who prized strength and the resolve to become stronger over everything. "You don't need to apologize," stated Vaughn, staring off into space as he contended, "the people of Wano are hardy and industrious. As long as they are not being actively suppressed, they can rebuild and restore the prosperity of their country. All you need to do is be better than the people who wronged you, king, and countless others. If you can do that, entirely new worlds will open to you, both literally and figuratively. And all I have to do is give you my daughter, is that it?" asked Kaido, preempting Vaughn's response by exhaling a throaty sigh and appending, "Fine. She's more than old enough to make decisions for herself. And as long as our funding, weapons, and supplies don't suddenly dry up, we'll leave the people of Wano in peace. But Onigashima will remain ours. Do you have a problem with that?" "In fact, I was hoping the beast pirates would remain on Onigashima," stated Vaughn, explaining, "If your crew were to pack up and leave while Wano is in its current condition, the world government would immediately make a play to bring it under their rule. If, instead, you were to coordinate with the remnants of the Shimotsuki and other samurai clans to function as custodians until the restoration of the Kaujiki, not only would you be able to distinguish yourself from the celestial dragons, but I can promise your current earnings and war potential would pale in comparison to the boons you receive via the Dragon's Pavilion." Punctuating his words, Vaughn raised his right hand, producing a stack of gold bars 10 meters wide and just as tall. This was nearly as much gold as was in circulation back in the human world of DXD, but with access to a limitless number of meteors, comets, and asteroids ferrying minerals that were rare on Earth, it was a very small portion of what Vaughn had prepared as gifts or, more accurately, leverage. "All right, I think we can work something out," affirmed Kaido, nodding. He might be an emperor of the sea, but he was also a businessman with a global arms enterprise. Most of his trades were handled by a vast network of brokers, with one particularly influential family presiding over the entire enterprise, but he knew a good deal when it appeared before him. And with the means Vaughn had demonstrated, most notably the barrier his crew had failed to penetrate even after a full day, he understood it would be far wiser to work with than remain the enigmatic man's enemy. After accepting Kaido's invitation to visit Onigashima proper, Vaughn found himself in the room of a scaled-up, 6-story Japanese-style mansion with a 10-meter clearance from floor to ceiling. Yasaka was also with him but maintained her fox form, compressed to around 5 meters tall and twice as long, excluding her tails. With them, she was more than 15 meters long, allowing her to serve as a very comfy backrest as she coiled around him and allowed him to caress her head. Shay. Following the bamboo door serving as the room's entrance sliding open, Vaughn got his first look at the underlying justification for his assault on the beast pirates, a usually tall but currently petite-seeming woman with long hair fashioned into a ponytail with golden rods, starting white at her scalp, gradually transitioning to aquamarine green, and ending in cerulean blue. Her resolute-looking eyes were dark orange bordering on brown, and her body was notably well endowed, albeit with slightly longer arms and legs than normal and prominent curved horns that started crimson at the tips and became increasingly flesh-colored near their base. As for her outfit, it currently consisted of a sleeveless white kimono with very conspicuously placed emblems, exposing considerable side boob, pleated red hakama pants reminiscent of a shrine maiden, wooden geta sandals with crimson bands, a large purple and white neo-daisuke, a type of banded rope worn like a belt, forming large loops and dangling tails behind her back, and, as she had for the past 18 years, metal manacles set to explode if she ever tried to remove them or leave. "Onigashima. Are you the one?" asked the woman, Yamato, doing her utmost to appear and sound masculine as she questioned, "Are you the despicable man my wretched father is attempting to sell me to?" "I don't recall such an exchange occurring," responded Vaughn, though, for a brief moment, the veritable mountain of gold he had offered Kaido as a gift appeared in his mind. "Do you think you can deceive me by feigning ignorance?" asked Yamato, revealing, "Before releasing and compelling me to come here, that bastard told me to do everything in my capacity as a woman to satisfy and indulge you. But I am Kaujaki Odin, you lout. A man among men like myself could never lie with another man. Actually, that's something I wanted to address. Started Vaughn, causing Yamato's intense glower to become tinged with confusion as he added, I get idolizing and wanting to be like Odin, but co-opting his identity as your own isn't very considerate to those survived by him. More importantly, it's not something that Odin would encourage. As his biggest fan, you should know better than anyone that he would want you to be the best version of yourself, just as he lived being the best version of himself. You speak as if you know the I mean, me. Stated Yamato, lowering her vigilance just a bit and stepping closer, curious to hear what Vaughn had to say. I know many things, affirmed Vaughn, nodding slowly before smiling as he extended his hands and stated, but we can discuss Odin and much more later. Before anything else, I would like to remove the explosive cuffs from your wrists. Blinking in surprise, Yamato held up her manacled wrists and asked, you know these are explosives? Did my father tell you? It's just one of the many things I know, responded Vaughn, exhaling from his nose as he wanted to reveal more but wasn't convinced Yamato could understand, even if he did. She was presently 26, but because of her idolization of Odin, she had been a prisoner within her own home for the past 18 years, regarding everyone around her as an enemy. She was surprisingly well learned due to stealing and reading various books in preparation for her future adventures, but she lacked experience and was mentally and emotionally stunted. Looking between Vaughn's sympathetic expression and his extended hands, Yamato eventually formed her resolve and stepped forward with her own extended. She had no idea how he planned to remove the absurdly tough metal handcuffs, but she knew Odin wouldn't show fear or uncertainty in the face of the unknown. Fweb. There, said Vaughn, placing the manacles into his inventory with a touch, causing them to disappear from Yamato's wrists. The ease of the process left the dysmorphic woman at a visible loss for words, her mouth hanging open, but that was just the beginning of the surprises as, feeling he was a little too big in comparison to the 263 cm tall woman, Vaughn emitted steam from his body, rapidly deflating until he was approximately 300 centimeters tall. Chapter 210, Peculiar. Following a lengthy discussion, Vaughn concluded the easiest and fastest way to prove his assertions while simultaneously giving Yamato a taste of freedom was by letting her see and experience another world, specifically the beach of his resort in DB0769, Dragon Ball. Incredible! Such a vast and calm sea. And the air is so fresh. I've never experienced anything like it, exclaimed Yamato, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath with her hands on her hips, causing her already large chest to appear even more voluminous. It's also markedly safer than the seas and oceans in your world, stated Vaughn, revealing, the largest sea creature present is a blue whale with a length of 20 to 35 meters. There are saurians and even a few species of dragons here on the surface, but they're generally not a threat to trained warriors or samurai. Really? Then it's a shame I've consumed a devil fruit. I would have liked to take a dip and explore it, stated Yamato, maintaining a broad smile but exhaling from her nose with her hands on her hips. Here, take this, said Vaughn, opening a trade interface, causing another to appear before Yamato. What's this? Asked Yamato, her dark orange eyes gleaming with intrigue. Vaughn had explained most of the tower system's functions to her, but she had yet to use them. The window is called a trade interface, used to facilitate exchanges or sales between ascendees without having to physically produce the items or currency being exchanged, explained Vaughn, appending, and the item I'm gifting you is a special drisuit that allows devil fruit users to enter the sea without having their power inhibited. Aha! To think such a thing would be possible, exclaimed Yamato, her eyes glistening with even greater intensity as she eagerly accepted the trade and, rather abruptly, started stripping down. Don't forget about the equipment function, stated Vaughn, calmly noting, since it's considered an undergarment, you can drag the drisuit into the slot currently occupied by your fundashi. There's no need to strip naked, though I wouldn't mind seeing you do so. Vandana wishes to see me naked? Asked Yamato, staring back at Vaughn with a puzzled expression. She initially found the admission odd, but when she recalled that Vaughn viewed her as a woman, she faced forward, crossed her arms under her breasts, and raised her gaze to the sky with a serious, deliberative expression. No need to overthink things or force yourself on my account, said Vaughn, stepping forward and patting Yamato's left shoulder before stepping past her, his yukata dispersing, replaced by a pair of two-layer swim trunks as he stated, if you're more comfortable being a man, that can be arranged. The most important thing is that you're comfortable being yourself. Odin already lived and died how he pleased. The best way to honor and be like him is by doing the same. Finished with what he had to say, Vaughn leaped several tens of meters in a single bound before plunging feet first into the sea. It was a little silly of him, but he got anxious sticking around after giving what he believed to be profound advice, so he decided to spend a short time at the bottom of the sea to collect himself. He found the pressure comfortable, and since he didn't need to breathe, he could remain there as long as he pleased or until something required his attention. Sensing a powerful life force approach even without his domain active, Vaughn opened his eyes and found Yamato coming to a stop and treading water a short distance above him, their gazes meeting. To his immense surprise, she appeared to be naked, but it was difficult to tell as she was covered in a shimmering and highly refractive layer, suggesting she had Yasaka or someone else cast an invisibility spell on her dressut, making it appear as though she were hydrophobic. Ostensibly in response to his dumbfounded expression, Yamato's eyes narrowed slightly, the smile on her face broadening before she released some of the air from her lungs, allowing her to sink and, surprisingly, sit atop Vaughn's abdomen. Then, briefly leaving Vaughn confused, she held up her hands with her fingers resembling claws. Did Yasaka or Venelana say something to her? Asked Vaughn, directing the question to Sis as he raised his hands to link his fingers through the orange-eyed and extraordinarily buxom beauties. The moment he did, she immediately tightened her grip and rather abruptly pushed him against the seabed, causing a significant amount of sediment to shoot up as she appeared to be trying to overpower him. Following his initial confusion, Vaughn raised his knees, striking the back of Yamato's voluminous ass cheeks and thick thighs, causing her to tumble forward, her breasts briefly sliding across his face before she tucked her body, pulled his hands above his head, and attempted to hook her calves around his torso. At that point, Vaughn was fairly certain she was attempting to assert her dominance or something similar, so he spent the better part of 10 minutes wrestling with her on the seabed, causing the entire bay to become a cloud of disturbed sediment by the time she needed to swim up to take a breath. "Pwah! That was exhilarating," exclaimed Yamato, beaming from ear to ear as Vaughn tread water a short distance from her, an incredulous look on his face as he asked, "What even was that?" "I don't mind wrestling, but I can think of a few better venues than a seabed." "Oh? Was that your first time as well?" asked Yamato, her expression one of genuine surprise as she blinked several times and remarked, "I thought Vandana was well versed in such things." Before Vaughn could ask Yamato to clarify what she meant, the horned Oni confirmed his suspicions and a fundamental lack of understanding on her part by beaming happily and humming, "But I can see why so many spend all their free time and money at the pleasure hall. Sex is very pleasant. We should do it again sometime." "First off," started Vaughn, smiling wryly as he affirmed, "I'm honored that you would be willing to have sex with me, but that most definitely wasn't it. Sex is when a man slides his penis in and out of a woman's vagina until semen is produced. What we did was enjoyable, but it's nothing compared to the pleasure that accompanies intercourse." Holding her left hand up to her mouth with an exaggerated expression of shock, Yamato, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "I had no idea. Do you mean to tell me fucking and having sex are the same thing?" Finding Yamato's shock endearing, Vaughn's smile softened but retained a hint of wryness as he nodded affirmatively and explained, "Fucking is just a colloquialism. There are forms of sex that don't involve inserting a penis into a vagina, but even they involve considerably more than wrestling and holding hands." "What a heinous misunderstanding," I am ashamed," muttered Yamato, her cheeks tinting red as she closed her eyes, ostensibly to avoid meeting Vaughn's gaze. "It's not that big a deal," assured Vaughn, offering a supportive smile as he stated, "life is about making mistakes, learning from them, and acquiring new knowledge. You are doubtlessly stronger, wiser, and more educated now than when you were still a child, and you will continue to accumulate strength, increase your knowledge, and grow as a person moving forward. I guarantee it." "Of that, I have no doubt," affirmed Yamato, nodding before opening her eyes and smiling apologetically as she revealed, "This issue is that, while I was keen to have sex with Vandano, I believed it meant sharing drinks and entangling our bodies in a battle for dominion. I was aware such acts could lead to fucking, but now that I know the truth, I have inadvertently burdened you with expectations I may be unable to requite." Shaking his head, Vaughn casually countered, "As much as I am certain we would both enjoy ourselves, my only expectation is that you walk the path of your choosing, preferably as yourself. You've lived your life with enough fetters. I have no intention of tying you down." Swimming forward, Vaughn punctuated his statement by extending his right hand to caress Yamato's head. She was initially surprised by this, but like virtually every other recipient of his caress, she narrowed and then closed her eyes with a contented smile. After introducing Yamato to and leaving her in the care of his harem, Vaughn made sure to reward Grafia, Venelana, Misla, and particularly Yasaka for their support before electing to spend the remaining time until the tower's opening with Lupharia and another of his adoptive daughters, the leader of the sisters and youngest of Misaka's clones, a girl who originally went by the name Last Order but had since adopted the name Lastia. She was the reason the other sisters referred to him as a pervert, not because he had done anything perverted, but because Misaka Prime had freaked out when she originally proposed calling him Shishi, father. He was fine with them doing so, but that only made Mikoto more flustered, resulting in her labeling him a super ultra platinum tiered pervert dragon god and many variations of the title. "When is Lastia going to be allowed to enter the tower?" asked Lastia, as Lastia was eager to become stronger, stated Lastia, hugging a stuffed frog nearly as big as she was and kicking her feet as Vaughn stood behind the chair she was seated atop, brushing her short, chestnut brown hair in preparation for bed. "Once you're older and have completed the same basic training as your older sisters," answered Vaughn, referring to the 72 sisters that had entered the tower, mostly to assist with personnel shortages and to fill the role of receptionists. There was initially just one, summoned using Mikoto's TP, but as that sister gained the requisite TP to summon another, their numbers steadily increased to the point they were now preparing for the original 4 summoned to become ascendees. Muto protests Lastia, preparing to gain sympathy from the perverted benefactor by puffing her cheeks adorably. Stated Lastia, immediately followed by her puffing her cheeks. "That's just further proof that you're not quite ready to face monsters," hummed Vaughn, gently grabbing the sides of Lastia's head before kissing her crown. Her and the sisters' speech patterns could be a little tedious, but with the appearance of an 8 to 10-year-old Mikoto, her cuteness was railgun grade. Unfortunately for her, it often misfired, as she typically only employed it when asking for the difficult or impossible. "Lastia, behave," said Lupharia, sporting a serious expression as she sat atop a nearby bed in her cute, pale lavender and white pajamas, matching the set Lastia was wearing. "Lastia is behaving," asserted Lastia, raising Lastia's voice and stressing Lastia's words to reinforce the sentiment. Countered Lastia, leading to her and Lupharia staring each other down with unintentionally adorable glowers. Now, let's not get ourselves riled up before bed," said Vaughn, his expression and tone gentle as he picked Lastia up by the pits of her arms and habitually placed her onto his shoulders even though it only required a few steps to reach the bed. In response, Lupharia immediately moved to the edge of the bed and raised her arms while on her knees, prompting him to pick her up and hold her like a koala before spending a few minutes swaying his body from side to side and dancing around slowly without his feet touching the floor until both girls invariably became sleepy. Lupharia succumbed first, as it was markedly more comfortable being held, but she didn't have to wait long as he had been utilizing a second pair of hands to caress Lastia's back, leading to the chestnut-haired girl slumping forward and holding his head until her eyelids became too heavy to keep open. Chapter 211, Responsibility. Day 2. Following the usual 24-hour adjustment period, Vaughn was in his office, awaiting clients, contemplating the Abyssal Maw's third trial, and reflecting on how busy he had been. Though he enjoyed virtually every moment he shared with his harem, his adoptive kids, and the many beauties of the maid battalion, Vaughn couldn't help feeling that he was flying through the years while those he cherished were living at a comparably relaxed pace. In the 14 days leading up to his brief stint in One Piece, 321 had passed for him. If nothing changed, he would be as much as 21 years older by the expected delivery date of his children. Kaka. Interrupting Vaughn's introspection, though he knew of their arrival well in advance, a young man with messy, layered, ash-gray hair and peculiar green, steel blue and orange-hued eyes entered his office, guided there by Tonami, aka Sister number 10732. His outfit, consisting of a stylish blue jacket with orange accents, multiple zippers, pockets and straps over a black t-shirt, streamlined black pants, and grey, orange-laced tennis shoes, made it apparent he originated from a fairly modern setting, but Vaughn only knew it as Zenless Zone 0 or ZZZ0724. "Wise Varn, to what do I owe the pleasure?" asked Vaughn, causing the grey-haired youth to adopt a poised smile as he replied, "First, I'd like to apologize in advance if I say or do anything that offends. This will be my first time interacting with a god." "Be at ease," expressed Vaughn, reciprocating with a smile of his own as he appended, "I'm not overly fond of formalities, so feel free to sit, drink, eat some snacks, and speak freely." "The hospitality is appreciated," affirmed Wise, approaching Vaughn's desk and taking a seat in one of the 4 available seats. There was tea, coffee, and various snacks arranged before him, but he disregarded them and got straight to the point, revealing, "I wanted to discuss the state of my world and the feasibility of a mass exodus." "Mass exodus?" Vaughn repeated, his right brow rising slightly as, based on Wise's appearance, complexion, and the state of his clothes, it didn't appear that the situation in his world was particularly dire. Nodding, Wise revealed, "The world I originate from can be regarded as a post-apocalyptic setting as there is only one central metropolis remaining. The rest of our world has been subsumed and made largely uninhabitable by a phenomenon known as hollowification. Of our original 18 billion people inhabitants, fewer than 20 million remain." "I'm sorry to hear that," sighed Vaughn, his smile waning and becoming tinged with melancholy as, even if the events had transpired in Wise's world, he had made them a reality through his power. "Oh, it's not like I had to experience all of that," stated Wise, his smile broadening as he explained, "The events that led to the fall of our world predate my birth by more than 100 years. And until 10 years ago, things had largely stabilized, including our population." "What happened 10 years ago?" asked Vaughn, his curiosity piqued. "That's something my sister and I have been attempting to figure out," responded Wise, exhaling from his nose before explaining. "To summarize, the former capital, Eridu, was swallowed up by a massive hollow. Since then, smaller companion hollows have emerged in the districts encircling Central Singularity, dubbed Hollow Zero. Things are under control for now, but there is understandably a lot of unease surrounding the emergence of these new hollows." "I can imagine," muttered Vaughn, feeling a sudden urge to look into Wise's world to grasp the situation and possible solutions. Instead, he stayed on topic, confirming, "As for relocating the population of your world, it's most definitely possible. The issue is that you're not really in a position to make such a decision." Shaking his head, Vaughn preempted Wise's response by explaining, "Unless they know their death is imminent, the majority of people wouldn't want to abandon their homes or careers to settle elsewhere. We could honor your request if you were something along the lines of the president or savior of your world, but as it stands, the best we could do is arrange to have those who would have died relocated elsewhere." We will consider that as a last resort. Affirmed Wise, offering a curt nod before asking, on a related note, what would it cost to have the Dragon's Pavilion or other ascendees assist with mine and my sister's investigation and the general suppression of hollows? We have our fair share of reliable allies, but I would estimate even the strongest beings in our world to be C to B rank here in the tower. Suggesting you're looking for someone A rank or higher to assist you. Concluded Vaughn, various candidates appearing in his mind, chief among them being Jacko. Those who didn't know her wouldn't be able to tell at a glance, but she was extraordinarily adept with technology, being able to interface with computers and analyze systems on par with even the most advanced supercomputers. In terms of investigative and analytical ability, she was likely second only to Sis within the Dragon's Pavilion. I would need to confer with the person in question, but I could arrange to have an S-rank act as a kind of advisor for you, stated Vaughn, causing Wise's brows to rise. The most powerful ascendee he had seen in action was A rank, and they were already at a level that was difficult to wrap his head around. S rank might as well be God tier. What do you mean by advisor? Asked Wise, keying in on the word as it suggested the person Vaughn was referring to wouldn't assist them directly. The type of people who reach S rank aren't easily controlled or ordered around by others, explained Vaughn. More pertinently, it isn't the place of the Dragon's Pavilion to solve your or any other world's problems. You've already been vested with the opportunity to change fate by becoming an ascendee, so while we can certainly work with you, your priorities should be improving your strength and the capabilities of your allies. That's why I would appoint you an advisor to watch over and provide helpful advice on improving your position, because your world would benefit infinitely more from you and your allies gaining the power to protect it than depending on others, particularly outsiders, to protect it for you. Makes sense, conceded Wise, offering an understanding nod. That said, we can still make arrangements to relocate the people of your world if the worst happens, reassured Vaughn, revealing, even within your universe, there are functionally infinite habitable worlds. If you and those backing you would like to set up a settlement or a garrison far beyond the influence of the hollowification phenomenon, that's an option we can look into. Though, as you could expect, planets aren't cheap. The contract can be prepared now, but you would need at least 9 others willing to serve as principal guarantors with room for many more. Could you explain that in greater detail? Asked Wise, believing it would be prudent to prepare a backup world and begin developing a settlement sooner rather than later. Of course, responded Vaughn, offering an affirming nod before proceeding to explain how the 10 principal guarantors would effectively serve as the gods or caretakers of their new world, aided by the power, resources, and longevity conferred to them by the tower. After all, even the smallest and, accordingly, cheapest habitable world had a value of 5 quintillion tower points. Even if they permitted everyone from Wise's current world to enter the tower, each person would need to accumulate 250,000 TP. Instead, it would fall on him and up to 109 others to shoulder the burden. By the time the debt was settled, hundreds of years would have passed, but that was a comparably small price to pay for an unspoiled planet that could sustain them for hundreds, potentially even thousands of generations. Day 14. Though he was still accepting clients, Vaughn was convinced to open the Abyssal Maw on the 5th day of the current tower cycle. It wasn't that great a draw to ascendees from Invertua, but after determining that the miscellaneous drop items acquired within could be freely removed from Termina, ascendees from outside were willing to part with a considerable sum of tower points to gain access to designated farming locations. Vaughn received origin points by simply being on the floor as others farmed, so as long as everyone stayed within their designated areas, he felt it was a win-win-win situation, as they also had counters set up to purchase items and materials convertible to OP for 5 to 7 times the amount in TP. Making the situation a win-win-win-win, at least for him, Vaughn had spent the better part of that day basking in the sun atop a 70-meter-long yacht, sporting sunglasses and enjoying the cool breeze from a spacious sun deck. His chest and abdomen were a little sweaty, but that had less to do with him than the brown-skinned girl reclined atop him with her 4 3-clawed hands resting on her belly and her squishy, crimson, gem-like hooves poking the tops of his thighs. Her eyes were large and amber gold in hue, and much of her body, sans her face, chest, belly, and upper arms, were covered in slightly off-white fur. Exceedingly large and droopy ears adorned both sides of her head, 3 crimson gems adorned her bangs like horns, and she had 5 fox-like tails that trailed or fanned out behind her, similar to the tail feathers of a bird. "Aren't the two of you hot?" asked Rico, approaching Vaughn and the dark-skinned girl in a beige-brown and white tube top with short-like swimsuit bottoms, her expression notably surly and a large plate of seared meat in her hands. "It's a comfortable heat, so," responded the girl, or, more accurately, the Narhate princess, Faputa, eyes closed and hands rubbing her belly to make it slick with her sweat. When she first arrived in the corridor, she was completely naked, but after Vaughn explained to her that it wasn't very appropriate for a young girl, much less a princess, to walk around with her very modest breasts on display, she acquiesced to wearing a dodo-like chest covering that matched the color of her fur. "Oh? Is Rico being jealous again?" asked a notably fluffy girl with pale white and feathery mint green fur, red eyes, and a coiled tail. This was Prushka after being exposed to the Abyss's curse and having Vaughn treat her, granting her the form of a Narhate, so while Rico pouted, she had no reservations about cozying up to and nuzzling the right side of his face as he stated, "It's time for you to get up, princess." "No, if I must," responded Faputa, clearly reluctant as, much like other Narhate, she found Vaughn's presence very comforting. Then, even though she preferred to walk or crawl around like an animal, she did her best to appear dignified and ladylike as she walked with surprising grace over to the nearby grill station to receive her own sizable portion of food, courtesy of a diminutive chef named Komatsu, hailing from the anime and video game world of Toriko. Seeing Vaughn's lap vacant, an opportunistic gleam flashed across Rico's green eyes, but the food she was carrying prevented her from pouncing immediately. Instead, it was Prushka who unhesitantly plopped down on his lap before he had a chance to do more than sit up, her carmine eyes glistening as she placed her mint green, gem-like fingers on his chest and exclaimed, "Don't get up. Prushka will feed you," with a slightly flushed, clearly excited expression. "Maybe some other time," responded Vaughn, reaching up with both hands and sinking his fingers into the thick and warm fluff of Prushka's hair and ears, causing her to close her eyes and groan in a mix of satisfaction and frustration. She had been smitten with him even before he dropped in to treat her, but while she was surprisingly 16, Vaughn felt she was much too physically, mentally, and emotionally underdeveloped for him to even consider reciprocating her feelings. Thus, after squishing her cheeks with his thumbs, he picked her up and set her down next to him before ruffling Rico's hair and grabbing some barbecue for himself. Chapter 212, Exchange. Day 20. Thum. It appears we've reached an impasse, remarked Vaughn, maintaining his calm and standing his ground despite a 10-meter-tall, 30-meter-long, T-Rex-like monster turning its head sideways and opening its toothy maw after reaching a charging speed of more than 200 km per hour. With the monster, known as a razorback devourer, abruptly slowing to a crawl, at least from his perspective, Vaughn sidestepped its open maw and slapped its snout with his left hand. Despite the immense disparity in their size, his brief contact with the monster's snout caused its mouth to close and a notable undulation through its long, muscular body as it stumbled in slow motion. As he had already received his bonus stats from defeating a razorback devourer, Vaughn casually leaped back at the same pace the monster was stumbling forward. At the same time, Zenobia and Urza moved in perfect concert with one another, the momentum and air pressure produced by their sword slashes allowing them to pass through the temporary gaps created in the razorback's body, creating a phenomenon that, from afar, made it appear as though they had phased through the unfortunate apex predator without cutting it. As the razorback was promptly split into 3 parts after Zenobia and Urza struck their post-swing poses, Vaughn extended his hand to stop the momentum of the central section, allowing the legs, tail, and head to fly past him, carried by the monster's momentum. That was incredible," exclaimed Rico, producing a powerful burst of wind pressure as she dropped down from the sky, sporting her custom flight unit and wielding a rifle nearly as long as her body. Following Riko, Tanya descended from the sky wearing similar equipment while Kuno, a German shepherd-sized Shiroyuki, Kolat, Nanaki, Midi, and Prushka gathered around. The expanded party had asked for Vaughn's assistance with the Razorback due to its inordinate resistance to magic and general durability, but they hadn't expected to see him attempting to reason with and talk the fearsome creature down while relaxedly evading its boulder-crushing jaws and club-like tail, not to mention Zenobia and Urza, both modeling combat attire resembling maid outfits, defeating it in the blink of an eye. Though he was briefly distracted by the sight of Faputa turning into her amorphous form to drill into the Razorback's spine to consume its white and grey matter, Vaughn habitually handed out head pats to everyone within range as he smiled, nodded, and stated, "And each of you will be capable of similar feats in the future. As long as you keep training, the only limiters to your growth are your passion and ambition." With even Tanya presenting her head for petting, Vaughn gently ruffled the golden-haired girl's hair with his right hand before turning his attention to Zenobia and Urza as they approached, sporting relaxed, confident smiles. "Excellent work. But I would expect no less from the two of you," affirmed Vaughn, nodding approvingly before adding, "Once you've finished sweeping the surrounding area, return to the coastal settlement." "As the Lord wills," responded Zenobia, closing her eyes and respectfully bowing. Meanwhile, Urza remained casual, her smile becoming marginally more prominent as she affirmed, "All right. We'll see you there," before she and Zenobia departed to carry out their new orders. "I still have a long way to go," muttered Riko, drawing Vaughn's gaze and causing her to startle as she had been eyeing Zenobia and Urza enviously while cupping her modest breasts. Prushka overheard this, causing her to puff hers out triumphantly, but Vaughn quickly intervened before they could get too excited, gently chopping the white and mint-haired girl's head as he reminded them the Razorback's meat and materials would soon spoil if left to bask in the abyssal maw's perpetual sun and tropical heat. Though he stuck around for around 6 hours to help speed things up, Vaughn eventually parted with Riko's party, leaving them to process and defend the Razorback's remains alone after being informed by Venelana that he had a client. When he arrived, he was somewhat surprised to find Yoko in the process of giving an unresisting Kamina a beatdown, but she promptly returned the spiky blue-haired to his seat and took her own the moment he entered the room, leading to her sporting an intense, clearly embarrassed blush as he made his way around the young couple to take his own behind his desk. "To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?" asked Vaughn, maintaining a composed, business-like aura despite an overwhelming desire to gawk curiously at Kamina's many bumps and bruises. They notably healed at a rate visible to the naked eye, but as he and Yoko originated from a setting with comical or gag elements, inordinate or superhuman regeneration was remarkably common. Crossing her arms in a way that naturally accented her breasts, especially in her black, red flame string bikini top, Yoko, going from embarrassed to immensely frustrated in the blink of an eye, revealed, "This idiot wants to resume entering dungeons and exploring the tower despite knowing that the next time he dies, it's over." "Men need to face danger and live boldly, Yoko," argued Kamina, adopting a broad, toothy grin as he maintained, "If I were the type of man who was content to accept his lot and live safely, we wouldn't have met, much less fallen in love." Unable to refute Kamina's reasoning and weak to his smile, Yoko averted her eyes, puffed her cheeks, and flushed before meeting Vaughn's gaze and asking, "Is there anything you can do?" Nodding, Vaughn produced a small, stubby wooden figure that resembled a sword and shield-wielding warrior, his expression and tone casual as he explained, "This is a special grade item known as the effigy of the hero. They're expensive, but as long as you have one in your trinket slot, it will mitigate an otherwise fatal blow, completely heal the user, and multiply their parameters by 3 for 3 minutes. The caveat is that, once the effect ends, the beneficiary enters a dormant state, becoming completely immobile for 3 hours. That would definitely be useful in a pinch," conceded Yoko, her brows creasing as she pointedly appended, "but it would have been more useful when this idiot was still alive. What we're looking for now is a way to allow him to respawn like any other ascendee." "I'm aware. affirmed Vaughn, closing his eyes, sitting back in his chair, and exhaling from his nose before opening them to meet the duo's gaze as he carefully explained, but actions need to have consequences. What you're asking for would set a dangerous and exploitable precedent, so this is the best I can offer on request. The rest depends on your efforts. Depends on our efforts? What do you mean? Asked Kamina, mirroring Yoko's cross-armed posture with his right brow raised. Well, if you can secure the top spot in the tournament set to occur once every 10 cycles on the 10th floor, you can receive a special item called a Lesser Holy Grail as a reward, explained Vaughn, revealing, its power is far from omnipotent, but creating a new vessel for your spirit to inhabit is well within its capabilities. You wouldn't be able to return to your original world for reasons I won't get into, but you could leave the tower and return as a proper ascendee. Seriously? Now we're talking, exclaimed Kamina, bursting from his chair and striking a dynamic pose with his left hand raised, clenched in a fist, and his right foot on the edge of Vaughn's desk. The latter, in particular, caused Yoko's eyes to widen, but when she noticed Vaughn sporting a calm, ostensibly unconcerned smile, she suppressed the urge to lash out at her excitable lover and instead asked, "But doesn't that tournament allow any ascendee, regardless of rank, to enter? Even if we bust our butts to reach the 10th floor, I doubt we can secure the top spot." "That just means we'll have to train harder," exclaimed Kamina, his smile broadening as, within his mind, being weaker than their competition just meant they had room to grow. His spirit is impressive, thought Vaughn, briefly considering giving Kamina a Phoenix King piece, the same as Kazuma. However, as each piece cost a whopping 100 million origin points, he didn't have the means or the motive to purchase one at that exact moment. He respected Kamina a great deal, but were it not for his relationship with Aqua, he wouldn't have afforded Kazuma such a tremendous boon. Interrupting Kamina's and Yoko's brief back and forth, Vaughn offered a curt nod and proposed, "I sincerely believe you should endeavor to obtain the Lesser Holy Grail yourselves, but since you've come to me, I could act as an intermediary between you and person most likely to secure first place in the next tournament. Most S-rank ascendees don't really need such items, so I'm sure they could be convinced to part with it if the terms are agreeable." "We would greatly appreciate it," responded Yoko, forcing a cramped smile as she compelled Kamina to bow his head while holding his right arm in an improvised standing arm bar. She knew she wouldn't be able to stop Kamina from insisting they acquire the Lesser Holy Grail themselves, but since that could take decades, if not longer, she graciously accepted Vaughn's offer and the effigy of the hero he presented them as consolation for being unable to fulfill their initial request. Day 21. Following his meeting with Kamina and Yoko, Vaughn met up with Zenovia and Urza to reward them for assisting him with Riko's request. He hadn't needed their assistance, but since Grafia, Venelana, Yasaka and Misla advised that he should provide his most ardent supporters opportunities to act, serve, or simply show off before him, he was making a concerted effort to include his harem and the many beauties of the maid battalion in everything he did. "I've noticed your body is becoming more muscular," commented Urza, casually coping a feel of Vaughn's right bicep as she and Zenovia wiped him down while standing. Ordinarily, they would enjoy a lengthy bath after a night of intense coupling, but Vaughn had made arrangements to meet with Yamato for a morning swim, and they didn't have the time. He could give it to them, but since he regarded the tower as an opportunity to slow things down, he saved his time compression for emergencies. "Not that that's a bad thing," appended Zenovia, planting a protracted kiss on Vaughn's left shoulder blade as she could no longer reach the top while he was standing. Her height had increased to 170 centimeters, but that was still more than a head shorter than his 195 centimeters. Nodding, Vaughn, sporting an exceedingly content expression, remarked, "This is the result of spending time with the two of you. You should know by now, but everything from my height to my length varies depending on the women I'm with. MMN. I do recall you being significantly taller and more muscular when Yamato is around," noted Urza, noticing Zenovia's actions and deciding to join her in kissing Vaughn's body. "Call it a man's pride," I don't mind being shorter, but I prefer being taller than my women," hummed Vaughn, turning around and drawing the red and blue-haired beauties into his embrace by their similarly toned bottoms. He was aware that Yamato was already waiting for him, but as there were still 2 hours until their scheduled rendezvous, he wasn't keeping her waiting so much as she was compelling herself to wait out of consideration for his godly status. At least she isn't arriving a full day in advance like she used to, thought Vaughn, his eyes flashing and smile broadening as Zenobia waited for him to begin making out with Urza before invariably lowering herself to her knees and proceeding to deep-throat him. It wasn't the most opportune time, but since he appreciated her enthusiasm, he allowed her to do as she pleased while habitually caressing her head. Chapter 213, Interruption. Fwoosh fwoosh fwoosh. Teleporting to the far end of the Abyssal Maw's largest beach, Vaughn found Yamato swinging her oversized studded club with tremendous force in the direction of the sea, each relaxed but air-tearing swing producing a vortex of wind pressure that split the water's surface for several tens of meters. Though Vaughn didn't call out to her, Yamato paused in the follow-through of one of her swings, her nose twitching briefly before she turned around and smiled broadly, remarking, "You're early," while shouldering her nearly 600 kilograms kanabo as if it weighed nothing. "But still later than you," responded Vaughn, approaching Yamato without increasing his height. As he did, the inordinately tall woman produced a custom-made sloped cushion with a cushioned wedge, allowing her to sit comfortably in seiza as he extended his right hand to caress her head. "Your hand is as comfortable as ever," remarked Yamato, eyes closed and a broad smile adorning her face. The first time Vaughn caressed her head, it was super embarrassing. Now, so long as they were alone, she had come to expect and relish it. Demonstrating the reason for his diminutive height, Vaughn was seated between Yamato's long and thick legs, her well-trained arms wrapped around him, voluminous breasts pressing against his back, and her chin resting atop his head as she regaled him of her previous day's adventure before wistfully remarking, "This experience has been like a dream, and to think, there are still 99 days remaining." "Have you thought about what you'll do once you return?" asked Vaughn, sporting a contented smile as, while he enjoyed holding others, being held was very pleasant. I've been discussing the matter with Venelana-sama, Rias-sama, and many others affiliated with the Dragon's Pavilion," affirmed Yamato, unabashedly nuzzling and sniffing the top of Vaughn's head as she revealed, "First and foremost, I intend to take Shogun Orikai's heads myself. After that, I will traverse and assist with the restoration of Wano as its guardian deity. That's marginally better than inserting yourself into the role of Kaujiki Odin," affirmed Vaughn. "However, you must remember that your father's sins are not yours. Bringing Orikai's tyranny to an end is a noble course, but dedicating or sacrificing your future to make amends for the actions of another is the opposite of living freely." "Indeed. You're not the first to speak such words to me," stated Yamato. "But I've spent the past 18 years wishing I could ease the suffering of the people of Wano and restore the nation to its former glory. I will not betray my past self or the yearning that has been burning inside me for all these years. If that's what you've decided, I have nothing else to say on the matter," conceded Vaughn, his words trailing into silence. There was a considerable amount of evidence to show that Yamato's feelings toward the people of Wano were the result of her devil fruit, the Inu no Mi model, Akuka no Makamai, a mythical Zoan regarded as the guardian deity of the Wano country. All devil fruits carried echoes of their past consumer's will, and since she had inadvertently consumed her fruit at a young age, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that Yamato's character and will had been shaped by its consumption, much like Luffy's. "You have my gratitude," stated Yamato, her right hand, which was nearly 30 centimeters from palm to the tip of her middle finger, coming to rest on Vaughn's abdomen, practically covering it as she added, "But there's only so much I can accomplish on my own. I will require your and the Dragon's Pavilion's support if I am to help as many people as possible. And you'll have it every step of the way," affirmed Vaughn, his brows rising as Yamato entrusted the full weight of her head onto his and caressed his stomach. She had been spending time and training with Yasaka to master fighting in her fox-like Zoan form, but he figured it would be at least a few months before they moved past skinship. Her ostensibly trying to seduce him was a surprise but not unwelcome. "And I will correspondingly do everything in my power to be of use to you and the Dragon's Pavilion," muttered Yamato, a brief pause following her words before she slid her chin across his scalp, nestled her cheek against the left side of his head, and gently bit his ear. "This reminds me of how I interact with Konako," thought Vaughn, turning his head slightly to grant Yamato easier access to his ear. She clearly had no idea what she was doing, but he didn't mind helping her experiment so long as she didn't pull a Cora and suggest they try pegging using his own proliferated penis in place of a strap-on. That was an experience he could live without. After enjoying a little more than cuddling, Vaughn and Yamato, the former resembling a pale gold and white wolf and the latter an inordinately fluffy fox with long red horns and predominantly white fur-tinted ice blue around her cloud-like mane and tail, icy blue adorning the backs of her legs and circling her head like Hitodama, and a purple and white Neo-Daisuke around her waist, raced across the surface of the abyssal Ma Sea, producing an expanding ice flow where their paws met the water. "Today is the day of my triumph. I refuse to be repeatedly bested by my own ability," exclaimed Yamato, punctuating her words by swerving into and shoulder-checking Vaughn. "Hey, now, sparring is supposed to come after our race," reminded Vaughn, nearly losing his balance due to his inexperience running on all fours but quickly catching himself to meet Yamato's second shoulder check with his own. The protracted contact caused frost to spread across his fur and an icy chill to permeate his shoulder, but it could not take root due to his light and fire elemental affinity. With the drastic difference between their body temperatures invariably producing an explosive reaction, Vaughn and Yamato were forced apart, the latter laughing and panting loudly due to her growing excitement. She was a battle junkie to her core, but she also simply enjoyed running in her Zoan form as, shortly after learning she had ingested the Inu no Mi model, Akuka no Makamai when she was 8 years old, her father had shackled her with explosive manacles to prevent her from transforming and running away. Interrupting Vaughn's and Yamato's nearly 2,600-kilometer race around the abyssal Ma's volcanic island, a crimson, battle-scarred creature the former recognized as a boss monster, abyssal kraken, burst forth from the sea in their path, its flailing, octopus-like tentacles as thick and long as redwoods as it attempted to punish them for trespassing its territory/spawn point. "This one's mine," exclaimed Yamato, casually weaving between the kraken's attempts to smash her with its tentacles before leaping up and kicking off its very angry-looking visage, resembling a crimson-faced old man with protruding, sea-green eyes and many wrinkles. A layer of frost spread from where she had made contact, but that did little to deter the colossal cephalopod as it used the dozens of smaller tentacles around its head to direct pressurized streams of water at Yamato as she transformed into her human Zoan hybrid form high above it. "Mehoroba!" exclaimed Yamato, brandishing her kanabo in a powerful and swift arc that produced a veritable avalanche's worth of ice and snow that fell upon the abyssal kraken all at once. Having leaped away to avoid being caught in the attack, Vaughn watched with slightly raised brows as the deluge of ice and snow spread across the sea like an expansive cloud, freezing everything it came into contact with. As this was happening, he caught the sight of Yamato bursting from the cloud in her Zoan form, allowing her to get ahead of him, but he stuck around a while longer to gawk at the abyssal kraken, still alive but frozen with the sea around it. Lucky for it, Vaughn had already received the bonus stats from defeating one of its predecessors, so after admiring the scene for several seconds, he hurried to catch up with the already disappeared Yamato, guided by the trail of frozen seawater produced in her wake. Several hours later. "I could get used to this," thought Vaughn, lying on his belly, still in his wolf form, as Yamato nuzzled and groomed his neck, chin and the sides of his face with her nose and tongue. Even the mention of kissing was enough to cause her to flush and laugh nervously in her human form, but perhaps as a result of her Zoan instincts, she didn't mind lying together and licking him for minutes at a time. "All right, my turn," said Yamato, punctuating her words with one final lick to the underside of Vaughn's chin. Though initially confused, Vaughn quickly understood what Yamato meant when she closed her angular, vulpine eyes and raised her chin. Lucky for her, he had a fair amount of experience grooming the girls with animalistic traits in his harem. He had never done so while transformed as wolf, but it wasn't exactly rocket science. "It's salty," noted Vaughn, tentatively licking the side of Yamato's elongated snout and cold pink nose. She tensed slightly in response, but only at the start. Once he established a steady rhythm and neared the thicker, mane-like fur that started at her neck, she shifted to breathing audibly from her nose, producing clouds of icy condensation each time she exhaled. "Though I am reluctant to interrupt you just as the mood is beginning to build, you should be aware that a force presumably related to the Cows Brigade is presently invading Termina," revealed Sis, catching Vaughn more than a little off guard. Fortunately, as he was used to not reacting, at least outwardly, when Sis abruptly spoke to him, Yamato, who had turned onto her side, was none the wiser to his sudden shift in focus and priority as he nuzzled the thick fur around her chest. "Attacking while the tower is open," Sana and Ravel hit the nail on the head. Noted Vaughn, internally exhaling a profoundly exasperated sigh. The two strategic-minded women had inferred that if the enemy were to attack, it would most likely occur during one of the tower's cycles, taking advantage of the fact most of their forces would be indisposed. However, as the enemy had no way of knowing how they would respond, the initial attack was likely a probing assault to gauge the strength of their defenses and mobilization capabilities. "There is also a reasonably high probability they are trying to distract and make a foothold for themselves," stated Sis, pointing out, "if they could reverse engineer the method to enter Termina, we can't discredit the possibility they could create a barrier that obfuscates our ability to ascertain their location. It may appear that I'm omniscient, but much of the information I provide is accessed via the tower and other systems. I can pinpoint the enemy if they're moving about openly, but you should know that the interior of externally produced barriers is regarded as a foreign space or domain. I can't perceive what's occurring inside without you probing them directly. Someone is going to pay for this," thought Vaughn, standing over Yamato as she angled her head down and turned her icy blue eyes up at him. He didn't particularly find her Zoan form attractive, but he was fairly certain that if they continued their current interplay, it would either lead to them reverting to their human forms and having sex or some other kind of play. He could give them more time with his time compression, but since there were individuals in the record of DXD that could most faster than light, it would be exceedingly negligent of him to presume nothing would happen if he delayed addressing the inaugural attack on his private sanctuary and home. Chapter 214, Descent. Though only a few minutes had passed since the invasion began, much of Termina's settlements had been reduced to ruins or set ablaze by an army of shadowy creatures infused with glowing red or purple gemstone cores. The only notable exception to this was the intertwining Dragon's Palace, which was presently encircled by hundreds of robe-wearing mages and a group of men and women wearing traditional Taoist garments, presently in the process of erecting 4 colossal gates and 8 eight-sided obsidian pillars covered in complex golden runes. "You guys have done it now. Our resident dragon god will not be happy when he learns about this," hummed Azazel, wielding a 2-pronged spear of light and modeling his black, gold, and purple gemmed balance breaker, the downfall dragon another armor. "As if we care what that thing thinks," retorted a man with handsome features and long, unkempt brown hair that extended past his waist and covered his right eye. His lean and muscular frame was garbed in black armor, spiked gauntlets, and 2-toed greaves over a form-fitting purple bodysuit, and, as if to emphasize his status, a fur-lined cape adorned his shoulders with 10 shadow-formed black wings protruding from the space between his shoulders. Punctuating his statement, the man, Shulba Beelzebub, raised his right hand, outfitted with a special gauntlet reminiscent of the boosted gear but sporting a large, amethyst-hued gem. The holy and light elements were meant to be incompatible with demonic power, but Shulba was able to use the gauntlet to produce a pale green magic circle that expelled a broad column of golden light. "That's an interesting toy you've gotten your hands on," remarked Azazel, casually evading the beam of light and slicing through it with his downfall dragon spear, causing it to glow with an even brighter radiance before he asked, but did you forget that I used to be one of the heavy hitters of the sixth heaven? There are probably only 3 to 4 people on this side of creation with a greater affinity for the light element than me. That may be. But we both know that form of yours won't last forever, countered Shilpa, slipping his right hand into his cape before spreading his arms wide, causing his cape to unfurl and innumerable shadow-hued bees to emerge and spread out as he declared, I just need to stall and whittle you down, and this is my victory. Following Shilpa's statement, tiny, amethyst-hued magic circles bearing the distinctive infinity-shaped crest of a draconic snake swallowing its tail appeared before the bee's mandibles. Well, that's not good, remarked Azazel, a bead of sweat forming on his left cheek, veiled by his helmet. The crest exhibited by the bees was none other than Ophis, so even though he brandished his 2-pronged spear in a broad arc, producing a sweeping crescent of golden energy, he failed to destroy more than a few dozen of the shadowy bees as 3/4 of the swarm focused on erecting barriers while the rest barraged him with a deluge of amethyst-hued lasers formed from demonic power. He's nearly as powerful as the original Beelzebub, noted Azazel, having faced the infamous King of Flies numerous times during the war. However, unlike his predecessor, one of the 4 great Satans, Shilpa's power was almost entirely borrowed. He was undoubtedly a high-class devil, but the bulk of his near-Satan-level power was the byproduct of his armor and the result of Ophis lending hers. Unfortunately, that doesn't make him less of a threat, thought Azazel, exhaling from his nose as he shifted from offense to defense, spreading his arms to protect himself with a luminous golden barrier formed from an intricate lattice of overlapping magical formula. Truthfully, he was curious to see if Shilpa and his colleagues could pull off what they had planned, which appeared to be sealing Vaughn away or preventing the return of every ascendee presently in the tower. But the reason he and the other faction leaders hadn't tried the former was because they concluded it would only accelerate the process the Chaos Brigade was presumably attempting to stop, Vaughn's creations becoming real and their world becoming a small part of a much larger order, one where the power and influence they had accumulated over millennia meant considerably less. It's not too late, you know, stated Shilpa, continuing his bombardment with a contempt-filled smile as he explained, your power and knowledge of sacred gears would prove useful in any organization. Serve me, and we can create a world free from the influence of gods. God, dragon, devil, angel, fallen, it doesn't matter what race someone belongs to or what title they hold, contended Azazel, grinning beneath his visor as he asserted, those who seek to rule or dominate others are the problem. Because genuine authority is an expression of trust. It's not something you can assign yourself or seize through conquest. That's what we call tyranny. And we both know what happens to tyrants. Then you can die with your so-called WIS, started Shilpa, the pupils of his brown eyes narrowing as Azazel suddenly tore through his own barrier like glass, tanking several hits as he moved like a blur and swung his light-formed spear in a broad arc through his abdomen. Despite sustaining numerous injuries, Azazel's smile broadened beneath his visor as he asserted, they fall, before sending the critically injured Shilpa crashing to the ground. You damnable relic, bellowed Shilpa, erecting a pale green, dome-shaped barrier to protect himself from the column of light Azazel used to try and finish him. An ordinary devil might have had their soul destroyed after sustaining such a serious blow from a light-based weapon, but since his body had been modified, his sloughing intestines reversed course and retracted into his abdomen before the wound sealed itself, leaving behind a vicious, throbbing scar. Interrupting Azazel's assault, many of the bees serving Shilpa congealed into a much larger and distorted version with a grotesque face, 6 spindly arms, and a bulbous abdomen that produced a sickly green and amethyst magic circle promptly unleashed a nearly 5-meter-wide helical beam of demonic and draconic power. Well, that's new, shouted Azazel, erecting a multi-layered, 8-sided defensive barrier between himself and the helical beam. Doing so allowed him to avoid injury, but the force behind the beam pushed him back while the scattered energy devastated everything it impacted, producing large, green and purple explosions. You haven't seen anything yet, bellowed Shilpa, rising from the ground with tremendous force, producing a deep crater and spiderweb cracks as he ascended toward the eldritch mass of shadows. In response, the bee-like monstrosity distorted, its nebulous mass intertwining around Shilba's body before solidifying into bulky, vaguely bee-themed black and purple armor, granting him enormous pauldrons, a visored helmet, and 4 long, chitinous appendages, each tipped with a pair of scythe-like claws. Then, spreading his 6 arms wide, Shilba produced a massive, intricate, pale green magic circle with a hexagram. Its size was easily 15 meters in diameter, and from its center, a veritable deluge of shadowy bees poured out like water from an open sluice gate. Goodness gracious! You're really working the rust out of this relic. The invoice I send to the dragon's pavilion is going to be massive. Hummed Azazel, spreading his 12 jet-black wings and brandishing his spear of light with determination in his violet eyes. He had no obligation to fend off Shilba, but since Vaughn was the type to repay debts, he didn't mind risking his life to ensure future benefits. Fwoom! Just as Azazel was preparing to engage Shilba's swarm, a shimmering golden pulse reminiscent of an EMP from a movie or video game radiated from the intertwining dragon's pavilion. It didn't appear to spread quickly at first, but as they turned their heads and registered its existence, Azazel and Shilba experienced the pulse passing through them faster than they could react. Was that a domain? Azazel wondered, various possibilities crossing his mind as luminous golden clouds rapidly formed overhead like a precursor to divine retribution. At the same time, beams of bluish, nearly white light shot up from the pillars erected by the Taoist mages, creating a prominent spatial distortion that caused everything beyond the colossal stone gates they had placed at the 4 cardinal directions to gradually dissolve. So that's your plan. Those artifacts must be related to the Ba with Macron Zhu Wu Yan Dao, 8 pillars of the silent Dao. Remarked Azazel, his eyes narrowing in recognition as he extrapolated, by employing a reality anchor within an imaginary space, you're attempting to sever the connection between this reality and the outside. The intertwining dragon god decided this for himself when he chose to distance himself from our world to create a new one. Contended Shilba, tension filling his body as, from within the luminous clouds filling the sky, a predominantly white, long-style dragon with fiery golden fur, antler-like horns, and 7 pairs of wings descended, its body nearly 6 kilometers in length, and its wings approximately 2 across. Well, this world might not be real, but that most certainly is. Remarked Azazel, experiencing awe on par with the day he was given life and dread comparable to the day he rebelled against his creator. I will give you this one opportunity to leave and never return. Said the colossal dragon, Vaughn, his mouth unmoving but his voice carrying several kilometers, reverberating in the minds of everyone who heard him. At the same time, a second pulse of shimmering golden energy erupted from his body, weakening but ultimately passing through the Ba with Macron Zhu Wu Yan Dao's containment field. Aik! What is this? Exclaimed Shilba, reaching up to cup his forehead as Vaughn's 7-winged crest appeared, sizzling with golden energy that imprinted him to the bone. Unlike the standard crest, however, the version branded into him had a diagonal cross through it. With similar brands appearing on the foreheads or bodies of the mages and shadowy beasts scattered throughout Termina, Azazel took it upon himself to remark, I believe this is Vaughn's way of saying you are no longer welcome here. As if we'll be chased away so easily, shouted Shilba, his expression one of unbridled fury as he swept his open left hand and appendages in the direction of Vaughn, asserting, our world is not yours to do with as you please. Go play God elsewhere. Feeling a sense of foreboding, Vaughn raised his gaze to the sky as a giant, golden, 8-sided magic circle bearing the 8 trigrams and a taiji in the center materialized, encompassing the sky above the Ba with Macron Zhu Wu Yan Dao's containment field. He was aware that Shilba and his co-conspirators intended to seal him, but his eyes widened to their limits when his view of the sky was abruptly obstructed by an ivory-white mountain with veins of gold coursing through it. It's the 5 elements suppressing seal once used by the Buddha to suppress Sun Wukong for 500 years, remarked Sis, her usually calm voice filled with apprehension as, despite his immense size and godlike status, Vaughn ultimately possessed a mortal soul. He had been on the verge of upgrading to a heroic soul for some time, but the jade and gold mountain about to be dropped onto him was designed to suppress beings 2 full soul tiers higher. "Can you teleport it away?" asked Vaughn, simultaneously unleashing a thick stream of golden flames toward one of the pillars. The mages and Taoists surrounding it erected a multi-layered barrier to protect it, but as Sarayorg and Kaido could attest, there was no defense, magical or even divine, that could completely mitigate the damage from his attacks. "The mountain isn't so much a physical object with measurable spatial coordinates as it is the representation of a domain," explained Sis, quickly adding, "You should be able to resist or shatter it outright using your SSS rank domain, but the strain it places on your ego will be tremendous. You will invariably recover, but I'll be fine," reassured Vaughn, discontinuing his assault on the pillar and the burning mages to charge at the slowly descending mountain. Based on the knowledge Sis provided with her explanation, he knew its descent wouldn't harm anyone within the palace, but he wasn't going to sit still as he and everyone he cared about were sealed away. Fortunately, though the individuals branded by it might disagree, the mark he placed on them was derived from Minato's flying Raijin Jutsu. They might be able to heal or conceal the physical signs of the brand, but like a curse engraved onto their souls, it would remain so long as he didn't remove it. Thum. Chapter 215, Realization. "For something without a physical form, this is really fucking heavy," thought Vaughn, his draconic visage fixed into a determined glower as he did his best to prevent the mountainous 5 elements suppressing seal from descending. The seal was actively suppressing his mental, physical, and spiritual bodies, but thanks to the adaptability of source energy and the compounding potency of his chain breaker, his power was increasing along with the strain he was forced to endure. Thum thum. Briefly diverting Vaughn's focus, a series of powerful shockwaves rippled through the area a short distance from him, drawing his attention to Issei in his scale mail and Sarayorg in his golden, lion-themed armor, the former shouting, "Don't give up, Vaughn. We're right here with you," as bright green energy erupting from his shoulders like afterburners. "And they're not the only ones," shouted Rias, appearing alongside her mother and the rest of the executive members of the Dragon's Pavilion, the 2 beauties producing concentrated crimson beams formed from the power of destruction. Their attacks didn't deal any notable damage to the 5 elements suppressing seal, but Vaughn could feel its weight decreasing as everyone combined their power to combat its descent. "Thanks for the assist," exclaimed Vaughn, doing his best to shoulder as much of the 5 elements suppressing seal's weight as possible as he appended, "but we need to take out the gates and those empowering the seal." "Grafia is already on it," revealed Venelana, smiling confidently as she asserted, "and with the equipment you've provided, it shouldn't be long before." Cutting off Venelana's words, a massive, silver-hued explosion appeared like a miniature star to the west, causing the rest of Termina to appear dim in comparison to its radiance. For a split second, the explosion maintained its structure as a near-perfect and ostensibly weighty sphere that caused the ground beneath it to buckle, but only briefly before producing a much larger blast that spread out for several kilometers before rising in the form of a silver-hued mushroom cloud. Losing one of its principal power sources, the 5 elements suppressing seal became noticeably translucent, reinforcing the sentiment it wasn't a physical object. "Amazing!" thought Vaughn, his fiery, presently golden eyes focusing on Grafia in the distance as the silver-haired devil, ostensibly sensing his gaze, turned to him and smiled alluringly before moving on to the next gate. Even without the benefit of his numerous gifts, she was at the zenith of the ultimate class. With them, even the Satan classification might not be enough. Feeling his confidence swell, Vaughn shifted his gaze to Issei and Sarayorg, stating, "I'm trusting the 2 of you to lead the charge against the enemy. I'll remain here to prevent the seal from falling and then come to back you up as soon as I can." "All right. Time to repay some of my debt," responded Sarayorg, causing the weight of the 5 elements suppressing seal to increase drastically as he separated from it and made a beeline for the nearest pillar to the west. Is that okay?" asked Issei, directing the question to Rias, who, in response, nodded affirmingly and ordered, "Go. Prove to us that allowing you to stay in the world of To Love You wasn't a mistake." "Are right," responded Issei, causing the weight of the 5 elements suppressing seal to increase nearly as much as when Saray separated from it. Fortunately, Grafia wasn't the only one who had benefited from Vaughn's system shop, nor were Issei and Saray the only 2 physical powerhouses present. Zenobia frequently teamed up with Urza and had developed her own form of requip magic using the system's equipment function, so she promptly transitioned from blasting the mountain with a pair of laser cannons to pushing against it using futuristic, angel-themed power armor with 6 energy-formed wings. "Looks like your plan is going awry," hummed Azazel, causing Shilba, bleeding from his branded forehead, to glare at him with considerable hatred in his previously brown, now pale green eyes. He had heard that those closest to Vaughn were endowed with weapons and armaments that boosted their capabilities, but he believed the suppressive effects of the 5 elements suppressing seal would render them moot. Had he known Grafia could exhibit power on par with Surtsks, he would have focused on eliminating or removing her from the equation first. "Damn you, Euclid!" thought Shilba, charging to meet Azazel head-on as his swarm completed their spherical encirclement. The failure of the 5 elements suppressing seal seemed inevitable, but they still had an army of mages and specially prepared demonic beasts with anti-demon, anti-divine, and anti-dragon capabilities. Vaughn had reportedly been defeated handily by Volley, so as intimidating as his appearance was, the real threats were Azazel, Grafia, and the Seker Uti, Issei. "Hey, now! Are you sure you want to exhaust your demonic power fighting little old me?" asked Azazel, evading Shilba's attempt to skewer him with a spear of pale green energy and using his 12 wings to shield himself from the encircling bee's pestilence-spreading beam attacks. Fortunately, one of the first items he had requested from Vaughn was an S-rank Mithric silver bangle that granted immunity to status ailments and curses below the same rank. "You started," Shilba. "Think fast," interrupted Azazel, grinning beneath his visor as he removed what looked like a golden grenade with a luminous white crystal core from his inventory and tossed it underhanded into Shilba's face. There was no explosion, but the blinding light it emitted had a potent purification effect, compelling Shilba to retreat and veil himself with his many wings as most of his shadow-formed swarm vaporized. "Shik! This is what happens when you attempt to play Mole with no meaningful combat experience," remarked Azazel, his expression and tone devoid of their usual playfulness as his 2-pronged spear of light produced a loud, searing sound, the smell of burning flesh filling the air as it protruded from the stunned Shilba's back after piercing the center of his chest. "You were holding back, all this time," realized Shilba, black, green-tinted blood leaking from his mouth as he clutched Azazel's spear and clawed at him with the scythe-like claws of his remaining appendages. Unfortunately, they could not pierce the armor covering the latter's body, only causing surface-level scratches as Azazel thrust his gauntlet left hand forward to grasp his throat. "If you wish to live a while longer, you'll answer my questions," declared Azazel, his voice uncharacteristically callous as he tightened his grip on Shilba's throat and asserted, "Based on their previous interaction, I can't imagine Offai's condoning this attack on her beloved younger brother. Who authorized you to come here? You think I'm a pawn others can order around?" asked Shilba, aiming his right hand at Azazel's face with his fingers spread, producing a pale green magic circle. Releasing his hold on Shilba's neck, Azazel backhanded the former's hand away, causing the sickly green beam he unleashed to cut a deep, glowing trail through the evaporated hot springs. In the same motion, he surged forward, driving his spear further into Shilba's body and slamming his forehead into the indignant devils before reversing direction, wresting his spear free and revealing, "I'm aware that you're one of the big shots in the Cows Brigade, but you're ultimately only a representative. With Offais and Volley in the picture, there's no way someone of your middling caliber is calling the shots." "Middling caliber? Me? You're pushing your luck," growled Shilba, the wound through his body healing rapidly, albeit much slower than before. "Who? You can even heal from that? I'm going to enjoy performing the autopsy on your body," hummed Azazel, his tone regaining a semblance of its usual humor. "I will rip the wings from your body and feed them to you," exclaimed Shilba, pulling away from Azazel at high speed and spreading his cape to unleash another swarm of bees. Bump! Hey! Crashing into something soft yet extremely resilient, Shilpa peered over his shoulder, the pupils of his already frantic eyes contracting as he found what appeared to be a luminous, ivory-hued pillar barring his retreat. And when he looked up, he found more pillars separated into distinct sections that sloped away from him, bordered by golden scales. "Are you responsible for this?" asked a soul-quiveringly deep voice emanating from the fiery-eyed draconic visage staring down at Shilpa from above. "How did he appear without my notice?" Shilpa asked himself, backing away from the colossal dragon as quickly as his reflexes allowed, placing him between it and Azazel. "Good to see you free and flying about, Vaughn," stated Azazel, shouldering his two-pronged spear of light before asking, "Should I continue lending a hand, or do you got this? This guy might look like a bug, but you shouldn't underestimate him." "I will fight," asserted Vaughn, his hate-filled gaze locked on Shilpa as he appended, "but, just in case, you should stick around, I'd rather risk your life than the life of someone I care about." "Ha! Well, aren't you an honest one?" exclaimed Azazel, believing that Vaughn's words were his attempt at a joke. He did not doubt for a moment that Vaughn would rather him die than a member of his harem, but as fierce as the golden dragon god looked, he wasn't the type to sacrifice others when he still had his own life to give. Interpreting Vaughn's and Azazel's exchange to mean the latter wouldn't attack him unless requested, Shilpa's tension turned to fury as he glared at the colossal dragon before him and asserted, "If you have any honor to speak of, a fight between us is meaningless. You know better than anyone that you don't belong in our world, so leave us be." "I'm not in your world," responded Vaughn, his eyes narrowing as he flicked his elongated tail like a whip, failing to strike Shilpa but following the man with his gaze as he seethed, "It's you and your army invading my home. But only because your influence is gradually spreading through ours. You left us no choice but to take action before your creations spread through our reality like wildfire," countered Shilpa, feeling immense pressure but evading Vaughn's attacks with room to spare. "If they did, it would be because someone from your reality spread them," roared Vaughn, spreading and emitting countless homing beams of golden light from his wings as he asserted, "and the only reason you fear that is because your wickedness precludes your access to them. If I had sided with the Cows Brigade, monsters like you would gleefully be abusing my power to persecute and oppress others. You're just pissy because none of the status and authority you enjoy is legitimate. This glorified snake," growled Shilpa, clenching his teeth as he used a pale green barrier to deflect many of Vaughn's homing beams. Fortunately, there was very little power behind them, they were simply too numerous to evade. Taking advantage of a brief lull in the onslaught, Shilpa sent a beam of highly concentrated, sickly green demonic energy at Vaughn's elongated abdomen. On contact, the beam scattered like a pressurized stream of water impacting a rock, but there was notable damage to the surface of Vaughn's body, verifying Vala's assertion that he wasn't nearly as powerful as his reputation would suggest. Unfortunately, there was another part to Vala's report. While regenerating just as quickly as he sustained damage, Vaughn's throat swelled with a golden hue before he expelled a column of golden flames with such pressure that they resembled a more than 20-meter-wide energy beam. It wasn't a particularly fast attack, but as Shilpa attempted to teleport to safety, he was stunned to find his destination directly in the beam's path. A second and third attempt ended with the same result, so all he could do was protect himself with his wings as Vaughn's breath attack slammed into him with the force of 100 locomotives fired from a railgun. Chapter 216, Clashing Ideals. "This form is way too big," thought Vaughn, taking advantage of Shilpa's recovery time to revert to his human form, albeit with tightly compacted golden scales covering his hands, arms, shoulders, and legs, antler-like horns protruding from his forehead, and a long, thick, scale-covered tail swishing behind him. It was similar to the hybrid form of Kaido and other Zoans, but since he didn't like having digitigrade legs, his form was closer to Eileen's. Fwish! Seeing Shilpa appear in front of him, almost certainly unintentionally, Vaughn, sporting a cold expression, remarked, "I won't say it's impossible, but as long as you bear my mark, you'll find it difficult to teleport freely within this space. Raising his scale-covered right hand and clenching it into a fist, Vaughn's expression firmed as he asserted, I gave you the chance to leave before my wrath was kindled fully. You chose to remain, so now you will be held accountable. Exhaling through his clenched teeth, Shilpa, looking worse for wear with purple steam rising from his regenerating body, countered, what do you know of accountability? You retreated from the world and now spend your days in debauchery and excess while providing weapons and resources to those who suck up to or spread their legs for you. The power people gain in the tower will invariably be used to incite and fight wars. Did you think creating a private playground would allow you to avoid or turn a blind eye to the destruction? Dodging the beam of demonic energy expelled from Shilpa's right hand, Vaughn coldly responded, though there is truth to your words, they are not yours to speak. You're simply upset that my power isn't being used to fuel your ambitions. And because of your actions until now, it will inevitably be used to undermine them. Punctuating his statement, Vaughn tried to clothesline or decapitate Shilpa by charging forward at near light speed, but the devil preemptively arched his back before taking advantage of the split second he took to reform by producing a long, mantis-like blade and bifurcating him at the waist. Beaming madly, Shilpa dodged the sweeping counter from Vaughn's legendary spear and exclaimed, Ha! You talk big, but you're ultimately just a tool to be used. Your power is an illusion, and even if it becomes real, it's only a matter of time before everything you're creating is divvied up by your so-called allies or descendants. And the resentment of those who do not benefit or become victim to your power will someday become the spear that pierces your heart. Only those who take power from and wield it against others fear losing it. Stated Vaughn, his expression hardening as he contracted his domain to form a 100-meter-wide sphere around him and Shilpa, solidifying the enclosed space and making it glow and reverberate with a golden hue as he added, and while some might betray me, there will also be those who stand by me to the very end. For them, I can endure anything. I've heard enough, bellowed Shilpa, puffing his chest and flexing the muscles in his body to emit pale green, blade-like shockwaves that sliced through Vaughn's condensed space like a hot knife through butter. Behold the truth of your power, pretender, exclaimed Shilpa, grinning like a madman as he abruptly tore his right arm off. From within his sleeve, a nebulous green emerged, taking the form of a green, scorpion-themed gauntlet with crimson gems for the eyes and a larger gemstone implanted in its forehead. Whoops! Pardon me, hummed Azazel, moving like a blur to tackle Vaughn out of the way as Shilpa punched through where he had stalled, stunned by the former's power. Damned Azazel! Set aside your curiosity for one moment and use that head of yours, exclaimed Shilpa, producing a multi-segmented whip with a scorpion stinger at the end and flailing it wildly as he argued, if you genuinely desire peace, you can't support the rise of this thing. If this multiverse of his takes hold, all the misery, suffering, and monsters within them become real. Do you truly believe this child can maintain order when he can't even fight his own battles? I don't know about things like that, answered Azazel, deflecting Shilpa's attacks and grinning just as madly as he asserted, what I do know is that Vaughn grants people freedom and opportunity while blood-obsessed brats like you obsess over your position and ruling others. If you're telling me to choose, then of course I'm going to pick the side of the guy trying to level the playing field and make the world a more interesting place. Hearing Azazel's words and then seeing him charge to meet Shilpa in his place, Vaughn, eyes wide and lips slightly parted, found himself at a loss. He had thought that he had gotten stronger after his training, particularly due to his spars with Sarayorg and Jacko, but there was evidently still a large gulf between him and the most powerful entities from the record of DXD. No. I still have more power to draw out. Thought Vaughn, his expression hardening as he balled his hands into fists and transformed, retaining the scales on arms, legs, and shoulders but trading his thick, draconic tail for a long, monkey-like tail covered in pale golden fur. Similarly, golden toki erupted from his body before gaining a crimson hue, placing considerable strain on his body as he flew forward with space-rippling speed. What? Boom! As he had already been on the back foot against Azazel, Shilba barely had time to process Vaughn's intervention before he was tackled out of the air, driven through a mountain, and slammed into the terrain of Termina in less time than it took a neuron to fire. From there, Vaughn, seated atop him in a mounted position, held his hands up in front of his face as if he were holding something. What that something turned out to be was a golf ball-sized black hole, producing an immensely powerful gravitational pull that caused the terrain and space around them to warp and be drawn toward them. "It's just another illusion," exclaimed Shilba, exhibiting considerable resistance to the black hole's pull even as the distorted space caused his body to warp noticeably. The surging of the terrain around him drew him closer to the black hole's singularity, but he managed to withstand it while using the stinger of his gauntlet to strike Vaughn multiple times. The poison within was supposed to be effective against gods and dragons, but Vaughn just stared at him, his face distorting around the black hole due to spatial warping as he said, "Thank you for demonstrating that I still have room to grow. Now die!" in a reverberating tone. "What are you do?" started Shilba, panic washing over him as Vaughn allowed himself to be absorbed by the black hole, causing it to swell to the size of a basketball. The gravitational pull didn't increase, per se, but due to the event horizon coming into contact with his face, Shilba's voice was cut off. To his credit, he was able to grab the black hole as if it were a solid object, causing white cracks to spread across its surface, but as the event horizon was near absolute zero, everything that came into contact with it invariably froze solid before fragmenting at an ever-increasing rate. This included Shilba's eyes and the contents of his skull, sucked out from his nose and eye sockets before the rest of him followed. Thum! After crashing into the surface of a glowing, moon-sized planetoid suspended in an otherwise empty void, Shilba, or, more accurately, his astral form, issued a pained groan from the basin of a large crater. "Get up! We're not done," said Vaughn, appearing at the edge of Shilba's crater, modeling his usual black, grey and gold yukata and haori combo. "You, what is this?" growled Shilba, rising to his feet with considerable effort. His first instinct was to blast Vaughn with his demonic power, but no matter what he tried, it wouldn't stir. "Your physical form has been destroyed," remarked Vaughn, appending, "in essence, you've lost the catalyst through which you channel your power. I'm sure you'll figure out how to use it again with time, but the laws of this place prohibit violence." "Where is this?" asked Shilba, taking in his surroundings before glaring up at Vaughn. The planetoid they were on was comprised of pale grey dirt and stone without an iota of vitality or mana-producing elements, so even if he could exert his power, doing so would be ill-advised. "If you desire answers, you will answer my questions first," stated Vaughn, his brows furrowing as he conceded, "but I can tell you this, time within this place moves thousands of times faster than the outside. If you refuse to cooperate, I will leave you here to reflect upon your past and future. Be warned, as each day that passes outside is nearly 7 years within this space. So much for being a god who represents freedom," growled Shilba, his brown eyes filled with indignance and hatred. "Actions have consequences," stated Vaughn, closing his eyes and exhaling from his nose before meeting Shilba's gaze and adding, "At least they're supposed to. People like you are so accustomed to getting their way that you feel genuine indignation when people oppose you. It's as absurd as it is childish." "Who are you to speak of consequences?" asked Shilba, clenching his hands into fists and gritting his teeth before contending, "Unless you're a complete and utter fool, you should know your very existence upsets the world's balance. But as long as you can live a life of indulgence, you don't care what happens outside unless it affects you directly." Shaking his head, Vaughn asserted, "As I said before, you're upset only because I'm granting opportunities to your opposition. If I had aligned with the Cows Brigade, you'd undoubtedly be trying to butter me up or ingratiate yourself to me in the pursuit of greater power. Instead, you're lashing out because you understood it was only a matter of time before your actions and tyranny caught up to you. And your inaction is going to catch up to you," countered Shilba, a malicious grin adorning his face as he revealed, "My group was just the first. And even if you kick everyone out of your realm and cut off access to the tower, we've already discovered numerous methods to enter this place. One way or another, you will be driven from this world or see the worlds you've created fall to ruin. Is that supposed to frighten me? Asked Vaughn, leaving Shilba at a momentary loss as he shook his head and calmly revealed, I have never believed I could create a world without pain and suffering. And I'm most assuredly not afraid to fight to protect the people and things I hold dear. What's important is that I'm living in the moment, whereas people like you are torn between the past and your distorted view of the future. Rising slowly into the air, Vaughn held Shilba's gaze with a hint of pity in his own as he conceded, there may come a time when I experience betrayal or lose everything, but that's part of life and just one of many possibilities. So long as I continue living, new possibilities will appear. I might succumb to despair for a period, but every dusk has a dawn, and it is from the void of nothingness that follows the end that the possibility of a new beginning arises. Surprised by the profundity of his own words, Vaughn asked himself, was that me speaking, while pulling out a golden bangle filled with food, water, and enough materials to construct a house, tossing it at Shilba's feet? Everything he said was derived from his own thoughts, formed from his growing understanding of the many worlds he presided over, but for a brief moment, he felt as though he had become one with the will of the Emperor, granting him a sense of certitude that left no room for doubt as he ignored Shilba's protests and left the man to his reflection. A/N, to live is to suffer, to survive is to find meaning in the suffering. Nietzsche. Also, I'm still reeling from unplanned medical expenses, so if you would like to read ahead or keep receiving continued updates, please consider becoming a patron or donating to my PayPal at eins_left_foot or paypal.me/einlian. Chapter 217, Measures. This is a disaster, thought Vaughn, appearing high in the sky of Termina, overlooking the ongoing conflict and destruction that had brought much of his carefully crafted realm to ruin. His palace was largely undamaged, but it looked notably worse for wear after enduring the reverberations of several large-scale magic attacks. What are your orders? Asked Graphia, appearing a short distance behind and to Vaughn's left, her expression calm and dignified and her hands folded neatly atop her lap. Instead of responding, Vaughn took in the scene below with his enhanced perception, each second passing approximately 42 minutes from his perspective. His side had a clear advantage in terms of raw firepower, but the enemy outnumbered them considerably. To make matters worse, it was difficult to determine who was an enemy and an ally at a glance as the forces of various factions had mobilized to protect their assets or take advantage of the situation to reduce competition. Boom! Seeing Issei dent the head of a kaiju-sized monster with multiple crimson cores in its head, 4 muscular arms, and a body comprised of shadowy, purple-hued chitin and plating, Vaughn's eyes narrowed. He could sense the energy within the creature surging rapidly, cracks forming across its body before it self-destructed, producing a white and crimson fireball hundreds of meters across, capped by several rings of condensation. Giant monsters that explode when defeated, how petty! Thought Vaughn, his brows furrowing as Sis preempted his query by revealing, they seem to be resistant to spatial transference, but you should be able to override it and contain them in the corridor if you touch them directly. What if that's their plan? Asked Vaughn. They've clearly heard about mine and Vala's bout, and it's widely believed that the corridor is the source of my power. If they discover a method to travel between it and the outside without our notice, they could harvest its resources to bolster their wealth or strengthen their forces. It's not impossible, conceded Sis. However, the inner sanctum of the corridor is markedly more secure than Termina and Invertua. All 3 may be extensions of the path, but the latter 2 are incomplete as they were given form by your current understanding and power. To make them real, you would need to increase your soul tier and grasp the essence of creation *. Of course. Sighed Vaughn, briefly closing his eyes and exhaling from his nose before looking back at Graphia and saying, work with the others to cordon off the valley and convert it into an evacuation zone. I'll take care of the giant monsters. As you will. Responded Graphia, closing her eyes and offering a steep bow. Before departing to carry out Vaughn's order, however, she flitted her bat-like wings and drew closer, causing his brows to rise and a smile to develop across his face as she gave him a peck on the lips. "Talk about a silver lining," mused Vaughn, feeling markedly more optimistic about the situation as Grafia gave him a narrow-eyed, incredibly alluring smile before departing, leaving a lingering, pleasant aroma and producing a powerful tempest in her wake. Vaughn's first instinct was to follow her, but there were 17 kaiju-sized shadow beasts and hundreds of smaller variants running rampant. Technically speaking, he wasn't obliged to help those who had settled in Termina, but it wasn't in his nature to turn a blind eye to people in need. More importantly, Termina was the planar world he and Venelana had created together. Repairing it wouldn't be that difficult, but seeing external forces bring it to ruin caused a pervasive chill to fill his mind and righteous fury to swell within him. With such thoughts in mind, Vaughn darted around the ruined Termina using the power of the Pika Pika no Mi, producing bright flashes of golden light. Some of the shadow-formed monsters were able to react to his speed by pure instinct, but all it took on his part was a single touch to deposit them in the frozen abyss, where they would quickly accumulate Fimbul Winter's encroachment and become prey to the never-ending tide of frost-formed wolves that left even Vali at a loss. December 1 DXD/July 24 DBT. "Oh, wow, this is quite the arrangement," hummed Azazel, grinning as he entered the conference room where Vaughn and most of the executive members of the Dragon's Pavilion awaited him around a circular desk with a well in the center. "How are the recovery efforts going?" asked Vaughn, doing his best not to sound too standoffish as, while he wasn't particularly fond of Azazel, he felt indebted to the fallen angel for fighting on their behalf. Following a curt nod, Azazel explained, "Fortunately, most of the damage was to infrastructure. There were 308 casualties, but considering the size of the enemy's forces, we got off easy." 308 casualties, repeated Vaughn, closing his eyes and exhaling from his nose. As Azazel had pointed out, there could have been many more, but that didn't make the loss of life any less tragic and insensible. Opening his eyes and meeting Azazel's gaze, Vaughn stated, "Though we mentioned from the beginning that those who settled in Termina would be responsible for their personal safety and well-being, the Dragon's Pavilion will be providing relief to the families of the deceased." Shifting his gaze to Sana, Vaughn added, "I will entrust this matter to you." In a solemn tone. "I will see to it without fail," responded Sana, offering a curt, affirming nod. "That's mighty thoughtful of you," remarked Azazel, exhaling from his nose and sporting a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes as he stated, "That aside, there is something important I wanted to discuss with you and the Dragon's Pavilion, specifically regarding the Ouroboros dragon god, Aphis." "Do you believe she was involved in the attack?" asked Vaughn, his brows furrowing and the muscles in his jaw tensing. Shaking his head, Azazel answered, "Not directly." Before clarifying, "In fact, I believe it's more likely that she opposed antagonizing you, causing the Cows Brigade to turn against her. Were that not the case, she would have revealed herself during or immediately following the attack." "Did you confirm this with Vali?" asked Vaughn, causing Azazel's smile to broaden before he revealed, "I did reach out to him and learn that several rifts had formed within the Cows Brigade, specifically between his party, a burgeoning group called the Hero Faction, and the remnants of the old Satan Faction. Until recently, Aphis spent much of her time watching over his team's growth. Now, she's nowhere to be seen, and the most probable explanation is that she was captured by the leader of the Hero Faction, an exceptional young man named Cao. Cao, repeated Venelana, her eyes briefly narrowing in concern until Vaughn turned to stare at her, prompting her to smile and explain, "As the former Governor-General pointed out, he is an exceptional young man who has been making a name for himself in recent years. Most notably, he is the inheritor of the first and most powerful of the 13 Longinus, the spear used to pierce Christ's side, granting it the power to slay even gods and Buddhas. And he's not the only one you need to concern yourselves with," stated Azazel, explaining, "those self-destructing shadow-formed monsters that rampaged throughout Termina were created by another of the 13, a sacred gear by the name of Annihilation Maker. CaO's true Longinus is unquestionably the most powerful weapon against an individual, but as the name implies, Annihilation Maker generates unfettered destruction by giving form to innumerable demonic beasts. If mastered, it's one of the Longinus that could be used to destroy the world, as its only limits are the user's imagination, comprehension, and willpower. "Why would a group that calls itself the Hero Faction target us?" asked Vaughn, frowning deeply as he asserted, "What happened here weren't the actions of a hero." Exhaling from his nose, Azazel revealed, "Each member of the Hero's faction, as you would be able to guess from their names, is the direct or spiritual descendant of a famous historical figure. They believe that, as heroes, it is their duty to eliminate evil-aligned supernatural entities such as devils, dragons, fallen angels, and yokai." "Then why are they aligned with a group like the Chaos Brigade?" asked Vaughn, feeling incredulous as he pointed out, "The main forces within the Chaos Brigade are pure-blooded devils who seek to oppress humankind and mages who have contracted them to gain great power at the cost of their humanity." Shaking his head, Azazel contended, "That's something you'd have to ask CAO himself. What I do know is that his group is comprised entirely of humans with powerful sacred gears, and that CAO is powerful enough to threaten even gods, as, relatively recently, he dealt a near-fatal blow to the Norse god of thunder, Thor." The old man was not pleased. "I see," muttered Vaughn, leaning onto the knuckles of his right hand as he contemplated the situation. Ophiza's presumed predicament had nothing to do with them, but as long as Termina was linked to the outside, the Chaos Brigade would undoubtedly raid them again. "The simplest solution to this problem," started Vaughn, opening his eyes and meeting Azazel's gaze as he stated, "is to oust everyone unaffiliated with the Dragon's Pavilion until we can establish a powerful enough force to contend against anything thrown at us. Even then, I'm not fond of the idea of dispatching forces outside to battle a powerful enemy in their own territory. With your ability to influence the flow of time within this realm, that is certainly one option," affirmed Azazel, nodding. "However, instead of kicking everyone out, it might be better to bring more people in before isolating the realm. That would give us time to strengthen our forces, and since your greatest weakness is a lack of fidelity, having people from the outside inhabit your realm, grow crops, and reproduce would benefit you greatly." "He's suggesting you follow the example of other gods," stated Venelana, explaining, "Without a steady supply of faith, most gods would lose their power, have their existences diminished, or cease to be altogether. Tiamat is an excellent example of this, as she used to be a primordial goddess of the sea. She is still very powerful, but the circumstances in which she can exert her full power are limited due to the world's restrictions and her lack of authority. On the subject of Tiamat, this would be a good opportunity for the two of you to grow closer," stated Azazel, grinning lasciviously as he claimed, "If it's just for a few days, she shouldn't have any issues breaking away from her existing duties and obligations. And with your power, a few days could translate to decades. I have wanted to meet her again," thought Vaughn, running his right index finger over his lips and caressing his chin. He wasn't too fond of the idea of cultivating a population to increase the stability of his realm, but since it would be the various factions who focused on bolstering their numbers, he felt Azazel's suggestion wasn't unreasonable. And if he pumped up the time dilation to the limit of his current power, they could stretch a week in the outside world to 50 years within. The only real downside was that he wouldn't be able to compress time further, meaning he would be confined to the same flow as everyone else. That's not necessarily a bad thing, thought Vaughn, believing this was especially the case with multiple children on the way. Less importantly, most of the plots of the various anime he was familiar with would have concluded within 50 years, invalidating his foreknowledge and letting him experience in Virtua organically. With such thoughts in mind, Vaughn dismissed Azazel for the time being so he could discuss the matter with his harem. To his relief, they were more than open to the suggestion, but before separating Termina and in Virtua from the outside, certain preparations needed to be completed. Chapter 218, Acceptance. December 3 DXD/July 26 DBT. With most of the preparations precluding Termina's isolation being related to external matters and arrangements, Vaughn spent much of his time since the decision catching up with those he had been forced to part ways with in the tower and corridor. Rico's group, in particular, had spent the better part of 3 months anxiously awaiting his return, so he spent 2 weeks assuaging their concerns with a vacation and weeks more apprising those he believed deserving of the situation. So even the gods need to be wary of enemy attack. I can only imagine what kind of adversaries could threaten someone so great," muttered Yamato, kneeling on the floor in front of Vaughn as he sat atop a sofa in his study. He had invited her to sit with him as they enjoyed various types of alcohol, but she insisted it wouldn't be appropriate given the difference in their statuses. Unfortunately, even among gods, there are warmongers, tyrants, and fools. Sighed Vaughn, exhaling from his nose and experiencing a bout of regret as, despite their current proximity, he couldn't help feeling that he and Yamato had grown distant since she had 3 months to meet and interact with other ascendees in the time he was dealing with the Chaos Brigade's raid and its immediate aftermath. "I see," muttered Yamato, staring down at the contents of her sake cup with a wistful, contemplative expression. Vaughn wasn't the only one feeling a sense of distance, but with 3 months to reflect on their interactions, particularly what they had been doing before their parting, she concluded that her behavior had been exceedingly shameless, far removed from the behavior expected of a samurai. Feeling that things were becoming unnecessarily tense, Vaughn's expression and tone softened as he asked, "So, what have you been up to these past 3 months? I read your messages, but stories and recountings are best heard from the source." "Do you really want to hear about that sort of thing?" questioned Yamato, smiling wryly as she contended, "Surely you have better things to do than accompany me. We could tarry here for 3 months, and not even an hour would pass outside this room," stated Vaughn, the corners of his smile curling upward as he added, "but even if we stayed 10 times as long, I wouldn't consider a single moment wasted." Feeling a prominent flutteriness permeate her chest, Yamato raised her hands and pressed the tips of her fingers together, a light blush coloring her cheeks as she avoided his gaze and countered, "You're exaggerating. Besides, I'm not fond of being cooped up in one place for too long. If we were to do such a thing, a change of venue would be in order." "I want to be closer to you, Yamato," asserted Vaughn, his expression and tone gaining a smoldering quality as he added, "Rather, I don't want there to be any distance between us. I know you're still feeling conflicted about various things, but if you gave me the opportunity, I would spare no effort convincing you to be my woman." "But why me?" asked Yamato, peeking at Vaughn from the corner of her right eye as she contended, "My breasts may be large, but there isn't a single feminine thing about me. My form is firm rather than delicate, and I've spent much of my life aspiring to become a man amongst men. More to the point, Vandano is already surrounded by exceptional women. If you have the time to tarry here, you should spend it with those who yearn for your company." "You're not wrong," conceded Vaughn, his tone softening as he asserted, "but you're exceptional in your own right, Yamato. You're powerful, brave, and, despite what you might think, extraordinarily beautiful. I understand why that might make you uncomfortable, given your past and aspirations, but beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and in mine, you're as enchanting as you are endearing." "No, everything you say fills me with frustration and doubt," exclaimed Yamato, abruptly leaping to her feet and towering over Vaughn with her face flushed and hands at her sides, gripped tightly into fists. Vaughn was caught off guard by her sudden explosiveness, but that was nothing compared to the bewilderment he experienced when she pulled open her top, allowing her massive, well-shaped, and milky white breasts to spill out as she stammered, "Let's just have sex and be done with it. If I find it enjoyable, we can do it again." Recovering from his brief stupefaction, Vaughn adopted a broad, confident smile, responding, "Gladly," before attempting to rise to his feet. Instead, he found himself forced to remain seated as Yamato pushed down on his shoulders, asserting, "No. You are both my benefactor and a god. If this is going to work, I must be the one to serve you." "I understand," responded Vaughn, offering a slow, supportive nod before watching with fiery eyes as Yamato disrobed manually, a faint clattering sound echoing through the study before she clenched her jaw to prevent its quivering. The thought of inflating his size crossed his mind, but since it would doubtlessly be easier for Yamato if he remained in his base state, he remained as he was. What a strange, stifling feeling! Muttered Yamato, her final piece of clothing falling softly to the ground before she stared at Vaughn with her right hand covering her breasts and her left veiling her sparsely haired crotch. She had been naked around Vaughn dozens of times, but now that they were preparing to cross a line she never thought she would cross, she felt inordinately aware of things like the fact she hadn't bathed and that she had hair growing where there should be none. All I'm feeling at the moment is appreciation and yearning, responded Vaughn, his eyes scanning Yamato's form as he asserted, poems could be written to describe this scene, and they would fail to do it justice. Feeling slightly less anxious, Yamato exhaled from her nose, lowered her hands, and hit the nail on the head by asking, "What about Vandano? If you're remaining in that form to make things easier for me, I'm offended." Though he wasn't particularly fond of lying, Vaughn didn't hesitate to exhale a faint chuckle, his form gradually swelling before he reassured, "I wasn't looking down on you if that's what you're thinking. I was merely paralyzed by your beauty and my growing expectations." Narrowing her eyes accusingly, Yamato looked like she was about to call Vaughn out before quickly deciding against it. Instead, she lowered herself to her knees and reached for the belt keeping his black and grey yukata in place, skillfully unfastening it as she softly excused, "I have increased my knowledge in preparation for this eventuality, but this will be my first time putting that knowledge to use. If I make a mistake or you find my service lacking, do not hesitate to inform me." "Of course," answered Vaughn, extending his right hand to caress Yamato's head as he appended, "but if you've studied well, I'm sure you would have come across passages citing how men find such errors endearing. Mature and experienced women possess an inscrutable charm, but being present as they gain that experience and explore the breadth of their womanhood is something many men yearn for on an instinctual level. Then let us explore it together," muttered Yamato, audibly gulping as she tentatively reached for the thick and towering member her gaze had been focused on since its unveiling. Her heart was pounding with such intensity that she could feel its reverberations in the sides of her neck and ears, but after reminding herself that a samurai feared nothing, she began to stroke it, remarking, "It's hot," in a faint, fixated tone. "Lucky for me, you have an affinity with ice," hummed Vaughn, causing the crimson hue tinting Yamato's cheeks to deepen as she envisioned herself quenching his heat. A quick check of her condition revealed that she was leaking a surprising amount of hot, lubricating fluids from her insides, but after rousing the power of her devil fruit through her body, her hand and core became colder than ice. "That's new," mused Vaughn, remaining calm as he emulated the power of the Mara no Mi, counteracting Yamato's frigid grasp. The realization that two devil fruits complemented one another caused the freckled face of a certain death seeker to enter his mind, but only briefly as he focused all his attention on Yamato leaning forward to experimentally lick his glands with her ice-cold tongue. This continued for some time before she looked up at him with upturned, affirmation-seeking eyes, prompting him to smile and nod approvingly. Suppressing the doubt in her heart, Yamato narrowed, nearly closing her eyes as accepted Vaughn's cock into her mouth and proceeded to give him an inexperienced blowjob. She intentionally scraped him with her teeth a few times to see if Vaughn would appropriately admonish her, but when she looked up and saw him sitting with his eyes shut and his head tilted back with an expression of extreme comfort, she decided to refocus her efforts to make him feel even better. "His scent, it's intoxicating," noted Yamato, her nostrils flaring slightly as she continuously inhaled Vaughn's fragrance, causing her brain to feel fuzzy and the fluids leaking from her pussy increased to the point of producing glistening threads that collected in a small but growing pool beneath her. She had always been fond of Vaughn's aroma, but now it caused her to feel an irrepressible yearning deep inside her, one that couldn't be quelled by simply touching herself. "Hurry up!" panted Yamato, lying face down on the floor with her back arched, ass raised, and a pillow for support. Her heart pounded with such fervor that she felt dizzy, but after nearly half an hour of drinking in Vaughn's aroma and receiving his praise after swallowing his surprisingly sweet and invigorating semen, her arousal had reached the point where the entrance of her pussy pulsated with anticipation, compelling her to waggle her butt from side to side impatiently. "You don't need to tell me twice," hummed Vaughn, lining his nearly peach-sized glands up with Yamato's entrance before driving his hips forward and pulling her against him in the same motion. Her hymen had long broken as a result of her intense training and rough upbringing, so while there was a tremendous amount of resistance, he managed to reach her depths in one go before immediately establishing an intense, forceful rhythm. "So this is sex?" panted Yamato, closing her eyes and briefly sucking in her bottom lip. She had expected Vaughn to be overly mindful of her since it was her first time, so his intensity was as alleviating as it was pleasurable. At the same time, she couldn't help but notice that her insides contracted each time Vaughn pulled away from her, ostensibly reinforcing that her body was made to make the men of her choosing feel good. "I really am a woman," concluded Yamato, feeling an intense, toe-curling pleasure building within her as stimulating jolts ran up her spine each time Vaughn's hips collided with her rear end. It was almost alarming how quickly her pleasure compounded, but instead of shying away from it, Yamato did her best to match Vaughn's movements and tense her insides even tighter to ensure she wasn't the only one feeling good. She also wanted him to come before her, but orgasming at the same time turned out to be more fulfilling in various ways. "I'm convinced, you are truly a man, nay, a god amongst gods," panted Yamato, lying on her back with her legs splayed and body coated in sweat after 3 days and 2 nights of intense lovemaking. When she initially proposed that they continue until Vaughn was completely satisfied, she had expected him to discharge his seed 2, maybe 3 more times at most. Instead, he released his seed an incomprehensible 238 times. "It's as I said before," muttered Vaughn, returning to Yamato carrying a tray of bone-in meat, smiling as he reiterated, "If you gave me the opportunity, I would spare no effort convincing you to be mine. Now, let's fill your belly with something other than my semen. Afterward, we can take a long bath, change venues, and, if you're feeling up for it, continue where we left off. After all, barely a minute and a half has passed outside. If you're willing, I would gladly make it up to you for the 3 months we lost." "All right," responded Yamato, her voice uncharacteristically faint as she placed her hands on her stomach and added, "But if we continue having sex with such fervor, I don't think I could avoid getting pregnant. I'm now certain that I will bear your child someday, but there are things I must do before that. I look forward to that day, but will ensure it doesn't come before you're ready," reassured Vaughn, setting the tray of meat on a table he produced from his inventory before helping Yamato sit up. More accurately, he had her sit on his lap, his penis nestled within her and her back against him as he intended to give her the same care as Grafia and Venelana until there was no longer a single doubt in her heart. Chapter 219, Preparations. "All right, give Orokai hell," said Vaughn, kneeling so that he could caress the sides of Yamato's face in her fox form. "He doesn't stand a chance," responded Yamato, licking Vaughn's lips a few times before departing through her personal dimensional gate, resembling a crimson torii. She briefly stopped after passing through to stare back at Vaughn from over her left shoulder, but after seeing him nod, she turned and continued on her way, determined to confront her father and then liberate Wano from the villainous Orokai's tyranny. "There she goes," mused Vaughn, already missing the lovable Oni. 3 months wasn't that protracted a period, but since it had mostly been the two of them until near the end of their cohabitation, he was going to miss their fooling around, training, and cuddling. Shifting his gaze to Grafia, who had been observing his and Yamato's parting moments with a faint smile, Vaughn reflexively extended his right hand, prompting her to step forward and into his embrace. Then, after a lengthy exchange of saliva, he separated from her lips and expressed, "I need some time to recenter myself. When Sirafal and Gabriel return from their tour of the Black Tower, please find something to occupy them until dinner. I will be with my children until then. Leave it to me." answered Grafia, narrowing her silver eyes and taking the initiative to give Vaughn another deep and protracted kiss before leaving to convey his will to Venelana. In her wake, Vaughn stared at where she had disappeared for several seconds before teleporting around a few times to pick up Luperia, Lastia, and Kunu for an impromptu picnic and play date with Dizzy, accompanied by Misla, Jacko, and Yasaka. Oh, wow! Thought Vaughn, his brows rising as Sirafal entered the private dining hall that had been arranged for their meeting in an elegant kimono with a lavender base, a dark purple hem, billowy sleeves, and an intricate flower pattern. A blue and yellow obi adorned her waist with a six-bowed purple ribbon, and in place of her usual twin tails, she had her long, black hair fixed into a loose bun with an ornate, lavender-hued hibiscus hairpin. Leaving Vaughn visibly slack-jawed and at a loss for words, Seraphal's arrival was promptly followed by a wingless Gabriel, similarly modeling a kimono but with an ivory-white base and pale golden accents. She carried a gold, cross-shaped scepter that came to a point in her right hand, and her long, slightly curly golden hair pulsed with a faint luminance, much like the halo that produced a soft hum as it rotated slowly above her head. "Hoo-hoo! I take it you approve of our outfits?" asked Sirafal, grinning mischievously as she approached the small, low-lying wooden table Vaughn had hurriedly risen from. Then, surprising him immensely, she grabbed his right and held it up, linking their fingers before putting considerable power into her grip as she meaningfully muttered, "I heard that you got Rias and many other women pregnant, you need to take better care of Sana." With a smile that didn't quite reach her violet eyes. "I understand," answered Vaughn, offering a nod and doing his best not to grimace as Seraphal's vice-like grip nearly fractured the bones in his hand and knuckles. "Good boy," hummed Sirafal, punctuating her words with a wink before releasing her hold on Vaughn's hand, gently tapping his bulge with the back of her right hand, and separating from him. "I was unaware that the two of you were close," remarked Gabriel, her emerald eyes slightly droopy, giving them a wistful quality and a poised, near-perpetual smile adorning her face. Immediately after, she closed her eyes and bowed respectfully toward Vaughn, the thin halo above her head producing a pleasant, bell-like chime as she softly appended, "Ah, pardon my rudeness. I have yet to thank Vaughn Sama for his care and compassion these past few months. The entirety of heaven owes you a debt that can never be repaid. As one of its representatives and the seraphim chosen to oversee my kind these next 50 years, please do not hesitate to notify me if there is anything I can do for you." With Gabriel too far for him to extend his hand to caress her head, Vaughn offered a curt nod and responded, "I will assuredly keep that in mind. But for now, please raise your head, and let's be seated. We aren't particularly pressed for time, but long conversations are best enjoyed over a delicious meal and fine wine." "It would be both an honor and a pleasure," responded Gabriel, raising her head and presenting a strikingly beautiful smile that caused the room to appear noticeably brighter. "Hey, do you mind dialing it back a bit, you feathery hag?" asked Sirafal, shattering the pleasant atmosphere as she questioned, "Are you trying to chase me away by emitting holy light like a furnace? Don't make me wear you like a glove. Now isn't the time for your childish antics, Seraphal-sama," countered Gabriel, maintaining her smile but exuding a surprising amount of mutual hostility as she met Seraphal's gaze with a narrow-eyed side-eye. As the top women in their respective factions, she and Sirafal had been rivals for hundreds of years. However, as Sirafal wasn't even 600 years old, she was admittedly quite a bit older, her lifespan closer to 5 digits than 3. Despite their brief back and forth, Sirafal and Gabriel simultaneously took their seats, leaving Vaughn to stare at them with slightly raised brows before taking his own. Shortly after, several sisters arrived in traditional Japanese-made outfits, consisting of simple green or purple kimonos, tabi socks, and thick wooden geta. Fortunately, none of them commented on him being a super pervert or anything similar, allowing the atmosphere to settle into one suited to a lengthy and overall amiable discussion focused on the future. December 4 DXD/July 27 DBT. After a pleasant evening with Ravel, followed by an invigorating morning with Grafia, Venelana, and Misla, Vaughn, somewhat begrudgingly, met up with Azazel in an invitation-only succubus-run lounge on the palace's first floor. He wasn't too sure when the idea of opening such an establishment was first proposed, but since operating within the palace was much safer for the succubi in question than their original world, he relented and even visited on occasion to ensure the other guests weren't misbehaving. Seated across from Vaughn in a private booth, Azazel, his sharp, violet-hued eyes focused on the buxom and scantily clad succubi roaming around the lounge, playfully hummed, "You've been holding out on me, Vaughn. Keeping a place like this all to yourself, and here I thought we were friends. Perhaps we will be, someday," responded Vaughn, closing his eyes and sipping a chilled beverage, a peculiar and surprisingly delectable mix of espresso and sweet, citrus flavor liqueur. Many of the beverages in the dimly lit, exceptionally aromatic lounge were designed to lull customers into a state of half-consciousness, enabling the succubi to employ their magic without servicing them directly, but as a VVIP, he was one of the lucky few the diverse array of exotic women were willing to accompany without question. "I understand your desire to spend time with your harem, but you would benefit from having at least a handful of males you can trust," remarked Azazel, shrugging and grinning as he appended, "though, considering my reputation and conspiratory nature, it's understandable I'm not at the top of such a list. At the very least, I can promise not to cross you in a manner that would irreversibly burn the bridges between us." "It is something I've thought about on more than a handful of occasions," revealed Vaughn, meeting Azazel's gaze as he contended, "but discovering such companionship and camaraderie organically is easier said than done. I've tried forming male friendships with people other than Issei and Kaiba, but few can empathize with a dragon god who seems to have everything, particularly a harem of exceptional beauties. Yet, it probably doesn't help that your intervention could resolve most problems, at least within the confines of Invertua," conceded Azazel. "If the average protagonist discovered that, they would probably resent you for allowing them to experience whatever suffering led to them becoming a hero or whatnot in the first place. And since I'm surrounded by exceptional women who are determined to become even stronger, any teams or parties I form would almost certainly include them," appended Vaughn. "Doing otherwise would be inconsiderate toward those who have pledged themselves to me and the success of the Dragon's Pavilion. Well, if nothing else, I suppose you could befriend or expand your connections through your kids," reasoned Azazel, revealing, "When I last met with Jiraiya, I learned that Minato and Kushina were expecting. Odds are favorable that they'll be born around the same time as your first batch of brats." "More to the point, what did you want to discuss?" asked Vaughn. "I don't mind meeting like this to chat or trade information, but I had to push aside a few things to facilitate this meeting." "Ah, and here I was thinking we were bonding," teased Azazel, grinning cheekily and taking a drink before his expression abruptly turned serious, followed by his revealing, "I spoke with Vala last night, if you'll allow it, he wants to bring his team into Termina to increase their strength. Afaiz was something of a friend and mentor to him, so he plans to recover her, even if it means confronting the remainder of the Chaos Brigade himself. His presence would aid in Issei's growth," acknowledged Vaughn, his tone flat and expression thoughtful as he glanced down at the contents of his crystalline, rock-style glass. He didn't trust Vala, but he also didn't get the impression that the silver-haired descendant of Lucifer was truly evil or malicious. If he had wanted to cause maximum chaos, he could have betrayed them much sooner during the summit, but he had instead fought on their side until the remaining enemies were eliminated before revealing his hand and making his move. After considering things with his enhanced perception, Vaughn supplied a curt nod, affirming, "I'll allow them entry. However, they won't be able to take up residence in Termina directly. Instead, I will send them to a world where they can increase their power and spread their influence between tower cycles. There are plenty of Wuxia and Xiangxia themed settings that would benefit from a heavenly dragon shaking things up." Knowing Vala, he would enjoy that greatly, hummed Azazel, rising from his seat, smiling, and adding, "Since we're pressed for time, I'll head out and transmit your decision immediately." "All right," responded Vaughn, finishing his drink before adding, "I'm going to be busy until this evening, so if you bring them over, keep in mind that you will be responsible for them. I hear you loud and clear, hummed Azazel, having already turned to leave, meeting the gaze of several curious succubi as he departed. In his wake, a particularly buxom succubi with long, straight, pale pink hair and elf-like ears approached Vaughn to ask if he would like some company, but since he had numerous prior engagements, he politely declined but left a fairly sizable tip before leaving. "Gods, I needed this!" groaned Cora, pinned beneath Vaughn with closed eyes and an enamored expression as he thrust into her slowly but deeply. She was one of the women he had left behind during the Cows Brigade's raid, so she had been experiencing symptoms akin to withdrawal after not having sex with him for more than 3 months. "I'm sorry if you felt neglected," muttered Vaughn, kissing and suckling the left side of Cora's neck. "It's not like you invited those assholes to attack you, I'm just relieved our kid won't be growing up without a father," sighed Cora, surprising and motivating Vaughn by locking her legs around his waist and drawing him deep inside her. This made it difficult for him to move, but it allowed them to better experience each other's warmth, leading to a lengthy make-out session and even slower, more deliberate lovemaking. Chapter 220, Vala Team. Following a protracted bath with several of his harem members and the girls from Fairy Tale, Vaughn teleported to the exterior of what looked like a traditional, 3-story ryokan, but in place of wood and bamboo, it was constructed from fairly modern materials. "Von Mason, I presume?" questioned a buxom, sharp-eyed woman with blue hair tied up in a loose bun with golden chopsticks, fringe that framed her face, and bangs that partly obscured the right of her yellow eyes. The energy within her made it clear she was a fallen angel, and since she was presumably a worker at the ryokan, her body was garbed in a maroon-red kimono with a deep cut that exposed her cleavage. "You presume correctly," affirmed Vaughn, nodding. "I am Kalawarna, a fallen angel formerly in the service of the Grigori," revealed the woman, seemingly expecting Vaughn to recognize her name. When he didn't, the palpable tension in her body diminished, followed by her half-turning, gazing back at him over her right shoulder, and adding, "I will guide you to where Azazel-sama and his guests await." "By all means," replied Vaughn, offering a curt nod before following in the shapely fallen's wake. His eyes briefly narrowed when Sis revealed that her name was the same as one of the fallen who conspired to steal Asia's sacred gear, but since she was hardly a threat even then, he decided not to pursue the matter. Even Issei had forgiven the fallen who killed him, so as long as Kalawarna had been punished, it wasn't his place to punish her further. "Long time no see, intertwining dragon god," remarked Vali, leaning cross-armed against a wall flanking a pair of sliding doors. A confident smile adorned his face, but Vaughn couldn't help noticing that the energy in his body was unstable. "Are you injured?" asked Vaughn, raising his right brow slightly. "I might be. But not to the extent I require your concern," responded Vali, narrowing his faintly luminous blue eyes before leaning away from the wall, approaching the sliding doors, and adding, "Let's head inside. The others are waiting." "MMN," hummed Vaughn, briefly meeting the gaze of Kalawarna before stepping past her to enter the private dining hall beyond the 2 doors. The moment he did, he felt a change in the air as, even in their relaxed states, the power of the individuals within was world-class. "Ah, Vaughn, welcome," exclaimed Azazel, seated at a low-lying wooden dining table with 6 cushioned seats. Alongside him were 3 people, the first being a handsome, bespectacled man with pale blonde hair, blue eyes, a braid to the left of his face, and elegant attire befitting the butler of a noble. Next to him was a petite, cutesy girl with similarly blonde hair and large blue eyes, but her hair was shoulder-length and formed billowy curls, while her outfit was a mix between a girl's boarding school uniform and a witch's outfit, including an oversized, blue, large-brimmed steepled hat and a matching cape covered in pink flowers. Though he briefly met the gaze of the 4th person seated at the table, a handsome youth with somewhat tanned skin and short, somewhat spiky reddish-brown hair, brown eyes with a heroic gleam, and a limber, athletic build, Vaughn's focus quickly shifted to the ceiling, where a buxom woman with familiar yellow eyes, soot black hair, and, most notably, cat-like ears and two tails loomed, standing upside down with her bare feet adhered to the ceiling. Her body was loosely garbed in a black kimono with red trim, a bright yellow obi, large black and gold beads, and an ornate hairpin that kept her hair fixed in two lops, but what caught Vaughn's attention was the fact she wasn't wearing panties. This was normal with a kimono, but since the woman wore hers loosely and was standing upside down, anyone who wanted could see her hairless pussy, exposed without care. "You're pretty sharp," remarked the woman, narrowing her cat-like eyes and smiling as she noted, "I masked my presence with senjutsu, but you still noticed me." "Are you Kurika?" asked Vaughn, unable to ignore the similarities between the woman before him and Konako. Their proportions and hair color were distinctly different, but the natural and demonic energy coursing through their bodies was startlingly similar due to them being twins. "Oh? Did my little sister tell you about me? That's rather unexpected," remarked Kurika, outstretching her hands toward Vaughn. The latter was initially confused by this, but after seeing her flex her fingers a few times, he raised his own, allowing her to grab his hands and flip down from the ceiling, landing in front of him. This caused her already drooping kimono to sag further, but even with the peaks of her pale pink nipples exposed, Kurika didn't seem to care in the slightest as she closed her eyes, leaned her head forward, and gave Vaughn a sniff while maintaining her hold on his hands. "You smell really good," remarked Kurika, opening her eyes and looking up at Vaughn with suspicion as she accused, "but I don't detect my sister's scent on you. Have you not been caring for her properly?" "I took a bath before coming here," explained Vaughn, clarifying, "the water we use has the property of completely removing scent particles so I don't end up carrying around a bunch of scents." "I see," muttered Kurika, her voice deep and sensual, almost like a purr, as she rather abruptly drew her face closer and rubbed the sides of her forehead against Vaughn's chest, unmistakably marking him with her scent. In the process, her very large, nearly 100-centimeter breasts pressed against Vaughn's abdomen, the friction invariably causing them to become fully exposed and causing his not-so-little brother to rouse from its slumber. "I'm assuming this is a calling card meant to incite your sister?" asked Vaughn, causing Kurika to look up at him, deliberately pressing her breasts against him as she responded, "Make sure you deliver it properly, okay, Naya?" with a mischievous grin. "Why don't you just meet with her?" asked Vaughn, surprising Kurika by producing a second pair of hands to fix her kimono. He didn't mind having her rub against him, but if there was even a slim possibility that she would become one of his women in the future, he didn't want the 4 other men present seeing her naked. "Do you think she'd want to meet me?" asked Kurika, a hint of sadness briefly flashing across her eyes before she closed them, shook her head, looked up at Vaughn, and playfully added, "Though, if you want to adopt me, I have been looking for a partner to produce powerful offspring. Perhaps I should be a good big sister for once and set an example for that little brat to follow, Naya." Blinking in surprise, Vaughn caused Kurika to become statuesque as he casually revealed, "You weren't aware? Konako is already pregnant with our first child." Staring back at Azazel over her right shoulder, Kurika's voice noticeably deepened, pale purple toki exuding from her body as she asked, "Were you aware of this, Azazel?" Raising his hands in a gesture of mock surrender, Azazel responded, "I'm innocent. I had heard that several members of the Dragon's Pavilion were expecting, but I wasn't aware of the specifics. Information flowing from the intertwining Dragon's Palace's upper floors is more of a trickle than a stream." Turning back to Vaughn, Kurika, exuding a sisterly aura similar to Sirafal, asserted, "Once we're finished here, you will take me to my sister." In a tone that left little room for discussion. "Assuming she's willing to meet with you, I'll arrange it," affirmed Vaughn, nodding. Kurika's split, soot-black tails flicked and vibrated frustratedly in response, but since she couldn't force Konako to meet her, she separated from Vaughn, fixed her kimono, and gazed back at her team, saying, "I need some fresh air," before promptly leaving, causing the frame of the sliding doors to splinter from the force of her closing. That's not the reaction of a sister who callously abandoned her younger sibling. Noted Vaughn, following Kurika's departure with a thoughtful gaze. His curiosity had been comprehensively piqued, but since he would learn the truth once Konako was ready to share, he decided not to follow after the buxom Nico Shao or probe those present for an explanation. Instead, after learning that the other three present were the descendants of King Arthur, Morgan Le Fay, and Sun Wukong, he spent a few hours discussing which world would best suit their desire to become stronger before giving them provisional access to the tower's system. Rather than getting some fresh air as she claimed, the first thing Kurika did after leaving Azazel's Ryokan was make a beeline for the intertwining dragon's palace. Her intention was to sneak inside and locate Konako, but long before she reached it, Grafia appeared near her, sporting a relaxed smile as she remarked, "This is not a place outsiders can come and go at their leisure." After quickly creating some distance between her and Grafia, Kurika narrowed her eyes in recognition, her body tensing as she noted, "You're the ultimate queen, Grafia Lucifuge, the intertwining dragon god has a pretty scary doorkeeper. And you're Kurika, the elder sister of our beloved resident Nico Shao." Countered Grafia, power surging from her body as she asked, "Why have you come here? Can't a big sister meet their little sister without unrelated parties butting in?" asked Kurika, channeling her Toki in preparation for a tough battle. She knew the odds of her defeating someone as powerful as Grafia were slim, but she was determined to meet Konako. Under normal circumstances, perhaps, conceded Grafia. But it wasn't long ago that this realm was assailed by people from the organization you formerly belonged to. Believing you can sneak in at such a time is beyond foolish. "Who said anything about sneaking in?" asked Kurika, adopting one of her characteristically mischievous grins as she asserted, "I was planning to knock on the front door and request entry, Naya." "Unlikely," muttered Grafia, her silver eyes narrowing and tone flat as she established a telepathic connection with Vaughn. Lucky for Kurika, he was already aware of the black-haired Neko Shao's actions and had taken the initiative to contact Konako on her behalf. "MMN. The palace's master is willing to permit you entry, but only if you're prepared to have your power sealed," revealed Grafia, producing a large red collar as she explained, "He will not allow a potential threat anywhere near the mothers of his children." Staring at the collar in Grafia's hand and sensing an inordinately potent sealing technique attached to it, Kurika couldn't help frowning. The thing she hated most was having her freedoms restricted, but she couldn't fault Vaughn for taking measures to ensure Konako's safety. "Fine," responded Kurika, exhaling from her nose, closing her eyes, and spreading her hands to shrug as she conceded, "Your master gave us the benefit of the doubt by allowing us to enter this place. I will trust him, just this once." "A wise decision," affirmed Grafia, directing the collar to float toward Kurika as she stated, "Ga Shujin-sama is among the most righteous and compassionate beings you could meet. And, more than anything else, he holds the concept of family in high regard. Do not betray his trust, and he will invariably do what he can to help you repair the relationship with your sister. I'm planning to bear his children, so what reason would I have to betray him?" countered Kurika, her tone playful as she affixed the collar to her neck. Feeling her power wane was unpleasant, but since she was certain Valia and the others would rescue her if she were detained against her will, she did her best to appear unruffled and confident. "That will depend on Konako-chan," stated Grafia, waiting until Kurika's aura had completely waned before approaching the buxom woman to give her a cursory search. Then, once Konako was ready, she teleported her to where the white-haired Nico Shao was waiting with a grim but determined expression. Chapter 221, Serendipity. "Well, this is a development," mused Vaughn, sporting a faint smile as he returned from his meeting with Vala's newly minted party to find Kurika modeling an exceedingly short-skirted maid outfit that left her ass fully exposed in a frilly black lace thong. "Looks like I'll be working here as a first-grade maid from today forward. I look forward to serving Ga Shujin-sama diligently," Naya chimed Kurika, striking a cutesy, one-legged cat pose with her body turned sideways, her back slightly arched, her split tails forming a heart shape, and her hands bent at the wrists like paws. Shifting his gaze to Konako, wearing a frilly white kimono top with a dark blue and yellow obi and a frilly blue skirt that left her plump and fair legs fully exposed, Vaughn asked, "Are you okay with this?" in a soft, controlled tone. "MMN," responded Konako, offering a curt nod before glancing at Kurika and adding, "I haven't forgiven her, but 50 years is a long time. I want to believe we can become sisters again." Though Konako might not have, Vaughn noticed pain flash across Kurika's amber-yellow eyes before she turned to him, grinned lasciviously, and placed her hands on her lower abdomen, her fingers and thumbs forming a heart over her uterus as she sensually purred, more to the point, "My little kitten is starving, won't Ga Shujin-sama provide it some of his heavy cream, Naya?" Smack. And nay. Not expecting Konako to abruptly smack her exposed bottom, Kurika looked at her younger sister with an aggrieved expression as the former reminded her, "You're a maid who hasn't done any work yet, when you have earned a reward, Vaughn will provide it." With narrowed eyes and a flat tone. "But isn't it the duty of a first-grade maid to serve the master of the palace?" questioned Kurika, rubbing her butt with her left hand and tilting her head to the side, confused. "There are a lot of first-grade maids within the palace," stated Konako, expanding. If everyone crowded around him, Vaughn would never have a moment to himself. "Come, I will show you around and find something for you to do until he calls for you." "Boo! This is tyranny!" groaned Kurika, glancing briefly at Vaughn before following after her sister. At the same time, Konako sent him a message informing him that she would handle her sister, so while he followed them with his eyes, he didn't call out to or try to stop them. "Konako matures more and more each day," noted Vaughn, the smile on his face broadening. A part of him had been looking forward to spending time with both sisters, but with Kurika presumably intending to spend the next 50 years working within the palace, he was certain an opportunity would present itself. For now, it was probably best to let Konako vent and assert herself. "Now, who to spend my evening with?" muttered Vaughn, taking a seat on a nearby sofa and opening his system interface to review his messages and see what everyone was up to. The system clock denoted the time as 9:08 p.m., but as devils were inherently more active at night, most of the central members of his harem were still wide awake, if not hard at work. "Speaking of sisters," thought Vaughn, his aquamarine eyes briefly flashing as he opened a display that showed Tatsumaki and Fubuki together in the bath. Unfortunately, Tatsumaki had made it very clear she didn't want him trying to entice her into a threesome. Still, it was a refreshing sight to see the two of them bonding over low-alcoholic drinks. "Oh, wow!" muttered Vaughn, opening a display that depicted Akeno in a topless BDSM outfit, spinning a similarly leather-clad Lalatina on a wheel. He had given the former permission to train and the latter to be trained by her, but it was still a jarring sight at least at first. The longer he watched, the harder it was to look away. Since he wasn't in the mood for anything extreme, Vaughn eventually shifted his attention to Asia, finding her with Zenobia and, somewhat surprisingly, Gabriel. He wasn't sure what had led to the interaction, but the trio was in the process of trying on different outfits, ostensibly as part of a sleepover as they were gathered in Asia's room, populated by a plethora of cute and oversized stuffed animals. Not wanting to interrupt the trio's bonding, Vaughn closed the display and cycled through a dozen others before pausing when he found a flushed Sana having her breasts groped by Sira Fall as the two sisters took a bath with the female members of the former's peerage. Unfortunately, Tsubasa was among them, so while it wasn't likely they would turn him away, Vaughn didn't feel comfortable intruding upon a bath where the woman of another man was present. "Looks like Grafia is going to receive a lot of love tonight," mused Vaughn, the thought causing his heart to flutter and accelerate. Venelana was in the underworld, and Misla was already fast asleep in the room shared by Luperia and Lastia. He could bide his time until Rias or another member of his harem was free, but it had been a while since he and Grafia shared his bed overnight, just the two of them. "Did Ga Shujin-sama call for me?" asked Grafia, appearing from a pale golden magic circle bearing Vaughn's crest. Due to their inordinately strong bond, she could sense when he was thinking about her, especially when he was having libidinous thoughts. Thus, after hurriedly changing into one of her more titillating maid outfits, she immediately teleported over. "I believe I owe you more than a few rewards," hummed Vaughn, narrowing his eyes and smiling as he patted his left thigh. In response, Graphia made a show of sliding off her incredibly scant panties before placing them on his head and straddling him, leading to a protracted make-out session and a paradoxically long but fleeting night of impassioned love-making. December 5 DXD/July 28 DBT. With Venelana arriving early that morning, Vaughn informed Aileen he would be later than usual before making his way over to where the flaxen-haired devil awaited with 4 transcendental beauties. "My, you've become even more handsome in our time apart," remarked one of the women, the shapeliest within the group, with breasts in excess of 100 centimeters, a tight waist, wide hips, and plump thighs. Her loosely braided ankle-length hair was a pale, shimmering blue at the base that became progressively darker near the ends, and she had 3 pairs of pale blue horns framing her head like a crown, a plump, scale-covered tail protruding from above her voluminous butt, and sharp, dark blue eyes with golden, slit-like pupils. "Tiamat, I have been looking forward to our reunion," expressed Vaughn, his tone sincere and his eyes glistening with anticipation as he surprised the Dragon Queen by stepping forward and drawing her into his embrace as she drew near him. She initially planned to stop before and stare up at him, but when he promptly hefted her up by her butt and kissed her, she didn't resist. Instead, her tail swished excitedly behind her as she closed her eyes and telepathically remarked, "You've become bold, as a dragon should be," while actively engaging with his tongue. "We'll continue this and more later," stated Vaughn, setting Tiamat down and licking his glistening lips while holding her upturned, somewhat predatory gaze. Fortunately, she respected his decision and, following a playful lick to the underside of his chin with her inordinately long and pointed tongue, separated from him with graceful, fluid movements. After briefly following the buxom dragoness's movements with his gaze, Vaughn turned his attention to the patiently waiting Venelana, an apologetic smile adorning his face as he extended his left hand to her, prompting her to step forward and nestle into his embrace. "Welcome home," muttered Vaughn, punctuating his words by giving the flaxen-haired devil a deep, methodical kiss. She should have been the first person he greeted, but the order got messed up since Tiamat had made a beeline for him the moment he arrived at the lavishly decorated drawing room. "Is this the customary greeting in the intertwining dragon's palace?" asked one of the 3 remaining women, a bespectacled, crimson-eyed beauty with long, straight blonde hair that arced neatly at the hairline to frame a beautiful, intelligent-looking face. Her figure, garbed in dark blue, military-esque apparel, wasn't nearly as pronounced as Tiamat's, but she was an incredible beauty in her own right and, significantly, one of Rias's oldest friends alongside Sana. Her cross-armed posture made her appear standoffish, but the faint reddening of her cheeks and the 2 protrusions visible through her top made it evident she was harboring expectations of her own. Having just separated from Venelana, Vaughn met the crimson-eyed devil's gaze, smiled, and hummed, "Seek Vera, it's been too long. Rias and Sana will be over the moon when they hear you've elected to spend these next 50 years in our care." With Venelana separating from him and joining Tiamat at his side, Vaughn extended his left hand to Seek Vera with a faint smile. She had technically come to them to produce an heir for the ducal house of Agars, so while they weren't particularly close just yet, Vaughn saw no reason to treat her as a stranger. Though she exhaled from her nose in a faintly huffy manner, Seek Vera didn't hesitate to step forward, uncrossing her arms to reciprocate Vaughn's embrace and stepping on the tips of her toes to receive his lips. Her body tensed when he grabbed and squeezed her butt, making it easier for them to entangle their tongues, but only briefly. She had privately been looking forward to the exchange since Rias invited her to join Vaughn's harem nearly 9 months prior, and thanks to her devil heritage, she instinctively knew what to do. "Should we interpret this to mean we have likewise been accepted into your fold?" asked a simultaneously beautiful and heroic-looking woman with masterfully carved features, sharp blue eyes, a shapely and athletic body, and nearly ankle-length, pale blue hair affixed in a long, loose braid. Both she and the remaining woman present were modeling pantsuits, but hers was black with a glossy, bright blue tie, while her companion's was a matte purple with a brocade undershirt. Chief Valkyrie Brynhildr, the fables failed to capture the essence of your beauty. And Adjutant Ross Weiss, it's good to see you again, answered Vaughn, adopting a smoldering smile as he gave Sikvera's left ass cheek a playful squeeze. She had yet to separate from him and join Venelana and Tiamat, but after his subtle reminder, her days faded, and she quickly fell in line. I swear to serve the Dragon's Pavilion to the best of my inadequate ability, responded Ross Weiss, her aquamarine eyes swimming about confusedly and her face flushed crimson as she offered a steep bow. Like Brynhildr, she also had inordinately long, albeit silver, pink-tinted hair, but instead of binding it in some manner, she allowed it to flow freely in wavy strands. Rolling her eyes, Brynhildr added, contrasting her words, Ross Weiss is one of the most talented Valkyries to appear in the past 1300 years. The offspring you produce are bound to be exceptional warriors or talented mages. Hearing Brynhildr mention children, the flush-tinting Rossiust's face bled into her ears, accompanied by illusory steam rising from her head. The truth was that she had been fantasizing about joining Vaughn's harem ever since his daring comments at the Underworld Conference, but since the days she had been single-matched the number that had passed since her birth, she was unspeakably nervous. What if he doesn't accept me? Ross Weiss asked herself, her bowed body tensing as Vaughn stepped forward and stopped right in front of her. What she didn't know was that Vaughn had been looking forward to getting to know her since he first laid eyes on her, standing stoically behind Odin. Raise your head, muttered Vaughn, prompting Ross Weiss to swallow hard before rising to her full height of 173 centimeters. Then, with slow, practiced movements, he slid his hands around the voluptuous beauty's body and caressed her remarkably toned ass cheeks with a smoldering, confident smile. Ross Weiss initially trembled at the unfamiliar contact, but instead of shying away or forcing them apart, she closed her eyes and tentatively raised her chin, earning herself a chaste but protracted kiss. Chapter 222, Separation. We suspect the actual count to be higher, but according to reports, we now have 5,019 devils, 1,448 angels, 1,663 fallen, 3,340 yokai, 300 walkyer, 11 demigods, 7 dragons, and 43,541 monosensitive humans as semi- or permanent residents of Termina, revealed Venelana, wearing a pair of stylish, rectangular framed crystal glasses while perusing a data tablet in a white, black-trimmed lace negligée, lace panties, and stockings. That's more than the 50,000 spots we allotted, noted Vaughn, his gaze fixed on the pair of antennae like a hogue protruding from the top of Rossiust's head as the beautiful, lingerie-clad Valkyrie did her best to give him a blowjob. One thing had led to another, so as Venelana updated him on the status of their preparations, he found himself nestled between Tiamat and Brynhildr as Ross Weiss learned how to give a proper blowjob from Sikvera. The latter had never actually given one personally, but as heiress of House Agars and a pure-blooded devil, she had the theoretical knowledge and an intuitive understanding of what to do. I assume that's my fault, stated Sikvera, drawing Vaughn's gaze as she calmly explained, since I am my family's sole heir, my father insisted that I be accompanied by my servants and personal guard. I apologize for the inconvenience. Shaking his head, Vaughn responded, the more, the merrier. Before tilting his head back, closing his eyes, and issuing a faint groan to reinforce that Ross Weiss was doing well. She was notably inexperienced, but just as he had told Yamato, he didn't mind. Rather, he found her growing enthusiasm and effort to improve immensely endearing. Then, assuming everything is in order, we have arranged for Termina to become disconnected from the outside at noon today, stated Venelana, adding, though, if you would like to initiate the process sooner, everyone arranged to be here is accounted for. A lot could happen in 5 hours, and that's a potential 525 days if converted. Noted Vaughn, simultaneously permitting Sis to begin severing all but 3 pathways linking Termina to the outside, one connecting to a gate stored in the underground treasury of Castle Gemrory, another in the vault of the 7th heaven, and the last hidden in the boiler room of the old school building. It's done, revealed Vaughn, causing Venelana to blink in surprise as she hadn't expected him to take action immediately. Then I will hurriedly apprise those who need to know of the situation, said Venelana, closing her eyes and offering a steep bow as an example to the other women present. I'll leave it to you, affirmed Vaughn, nodding. Having her leave to manage things while he stayed behind to enjoy a fivesome felt awkward, but they both knew he would make it up to her that afternoon or evening. After all, while Rias was vying for the position, Venelana unquestionably carried the second greatest authority in the intertwining Dragon's Palace as his first wife and personal manager. And I will not fail your expectations, responded Venelana, giving her best, most alluring smile before teleporting away. People were bound to be confused by their access to the outside world being cut off ahead of time, so she was off to perform damage control and reassure those who needed to know that things were proceeding as planned, just a bit ahead of schedule. You and Lady Venelana appear to harbor a great deal of trust between you, remarked Brynhildr, her tone measured. She had heard the rumors regarding Venelana eloping to become Vaughn's wife, but there was clearly at least some truth to the claim. That's putting it lightly, hummed Vaughn, heralding an end to the line of discussion by sliding his hand up Brynhildr's side and drawing her closer for a kiss. Ross Weiss was surprised when he simultaneously released his seed, but the silver-haired Valkyrie did her best to drink it, earning herself the right to be the first to receive it via her lower mouth. You never realize how short a day is until you are limited to only 24 hours. Noted Vaughn, feeling a little disjointed as things had barely gotten underway between him and the palace's 4 newest residents before Sis informed him it was time to pick up Lupharia and Lastia from their lessons. Most people would think 8 hours was plenty of time to make love to 4 women, but he wasn't most people. The situation isn't as dire as it seems, chimed Sis, explaining, once time has been reconciled across the worlds of Invertua, it will become a new baseline for facilities such as the Room of Spirit and Time and rooms that use time compression barriers to reference. You may not be able to freely control the flow of time within a given space as you did before, but it doesn't prevent you from preparing spaces where the passage of time differs from the baseline. Oh, that's good to know, mused Vaughn, feeling markedly more optimistic about the situation. Unfortunately, it also means that locations where time naturally flows faster or slower, such as the Abyss, become marginally more difficult to deal with, appended Sis, clarifying, since the base of Rico's world will be brought in line with Termina, that means a day for her and her friends will translate to upwards of 10 outside. I see, responded Vaughn, briefly frowning before adopting a broad smile as he arrived at the playroom of the 7th floor's daycare. There, he found Misla waiting for him near the entrance, sporting a faint smile as she observed Lupharia and Lastia constructing a massive sandcastle in a large sandbox. Noticing Vaughn's arrival, Misla turned to face him, her smile softening but her violet eyes gaining a hint of expectation as she asked, "How was your day, dear?" in a low, effortlessly sensual tone. "It just got better," hummed Vaughn, sliding his right hand along Misla's side before settling on her left ass cheek, giving it a light smack as she settled into his embrace, habitually pressed her crotch to his bulge, and accepted his kiss. "Ah! Shishiu is here," exclaimed Lupharia, disregarding her and Lastia's sandcastle and initially charging forward on all fours before transitioning to 2 feet and leaping several meters through the air. "Well, hello to you too," hummed Vaughn, catching Lupharia out of the air and briefly spinning on his left heel before hugging her close and giving her back a few firm pats as she aggressively nuzzled him. Shortly after, Lastia scampered over, her large, chestnut brown eyes shimmering and a broad smile adorning her face as she said, "Welcome," says Lastia, urging Lupharia-chan not to monopolize Vaughn with her eyes. Now, there's plenty of me to go around, reassured Vaughn, taking a seat and shifting Lupharia to his left thigh so Lastia could plop down on his right, allowing him to nuzzle her forehead, producing a brief flash of static electricity, before hugging them both and affectionately caressing their heads. Afterward, he joined them for a bath with Misla, giving him a chance to hear about their day before everyone gathered for dinner and a discussion regarding some necessary changes to the palace and his plans for the future. Since his bedroom lacked a time compression barrier or its equivalent, Vaughn had most of the executive members of the Dragon's Pavilion gather in a training room following dinner for a follow-up discussion and to give them a chance to acquaint themselves with Tiamat, Seekvera, Brynhilder, and Ross Weiss. Of course, everyone wore frilly or lace lingerie, providing quite a stimulating view compounded by the fact they were all seated on his proliferated penises while Kurika, with Konako's blessing, nuzzled and suckled his original dick. "How shall we keep track of the date moving forward?" asked Venelana, pointing out, "We can't very well say it's December 5th for the next 4 to 6 years. Since Bulma's world was one of the first inducted into Invertua, my vote is to have Termina reflect the passage of time there or the world hosting the Black Tower," stated Vaughn, his right eye tensing as Kurika grazed his glands with her rough, cat-like tongue. "Would it not be more convenient to continue counting forward from the present date?" asked Sana, reasoning, "that would make it considerably easier for the inhabitants of Termina to keep track of important dates like birthdays, holidays, and cultural observations." "An excellent point," conceded Vaughn, nodding approvingly. Due to him experiencing multiple days in a day, dates had mostly lost all meaning to him. For others, however, they were of individual importance and cultural significance. "Then, unless there are any other suggestions, we'll go with Sana's," said Vaughn, causing a faint, gratified smile to develop across Sana's face as she appreciated his willingness to heed her counsel. "Since we're on the subject of dates, should we perhaps make today's a holiday?" proposed Venelana, contending, "It might be just another day for us, but for the denizens of Termina, this is the beginning of a new era of sorts." "That's fine, by me," affirmed Vaughn, closing his eyes, clenching his teeth, and pushing down Kurika's head as he released his semen into her throat and the pussies of nearly every other woman present, resulting in a chain reaction of orgasms that temporarily derailed the discussion. "Nay, I want Gashujin Sama's semen in my pussy as well," remarked Kurika, licking her lips and the tips of her fingers clean while staring up at Vaughn with upturned eyes and a mischievous, catty expression. "Maybe later," responded Vaughn, grabbing the sides of Kurika's face and gently massaging her cheeks with his palms while digging into her scalp with the tips of his fingers, just as he did with Konako. Unsurprisingly, the two sisters shared the same weaknesses, Kurika's expression going from slight annoyance to a close-eyed, contented smile as she realized he was actually exceptional at petting. "All right, we'll consider that matter settled," said Venelana, her cheeks slightly flushed and her arms cradling her body as she added, "As for the next, the specifics can be discussed later, but do we want to focus on the development of a standing military or police force? It would expedite our response time and allow us to maintain order outside the palace. The previous raid made it clear we need capable people who can react quickly to threats, but I'm not fond of conventional military structures," answered Vaughn, continuing to massage Kurika's cheeks and holding the soot-haired Neko Xiao's gaze as he added, "I understand giving people a chance to serve, but I find the concept of generic, rank-and-file troops to be insensible." Raising his gaze to meet the many focused on him, Vaughn declared, "I do not require an occupational force. If we're going to make a military, it will be comprised of elites who specialize in solving problems at their root. To that end, I believe we should expand upon the concept of peerages and prioritize nurturing individuals with inordinate potential and a pronounced sense of right and wrong. I understand not wanting to form battle lines with individuals who could be eliminated en masse by a large-scale attack, but how are we meant to determine who has potential and who is worth nourishing without creating conditions that draw out such characteristics?" asked Ravel, conceding, "I suppose we could prioritize recruiting those who manage to progress past certain floors of the tower, but those with the ambition to rise quickly are likely to prefer forming groups or organizations of their own. That's why I mentioned peerages, stated Vaughn, explaining, rather than establishing a conventional military, we could employ something similar to the guilds seen in many fantasy settings. Simply put, we can form friendly relations with powerful or promising groups and then employ them to deal with low-priority threats. As for higher priority targets, such as the Cows Brigade, we will deal with them ourselves. If we can't, we shouldn't be the ones calling the shots. Nay. After being reduced to a purring, contented mass, Kurika was genuinely confused when Vaughn suddenly picked her up by the pits of her arms and used a second pair of hands to guide her to straddle him. Her tails briefly formed a heart shape when she thought they were about to have sex, but Vaughn dashed that hope when he cradled her tenderly and gently caressed her back. This is a very advanced form of bullying, muttered Kurika. Despite this, she slowly closed her eyes and enjoyed the feeling of being embraced for the first time in a long time. She couldn't help but take note of the hot and rigid object her pussy and ass were nestled against, but the instincts that should have been screaming at her to breed had ostensibly been soothed by Vaughn's pleasant scent and comforting caress. Chapter 223, Truth. December 6 DXD/July 29 DBT. After retiring to Venelana's room rather than his own, Vaughn made up for previously sending her away by placing her in a mating press and making slow, methodical love to her for 6 straight hours. By the end, she was so out of it that she simply stared at him with a weary smile for nearly half an hour as he wiped her down and gave her a sponge bath. That was a new experience. Where did you pick up such a technique? Asked Venelana, breaking her long silence after Vaughn set aside the bucket and towel he used to bathe her. Cora, revealed Vaughn, bending over Venelana's body and kissing her lips before grinning as he teased, but I was unaware of its effectiveness over extended periods. You've taught me something new. Just be careful who you use it on, muttered Venelana, closing her eyes and basking in the memory as she noted, it feels like I have a rotor in my womb. I'll be careful, affirmed Vaughn, rising to a seated position before bending over and planting a lingering kiss just below Venelana's navel. He found it a little disconcerting that her stomach was remarkably flat when she was estimated to be around 12 weeks pregnant, but he had been assured by her and other experienced mothers that this was normal, as most signs of pregnancy didn't begin until the second trimester. Shall I clean your ears for you? Asked Venelana, sporting a distinctly motherly smile as she shifted back slightly and rose to a seated position with her back against the headboard of her bed. She was initially naked, but in anticipation of their usual pillow talk or cuddling, she pre-prepared a set of off-white, black-trimmed lace lingerie, a negligee, and stockings in her secondary equipment slots. Rarely one to shy away from or refuse a lap pillow, Vaughn rested his head atop Venelana's plump and fragrant thighs before closing his eyes with a contented smile. He never had any wax in his ears to clean, but he greatly enjoyed having the interior of his ear carefully scraped with a golden loop pick before Venelana softly inquired, "Have you finished considering what you want to do to become stronger?" "My intuition tells me the answer lies in the corridor," answered Vaughn, his voice faint but naturally deep as he appended, "but I would also like to try and find a proper mentor to reinforce my fundamentals. Finding a rival or a handful of male friends I can compete with would also be nice," thought Vaughn, keeping it to himself. He knew Venelana wouldn't laugh at or make fun of him, but there were some things men just couldn't say aloud. "Did the training you conducted with Saray until recently not bear the desired fruit?" asked Venelana, genuinely curious. She received updates on Vaughn's progress from Misla, who, in turn, heard about the results of his training through her son, but she had never asked Vaughn how he felt about his growth, not wanting him to feel pressured. "I consider Saray a friend and a trusted ally, but due to my relationship with his mother, I can't help feeling there's a wall separating us that can't be overcome without some kind of catalyst," explained Vaughn, exhaling an exasperated sigh from his nose. "I see," muttered Venelana, her words gentle and soothing as she gently ran the fingers of her right hand through Vaughn's hair. Based on his words, she could extrapolate that Vaughn was searching for a father figure who could teach him what he needed to be a good father, or someone he could grow alongside rather than learn from. Unfortunately, it was obvious to her, Grafia, Misla, and Yasaka that Vaughn harbored a subconscious bias toward other males, particularly those older than him and those who held positions of power or authority. "Why not become a mentor to others?" asked Venelana, pointing out, "Even before you met my daughter, you had already started developing practical combat skills in the corridor. Fundamentals are important, but there aren't many who can teach you how to make effective use of your unique and ever-evolving abilities. You should consider that developing your own style through trial and error and then passing that knowledge on to others might suit you more than apprenticing under someone else." "That's not a bad idea," thought Vaughn, raising his left hand to caress Venelana's left knee and remarkably smooth shin as he considered her words. All styles had to originate somewhere, and since winning fights at his level generally came down to who could unleash the biggest or fastest attack, there weren't many situations where form and technique mattered outside of blocking or parrying. After all, footwork had few uses when you spent most battles in the air and could instantly change direction. "So what I need most is combat experience," concluded Vaughn, recalling a message Orium had sent not long ago despite Yoryuaki advising her they needed to be able to solve their world's problems themselves. The plot of Bleach had developed to the point that Rukia had been forced to return to Soul Society, so, rightly fearing that a group of 4 to 5 high schoolers couldn't take on the most powerful military force in her world, Orium had asked if he could intervene to rescue her friend. Imagining himself facing enemies like Kenpeki, the captain commander of the Godi I-13, or even Aizen, Vaughn became introspective. He didn't want to interfere with the growth of the main character, Kurosaki Ichigo, but as he recalled the plot of Bleach, he couldn't help thinking the orange-haired high schooler would be vastly happier if the weight of the world and even existence itself weren't forced upon him constantly. "But Yoryuaki doubtlessly wants to keep my existence from the Godi I-13," Vaughn noted, not wanting to cause problems for the buxom, dark-skinned Catwoman. Orium retained the right to request his intervention, but as the two of them weren't physically intimate, Vaughn felt obligated to respect the intentions of his very buxom kitten. "Time for your other ear," muttered Venelana, breaking Vaughn free of his introspection while simultaneously caressing his face. He flipped over in response, increasing the potency of Venelana's womanly aroma, so while he continued to deliberate during her ear cleaning, Vaughn eventually had the flaxen-haired devil get on all fours to reward her for her counsel and giving him a sense of direction without outright telling him what he should do. Kaka. Emerging from an ornate door bearing the motif of a black cat, Yoryuaki, sporting a mischievous expression and attired in her usual backless black bodysuit, commented, "This is the first time you've called me here like this directly. I'm guessing it has something to do with the situation back in my world and a certain orange-haired girl with massive tits." "You guessed correctly," affirmed Vaughn, patting his left thigh from where he sat atop a comfy crimson and gold sofa. In response, Yoryuaki readily straddled him, but instead of sitting still, she aggressively ground against him, her eyes narrowed and voice a purr as she asked, "So, what did you want to discuss? You must have reached some kind of conclusion to call me here like this." "MMN. To be honest, once I started thinking about you, I couldn't get you out of my mind," revealed Vaughn, gliding his hands along the exterior of Yoryuaki's legs to grasp her paradoxically soft, toned, and voluminous ass as he added, "I missed you." In a sincere, smoldering tone. "Oh," muttered Yoryuaki, the faintest of blushes tinting her cheeks as she wasn't accustomed to such sincerity. It also made her uncomfortable, so before Vaughn could say anything else disconcerting, she narrowed her cat-like eyes, cupped and squished his cheeks, and remarked, "Spare me the sap, you know I'm not fond of flowery words." "Right, you're a woman of action," affirmed Vaughn, raising Yoryuaki's ass before they simultaneously removed their equipment. As he lowered her, a hot, shuddering sigh emanated from her throat, causing the tension to briefly leave her body before she bit her bottom lip and began rolling her hips from front to back, remarking, "That's better," in a heated tone. responded Vaughn, drawing the beautiful, dark-skinned woman close and embracing her tightly before biting down on her left shoulder, prompting her to do the same but much harder. From there, they spent the better part of 6 hours laying waste to the room they were in as, more than most of his women, Yoryuki treated sex like a competition, requiring him to conquer her anew each time they reunited. "You about ready to talk?" asked Yoryuki, laying listlessly atop Vaughn with dark purple cat ears and a tail protruding from above her ass crack, periodically curling and tapping her leg. Ordinarily, her breasts compelled her to lie on her side or back, but thanks to the sports bra-like top Vaughn had provided her, she could lie flat against him and listen to his powerful heartbeat. Nodding slowly, Vaughn revealed, "As you surmised, Orium contacted me the other day, asking if I could help rescue the Shinigami called Rukia. It happens to be that I'm currently looking for powerful opponents to hone my skills against, and based on what I know of your world." With Vaughn's words abruptly trailing into silence, Yoryuki raised her head from his chest to gaze at him, her right brow rising curiously as she asked, "What happened? Is someone messaging you?" Furrowing his brows slightly and adopting an uncharacteristically serious expression, Vaughn caught Yoryuki off guard by asserting, "You're someone I care about deeply, Yoryuki. Even if it ultimately drives a wedge between us, I want to be honest with you." "Okay," responded Yoryuki, confusion written across her face and a hint of thinly veiled suspicion in her yellow, cat-like eyes. She could only guess what Vaughn was getting at, but it had to be something major for him to suggest it could drive a wedge between them. As such, she was more than a little confused when he, maintaining his serious expression, asked, "Are you familiar with anime and manga?" "This isn't a joke, is it?" asked Yoryuki, her expression unamused as she sat next to Vaughn, resisting the urge to separate from him as she stared at the images on the screen he had produced, depicting events in her world through the medium of an anime called Bleach. She truthfully wasn't too surprised when he revealed himself to be the entity that gave form to her world and countless others, but the revelation that, before that, her world was a work of fiction left her feeling a peculiar sense of loss she couldn't put into words. "It's not," affirmed Vaughn, his voice faint as he appended, "but, regardless of how it got started, it doesn't change that your world and everyone who inhabits it is real. And from the moment it was given form, you've been the master of your own fate, shaping it through your actions. That's one of the reasons I created the Tower of Ascension, to empower you and others to write your own stories." "Right," muttered Yoryuki, her gaze fixed on the display before her as various thoughts fought for purchase in her mind. She ordinarily made an effort to avoid thinking too deeply about things, so after several seconds of deep consideration, she decided to let Kisuk be the one to think about how Vaughn's revelations changed things. As for her, catching Vaughn off guard, Yoryuki abruptly straddled him, her yellow eyes narrowed and tone flat as she asserted, "I'll be taking this anime with me when I return. I trust that won't be a problem. I wouldn't have revealed the truth if I didn't believe you had the right to use it," affirmed Vaughn, nodding. For several seconds thereafter, Yoryuki stared at him as if she were searching for something in his eyes, causing a growing sense of unease to build within him before she said, "You're lucky you have a godly dick." Before leaning forward and giving his left carotid a slow, deliberate lick with her presently rough tongue. Chapter 224, Request. A/N, if you're enjoying the story, want to see more releases, or want to read 30+ chapters ahead, please consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/c/ines_left_foot. I'd like to increase my output to 3 to 4 chapters per day, but it's not sustainable with my current earnings. Hearing that Vaughn had revealed the truth to Yoryuki, Rias, seated at a table with him, Sana, and Ravel, blinked in surprise and remarked, "Oh, my! We expected the truth to come to light sooner rather than later, but not this soon. Do you have something in mind?" Nodding, Vaughn affirmed, "I do," before adding, "As you said, it was only a matter of time before the truth came to light." Trying to preserve the plots of various worlds for the sake of the residents undermines the purpose of in virtua as a concept. I wanted to create a scenario where we could see, experience, and interact with various fictions while freeing the inhabitants of those worlds to shape their future. I still believe we shouldn't intervene directly unless requested, but I also feel we could be doing more with the tower. If nothing else, I believe it would be a good idea to increase the number of ascendees in each batch, proposed Ravel, noting, if we maintain the current restriction of 50 per cycle, it will take more than 100 years just to accommodate the existing population of Termina. To that end, I was thinking of following the example of the dragons from Eileen's world, revealed Vaughn. They coordinate with the gods of various worlds to have linked copies of their towers appear near major population centers. We could do something similar or, in the case of worlds without a presiding god, have the population put it a vote. I feel that, at least in the case of fairly modern settings, many would jump at the chance to become hunters, players, or awakened. That sounds remarkably destructive, noted Sana, her flat expression and tone making it clear she didn't agree with the suggestion. Instead of simply refuting it, however, she reasoned, presume we allow a world with a population similar to our own to make such a decision. Even if just 10 to 20% of the population is against the proposal, that would result in 750 million to 1.5 billion people becoming victims of a societal shift they did not consent to. Thus, rather than drop the towers into existing worlds, would it not be better to give those who desire change and adventure the opportunity to pursue it elsewhere? Piggybacking off Sana's words, Ravel agreed, that would undoubtedly lead to societal collapse in the original world, but it's an effective way to separate those who seek to break free from the mundane and those who are content living simpler lives. Why not go with what Azazel suggested a while back, proposed Rias, drawing everyone's gazes as she reminded, if the setting is modern, we could introduce full dive VR with a setting centered around the Tower of Ascension. Then, similar to the actual tower, those who manage to reach the 50th floor and surpass its trial could be given the right to enter the genuine article. Such premises are fairly popular nowadays, are they not? That would be considerably more straightforward than translocating tens or even hundreds of billions of people. Conceded Vaughn, nodding, and if we establish the Dragon's Pavilion as an organization within the game, we could potentially accumulate faith by shaping player perspectives. I prefer this idea over previous suggestions, but what shall we do about worlds where things like the internet don't exist? Asked Raval. Though, I believe there is merit to prioritizing worlds without supernatural elements. That way, everyone starts on relatively equal footing. Those with greater wealth or freer use of their time would obviously have an advantage, but I assume we could implement measures to ensure those with strong morals and righteous character rise to the top. We could also do corporate sponsorships or privately fund a guild within the game, proposed Rias, her blue eyes gleaming with anticipation as she found the idea increasingly interesting. While that's certainly a possibility, we're severely lacking in personnel. Noted Sana, crossing her arms and cupping her chin with her right hand as she reasoned, we'll need to contract existing companies, presumably offering those in charge power or longevity. Not necessarily, muttered Vaughn, drawing everyone's attention to him as he explained. Most modern settings heavily depend on innovations such as the internet and wired transactions. They are incredibly susceptible to cyber attacks and manipulation, so if we employ a sufficiently advanced AI linked to the tower's administrator, it should be able to dominate the systems it's introduced into, screen employees, and set up the necessary infrastructure for development and distribution with minimal oversight. We should have some, but I am confident in the administrator's analytical and managerial capabilities. As you should be, hummed Sis, sounding exceedingly pleased with herself. Don't make me have you manifest a butt so I can pinch it, responded Vaughn, unable to prevent a smile from developing across his face as Sis's refined laughter echoed in his mind. If the players are going to transition to the tower at some point, it does make sense to have the administrator involved, affirmed Rias. Though, since we're on the subject, I've been curious regarding the nature of the administrator's existence for quite some time. they're clearly something more than an artificial intelligence at this point. Shaking his head, Vaughn revealed, there's nothing artificial about them, but it's difficult to explain. The most straightforward way to view them is as an extension of myself, kind of like an inner voice given awareness of its own. You mean, like a conscience? Asked Sana, raising her right brow as she recalled the administrator being an exceedingly beautiful woman. More like a counterpart. Corrected Vaughn, an awkward smile adorning his face as he reiterated, as I said, it's difficult to explain. But if you're familiar with anime and manga that incorporate game-like interfaces, you can think of them as the consciousness that oversees the protagonist. It's just that the administrator's knowledge is derived from my own, and their abilities are an extension of my power. In other words, you empower them rather than the other way around. Surmised Ravel, causing Sana to nod in understanding while Rias crossed her arms and leaned back slightly, ostensibly lost in thought. Is something the matter? Asked Vaughn, tilting his head slightly. Of course not, responded Rias, shaking her head before smiling, meeting Vaughn's gaze, and revealing, I was just considering who would be the best suited to head this project. Excluding Bulma and perhaps Jacko, we don't have many technically minded or computer-savvy individuals in our ranks. Azazel seems the obvious choice, but I personally feel such an important position should be held by someone with a less sordid past. What about the sisters? Asked Ravel, pointing out, they can interface with systems and electronic devices directly. If nothing else, they would make excellent support staff. I feel like they've become an integral part of the lower floors, and they're pretty committed to advancing through the tower. Stated Vaughn, shaking his head as he added, if they hear about what we're doing and volunteer of their own accord, I think it's acceptable. But let's not burden them with even more responsibilities. Punctuating his words, Vaughn tapped the table he and the girls were sitting around, causing a transparent blue panel to spread a centimeter above its surface before the holographic bust of Yuaki Asuna appeared, causing the three girls to raise their brows in recognition. She was from a world where the technology to actualize full-dive VR already existed. More importantly, she had previously contracted the Dragon's Pavilion to gain independence from her family and start her own business, so while she may not possess the technical knowledge required to manage a large-scale enterprise, she wasn't lacking in drive or motivation. After parting ways with Rias, Sana, and Ravel following their brunch date, Vaughn found himself in a pensive, introspective state while ambling through the palace. Venelana's suggestion that he consider mentoring others had stuck with him, but as he weighed the idea, the more he felt he would be forcing undue expectations on those he brought under his wings. After all, he was the dragon god of intertwined fates. Anyone apprenticing under him earnestly was bound to feel compelled to achieve favorable results or distinguish themselves. Then there's the question of what I should teach. Thought Vaughn, the prospect of traveling to various worlds and challenging their strongest or most skilled martial artists crossing his mind. If he heeded the restrictions placed on ascendees by limiting his parameters to the power threshold of each verse, he could theoretically hone his skills anywhere. Ding! Prompted by the sound of a priority notification, Vaughn opened his direct messages, noticing he had received quite a few but focusing on the one that was pulsing sent by Tatsumaki. Oh? I wonder what she's up to. Vaughn muttered, prompting Sis to open a display that depicted Tatsumaki staring half-liddedly at her chat interface. More notably, she was outfitted in a cream-colored, off-the-shoulder top, a black sports tank top, pleated jeans, and ivory-white sandal heels with a salmon-pink purse hanging diagonally across her body. Reading Tatsumaki's not-so-urgent message, which said he should come over if he weren't busy, Vaughn couldn't help smiling. He didn't know what had led to her contacting him, but it was fairly obvious she wanted to go on a date or something similar with how she was dressed. It wasn't how he had planned to spend the early afternoon, possibly even the evening, but since he hadn't cemented anything, he promptly responded that he was on his way, causing a rare smile to bloom across Tatsumaki's usually surly face. It was nowhere to be seen when they met up, but from Vaughn's perspective, that only made her more adorable. I want you to take the initiative and have sex with my sister. expressed Tatsumaki, catching Vaughn a little off guard as she lay atop him, completely naked after their post-date lovemaking. Did something happen? Asked Vaughn. Not yet, but there have been more and more predatory and opportunistic assholes trying to cozy up to both of us these past few months, revealed Tatsumaki, narrowing her eyes as she appended, I honestly don't want to share the same man as my sister, but at least you can keep her safe if shit hits the fan. I'll see what I can do, responded Vaughn, resisting the urge to point out he could protect Fubuki without the two of them having sex. Instead, he gave Tatsumaki a peck on her lips, causing the ruddiness in her cheeks to deepen before they exchanged several more. Since she would presumably find it suspicious if he suddenly contacted and propositioned her for sex, Vaughn had Sis keep an eye on Fubuki so he could catch her in the bath or somewhere similar. Unfortunately, her work kept her fairly busy, so even though she visited the palace daily, she often teleported directly to her room to relax and get a full night's sleep without the threat of a monster attack or assassination attempt. Looks like tonight is amiss, thought Vaughn, seeing Fubuki undress in the comfort of her room before plopping face down on her bed in her lingerie without taking a bath or shower. Being CEO of one of the fastest growing companies in her world left her understandably spent, so while he wanted to keep his promise with Tatsumaki, Vaughn, observing various displays from the confines of his spherical deprivation chamber, left Fubuki to enjoy her moment of respite. Shifting his gaze to another display, Vaughn observed with slightly narrowed eyes as Urahara, Yuruaki, and the muscular, mustachioed Tessai watched the Bleach anime. Yuruaki looked increasingly bored, as even the highest quality animation couldn't capture the speed and impact of actual battles, but Urahara and Tessai had serious, immersed expressions, with the latter even taking detailed notes of everything that transpired on screen. Let's see what Rukia is up to, thought Vaughn, prompting Sis to open a display depicting the petite, raven-haired Shinigami sitting meditatively within a cell formed from thick wooden beams. There were still 16 days until her execution, so she had yet to be moved to the repentance cell overlooking the giant glaive that would, under normal circumstances, annihilate the condemned criminal's soul. She's pretty cute, noted Vaughn, having only paid cursory attention to the events transpiring in Bleach. As such, it was only his second time seeing Rukia and the first he was paying close attention to her. Unfortunately, her detention was a confluence, binding the fates of countless people and setting several significant events in motion. Thus, even though he could reach through the display and pluck her from her cell, Vaughn suppressed the urge as the karmic deficit he would accrue would effectively make him responsible for the entire world. Chapter 225, Seeds for the Future. December 9 DXD/August 1 DBT. Taya. Hyatt. Hi. You're fast, remarked Vaughn, weaving between a series of 3 sharp, sweeping kicks launched at his face by Mew, who, as usual, wore a purple bodysuit that left very little to the imagination. She had requested a spar when he dropped by to see how the sisters' training was going, but even with his parameters restricted to match her own, her attacks felt painfully slow. I'm not finished, exclaimed Mew, stepping forward, twisting her body, and springing off her left foot while tucking in her arms and contracting her body to accelerate into an aerial, cartwheeling heel strike. Vaughn was tempted to let the attack land against his guard, but since Mew might view that as him disrespecting her, he slid into her blind spot, ending up behind her as her heel cut through where his head had been a moment prior. Demonstrating the skills and intuition she had honed over a lifetime of martial training, Mew, after noticing Vaughn had vanished, moved with the momentum of her attack, contracting her body and rolling forward across the ground before springing up, flipping through the air, and landing in a ready stance with her posture low, her left hand and foot forward, and her right fist tucked near her waist. Raising his own fists in a loose boxing pose, Vaughn waited for the exact moment when Mew tensed her body to charge forward before doing the same. She quickly anchored her right foot and attempted to knee him in the ribs, but he intercepted her knee with his right palm while thrusting his left hand past the left side of her head, his forearm grazing her very voluminous breasts as he attempted to knock her off balance. Instead, she used the leverage of his block to twist her upper body deliberately before striking at his abdomen with her right hand, hardened by her chi, functioning like the tip of a spear. The best defense is a good offense, noted Vaughn, intercepting Miu's knife hand by raising his left knee, causing her to bend her arm, switching to a sharp elbow strike as she simultaneously swept her left leg and foot back, giving her the leverage necessary to knock him off balance, forcing him to catch himself by quickly stepping back with his left foot. Taking advantage of the fleeting gap she had created, Miu dropped low, maintaining 4 points of contact with the ground and compressing her body like a spring, giving the impression she was going to launch a knee strike or something similar. Instead, the moment Vaughn raised his guard in preparation for an attack to his upper body, she quickly spun around, her right foot shooting out in an attempt to sweep his right foot or potentially smash his ankle. Shifting his weight onto his right foot, Vaughn thoroughly grounded it, a jolt of pain shooting up his leg as Miu simultaneously clenched her teeth, the result of similar pain radiating through her foot. Despite this, she reversed direction, taking advantage of her already compressed position to launch a spinning, double-fisted strike at his face and diaphragm. This is surprisingly fun, albeit frustrating, thought Vaughn, smiling as he deflected Miu's tiny but powerful fists away from his body by sweeping his hands in opposite directions. She seemingly predicted this, shooting out her left foot to catch and anchor herself, but before she could launch another attack, Vaughn sliced his hands toward her neck, the knuckle of his left pinky touching the right side of her larynx and his right resting against the left side of her nape, both vital spots. Realizing she had been defeated, Miu, who had briefly turned statuesque, exhaled loudly from her nose before fixing her posture, standing upright with her guard lowered and a broad smile blossoming across her face as she combed the fingers of her right hand through her hair and remarked, "I had heard that you hadn't received any formal training, but your combat instincts and natural talent are incredible. You managed to, quite literally, get me on my back foot," countered Vaughn, adopting a relaxed smile, cupping his right fist with his left hand, and offering a slight bow as he added, "It was a fun lesson, thank you very much." Not expecting Vaughn to bow, Miu became flustered, waving her hands from side to side and blushing as she stammered, it was nothing. In fact, I should be the one thanking you." Bowing nearly 90 degrees with her hands folded over her crotch, Miu loudly exclaimed, Thank you for humoring my request. You really didn't have to, so I greatly appreciate it." "Raise your head, Furangi-san," said Zenobia, approaching Vaughn and Miu with a small army of sisters at her back, smiling as she remarked, "Can't you see you're making our lord uncomfortable?" with her arms crossed in a way that deliberately emphasized her bust. "Oh? Am I?" asked Miu, raising her head and looking between Zenobia and Vaughn, who, in response to her overreaction, had a slightly wry smile. Before she could even think to apologize, however, Zenobia uncrossed her arms, unleashing a tempestuous burst of pale blue toki as she asserted, "More importantly, it's my turn. Then we can all hit the showers and soak in the bath as a group." You are," responded the sisters, their monotone voices producing a surprisingly pleasant chorus as they clapped their hands together, nearly in concert. Their enthusiasm caused the smile on Vaughn's face to become even more cramped, but as he was already accustomed to it, he shook his head but accepted the outcome as inevitable. Following a lengthy bath, where she had the privilege of washing Vaughn's back, granted to her by Zenobia and Asia, Miu requested to speak to him before returning to her world until the following weekend. She was still a student, so while she dropped by fairly often to meet her growing number of friends and use the palace's training and dining facilities, she generally only worked Friday and Saturday evenings. "You had something you wanted to discuss?" asked Vaughn, finding the way Miu nervously avoided his gaze while squeezing her right hand with her left exceedingly adorable. "I do," confirmed Miu, nodding. Then, looking up at Vaughn with upturned eyes, she added, "But I also wanted to thank you again for today and for allowing me to always take food and medicine from the Dragon's Pavilion back home with me. They've helped a lot." "Your gratitude is noted," responded Vaughn, shaking his head. But I don't need it. Most of what you've described are the perks of your position as a third-grade maid. You've gone above and beyond to take on extra duties and responsibilities, so, if anything, I should be rewarding you. Raising her hands and shaking her head rapidly, Miu asserted, "No, thank you. My wages are already too much for what little work I do. If I receive a reward on top of that, I wouldn't know what to do with it." "Diligent, as always," remarked Vaughn, exhaling from his nose and smiling as he habitually extended his right hand to caress Miu's head, causing her to lower her face and turn her eyes up at him with slightly puffed, notably red cheeks. Some of that redness was due to embarrassment, but not all, evidenced by how she gripped the front of his black and grey kimono with her index fingers and thumbs. "My birthday is coming up on January 14th, started Miu, her large blue eyes clear and focused as she revealed, "Once I turn 18, I plan to become at least a second-grade maid." Though he was a little taken aback by the pseudo-confession, Vaughn didn't miss a beat as he nodded, adopted a broader smile, and affirmed, "I'll be counting the days." With a hint of suppressed exasperation. He couldn't help feeling that Miu had been ensnared by the Dragon's Pavilion and the many benefits they offered, but since the same could be said for virtually every girl who chose to become a maid, he tensed but didn't resist as she suddenly stepped forward, stood on the tips of her toes, and stole a kiss from his lips. This also caused her breasts to squish against him, but that was to be expected with a 98 cm bust. "Be sure to mark it on your calendar," said Miu, sporting a playful smile and leaning forward mischievously as she stepped backward away from Vaughn with her hands behind her back. Her face felt like it was on fire, but she did her best to appear poised and playful, even as the urge to squeal and jump around excitedly swelled within her chest. "I'll mark it on every calendar in the palace," responded Vaughn, causing Miu to narrow her eyes, partly cover her mouth with her right hand, and exhale a pleasant giggle before promptly turning around, staring back at him over her left shoulder, and stating, "Keep saying things like that, and I really will become a first-grade maid." Having already produced her key, Miu opened the door to her world and stepped through it, holding Vaughn's gaze with increasingly narrowed eyes before closing it with her right foot. Immediately after, she crouched into a ball, hands covering her face and illusory steam rising from her head as she couldn't believe her own audacity. Fortunately for her, Vaughn resisted the urge to open a display to see her reaction. Instead, he stared silently at where her door had disappeared before closing his eyes and adopting a faint smile as he had Sis confirm the number of days until Miu's birthday so he could plan accordingly. "I knew Miu was a smart girl," hummed Venelana, snuggled up to and resting her head on Vaughn's right shoulder as she watched her daughter, Rias, caress his cock while slathering it with her tongue. "It certainly sounds like it," appended Rias, shifting her weight onto her knees and enveloping Vaughn's cock with her pillowy breasts, kneading it between them as she added, "And from what I hear from Zenobia, she's expressed an interest in becoming a devil as well. It appears constantly being disadvantaged in her spars against the supernaturally inclined has led her to desire greater power." Punctuating her words, Rias lowered her head, skillfully tracing her long, crimson tongue around Vaughn's glands before closing her eyes, swallowing the upper half of his cock, and sucking him off like she was trying to draw the semen directly from his testicles. As Vaughn closed his eyes, winced, and briefly clenched his jaw, Venelana carefully traced her index finger, encased in a white silk glove, around his belly button, her tone sensual as she commented, "Of course, becoming a devil isn't her only option. Her gold blonde hair and bright blue eyes make her an excellent candidate for angelhood." Placing his left hand on Rias's head to indicate for her to use a tad less suction, Vaughn, holding the crimson-haired devil's mischievous, upturned gaze, smiled and revealed, "I was actually considering proposing the path of an immortal to her. Her world has chi and even faint traces of mana, so with the proper medicines and a qualified teacher, I believe she can attain longevity through martial pursuits." "Oh? Do you have someone in mind to teach her?" asked Venelana, her violet eyes flashing curiously. She had developed a burgeoning interest in the concept of cultivation after examining the world that Valya and his team had been thrust into. If they could nurture relatively ordinary humans into powerful combatants by supplying them with special medicine and having them meditate all day, it would be exceedingly advantageous for them as a burgeoning, transdimensional powerhouse. Not yet, conceded Vaughn, his eyes narrowing into a smoldering look as Rhea smoothly accepted the entirety of his cock into her mouth and throat before wiggling her tongue from side to side. Seeing that, Venelana knew his priorities had shifted. Thus, instead of continuing their discussion, she closed her eyes, buried her face into his neck, and suckled it gently while slipping the tip of her ring finger into his belly button. Chapter 226, Visit. December 10 DXD/August 2 DBT. After an enjoyable morning of fluffing Yasaka's tails and discussing his plans for the day, Vaughn, as usual, teleported to the Black Tower for his daily farm upkeep. There, he found a familiar butt and tail wagging from side to side atop a bed that was more its current occupants than his. "Welcome back, Master," said Sulbai, panting excitedly as she spread her ass and visibly steaming, bright pink pussy with her fingers. Though he exhaled faintly from his nose, Vaughn didn't hesitate to approach Sulbai, grasping her waist with his left hand, unsheathing his ever-eager partner in crime, lining it up with her piping hot entrance, and pulling her against him until her fluffy, bubbly butt was flush against him. This should have been impossible given her small stature, but one of her unique skills as a black service bunny, comfortable accommodations LV3, made her insides function similarly to a fleshy, incredibly tight magic bag. "You completed all your chores, right?" asked Vaughn, his eyes narrowed and tone deep as he held Sulbai securely by the waist and drove his hips against her with a fair amount of force. She really liked it rough, and since she was several times stronger than the average awakened and had skills like Springy Bottom LV3, Adaptive Cheeks LV3, and Peach Drop LV4, her ass was quite literally her greatest weapon. "Of course. I even triple-checked them to make sure," responded Sulbai, her expression reminiscent of an inebriated stupor as she extended her tongue to facilitate her panting with a smile. "She's not lying," came the audibly flat voice of Aileen, accompanied by a transparent blue window appearing to the right of Vaughn's face. She was accustomed to seeing Vaughn go to town on the now 144 centimeters tall bunny, but she would prefer to be on the receiving end in her place. "Good morning, Aileen. You didn't stay up all night watching anime again, did you?" asked Vaughn, turning his head and smiling affectionately as the corners of the transparent window developed a pink hue. "More importantly, when am I going to get to visit your home?" asked Aileen, adding, "I want to see where you go when you're not here and eat even more delicious food from the source." "Did you receive permission from your family?" asked Vaughn, causing a series of dots to appear on the display as, for obvious reasons, Eileen's family wasn't comfortable with her vacating the Black Tower and visiting what was effectively a completely different reality, one where they had no presence or influence. If it's just for a short while and I come back safely, they shouldn't make too big a fuss," muttered Aileen, avoiding looking into her crystal ball and nervously pressing the tips of her index fingers together within her increasingly otaku-like room. Hoarding precious items was common among great dragons, so she had a rather expansive collection of anime figurines and merchandise, some of which were handmade, as she had a fondness for arts and crafts. All right, then. You've gotten considerably better at suppressing your power and aura, so it should be fine," responded Vaughn, causing a large exclamation point to appear at the center of the text box as Aileen hadn't expected him to agree. "You've said it, so you can't take it back," exclaimed Aileen, causing Vaughn to wince slightly due to how loud her voice was, echoing telepathically in his head. At the same time, he pulled Sulbai flush against him, a hoarse moan emanating from her throat as he discharged enough semen to fill a small basin into her eagerly awaiting womb. Her body spasmed intensely, but instead of giving in to the pleasure and selfishly basking in the throes of a mind-melting orgasm, she drew her feet under her, going from being on all fours to a flexible squat so she could sit snug against him and wag her butt from side to stimulate his glands and arch her back to stare back at him over her shoulder. "Just let me finish here and complete my rounds first," said Vaughn, his expression smoldering as he snaked his hands around the front of Sulby's body to cup and knead her marvelous mammaries LV3, causing a highly nutritious and creamy liquid called bunny milk to discharge from her nipples. "All right. I'll pack my things," responded Aileen, no longer concerned that Sulby was occupying Vaughn's attention in her place. She had yearned for the outside of the Black Tower for well over 100 years, so even if it earned her a series of lectures from her family, she was eager to see and experience her future home and, if possible, reinforce her position as the most powerful member of Vaughn's harem. With Aileen abruptly severing their connection, Vaughn briefly paused to stare at where the chat box had been, the question of whether he had made the right choice crossing his mind. "It should be okay," Vaughn told himself, returning his attention to Sulby, smiling, and saying, "All right, it's time for your second favorite position." Before sliding his hands down her body, along the outside of her thighs, and then positioning them behind her knees as she entrusted her weight against him, panting excitedly. From there, he raised her legs until they practically flanked her torso. Then, using the power of the Gura Gura no Mi, he caused her entire body to vibrate and her voice to quiver with the reverberations of his cock. "So this is your home? It smells very pleasant," remarked Aileen, closing her eyes and inhaling deeply, her thick, scale-covered tail swaying behind her as she stood next to Vaughn in her petite, very buxom humanoid dragon form, adorned in a gothic Lolita-esque outfit. "We constructed the palace so that the concentration of natural energies increase as you ascend to higher floors," explained Vaughn. "I'm not fond of the idea of losing those I care about, so as long as they remain here, even an ordinary human could live for thousands of years." "Excellent," hummed Aileen, looking up at Vaughn with narrowed eyes and a mischievous expression as she added, "If it's like this, my family should have no problem with me staying here once we're married." "Then I guess I should meet them sooner rather than later," responded Vaughn, extending his left hand to caress Eileen's head, the primary reason she chose to retain a diminutive form when she could easily stand several meters if she wanted. "You should," affirmed Aileen, beaming happily. Then, looking around, she questioned, "So, are you going to give me the grand tour? Or do you have something similar to the Tower Administrator's crystal ball we can use to look around? I have my power under control, but accidents happen, and I don't want to kill someone you care about accidentally. We can look around while avoiding areas with people susceptible to your aura," explained Vaughn. "Then, later this afternoon, I've arranged to have you meet and dine with the executive members of the Dragon's Pavilion. You've already met most of them, but this is a good opportunity to get to know them better." "Is that so-called Dragon Queen going to be there?" asked Aileen, her brows furrowing as she recalled her first meeting with Tiamat. Vaughn had introduced them as a matter of course, but when she learned that he had other dragons in his harem, she and Tiamat instinctively recognized each other as threats to each other's sovereignty. "She will be," confirmed Vaughn, nodding. "But I won't force the two of you to interact or get along. As long as you don't fight, that's good enough for me." Yeah, I know," responded Aileen, forcing Vaughn to cup the sides of her face, prompting him to squish and massage her cheeks with a narrow-eyed smile that eventually resulted in a protracted kiss. "Welcome back, you two. Did you have fun wherever you were?" asked Eileen's mom, Elizabeth, waiting for her and Vaughn in her human form when they returned to the 99th floor's administrative area. She welcomed them with an elegant smile, but the intense, soul-shaking aura exuding from her body made it clear she wasn't amused by their antics. It's not that big a deal, Mom. Vaughn has proven himself worthy of our trust, and we weren't gone that long," muttered Aileen, shrinking in place and half concealing herself behind Vaughn to avoid her mother's smiling but terrifying gaze. "True enough," conceded Elizabeth, focusing her gaze on Vaughn as she expressed, but you shouldn't have left without receiving permission and ensuring a means for continued contact. If there's to be a next time, our side will need at least provisional access to the dimension you're eloping to." "I understand," responded Vaughn, rising to his full height and doing his best to appear calm and dignified as he revealed, "To that end, a feast is currently being prepared to welcome you and as many of the Brittany clan as is willing to attend. We've also prepared a permanent dimensional gate connecting to my home dimension, Termina. Once activated, the denizens of this dimension can freely cross between our worlds at the Brittany clan's discretion." "Oh? It appears you used the time you were away for more than fooling around," remarked Elizabeth, offering a slow, approving nod as the aura leaking from her body receded. If she were being completely honest, her clan wasn't in an ideal position when it came to negotiating with Vaughn and the Dragon A Pavilion. His granting them access and admission rights to a gate that gave them access to his home dimension not only exhibited his favor toward the Brittany clan but reinforced that he wasn't concerned by the prospect of their side launching an attack and attempting to claim his reality for themselves. "Of course," responded Vaughn, extending his right hand and presenting an ornate golden interspatial bangle containing a 20-meter wide, nearly indestructible circular stone gate. The bangle itself was also formed from the same celestial gold as the gates of heaven, so not only was it just as durable, but it exuded a trace of divinity that Elizabeth and Aileen couldn't help noticing. "That's quite the exceptional piece of jewelry," remarked Elizabeth, her eyes glistening with a hint of greed as she extended her hand, accepting the bangle as it floated to her. Even her identification LV Max couldn't identify its origin, maker, or the materials used in its construction, but she could tell it was an artifact comparable to the sacred relics left behind by the creator god of their universe. "The aforementioned dimensional gate can be found within," explained Vaughn. "As for the bangle, please consider it a representation of the bond between the Brittany clan and the Dragon's Pavilion. It is designed to be indestructible, and when worn, it grants divine protection to the wearer, safeguarding them from evil and dispelling miasma." "Hey, wait just a minute. Shouldn't such a precious treasure go to your fiancé?" exclaimed Aileen, her draconic instincts leaving her unable to turn a blind eye to the treasure before her. Unfortunately, her mother was also a great black dragon. "A gift, once given, cannot be taken back carelessly," argued Elizabeth, half turning her body and holding the golden bangle protectively to her chest. Aileen stomped her right foot at this and leaned forward with her hands clenched into fists and tail straightened out behind her, but before she could get too riled up, Vaughn hurriedly presented her with a necklace, a ring, and several other accessories formed from the same material, his expression a wry smile as he thought, "I knew the golden enchantment was especially effective against dragons, but I didn't think it could turn a mother and daughter against one another." Fortunately for Vaughn, while Elizabeth eyed Eileen's bevy of accessories with a hint of greed in her eyes, she didn't insist on receiving more of her own. Instead, after a brief discussion, she left to apprise her husband and Eileen's grandfather of the situation, entrusting them with the dimensional gate but keeping the bangle for herself. Chapter 227, Brittany. Esteemed patriarch, custodians, and respected in-laws, the Dragon's Pavilion and the governors of Termina welcome you to the intertwining Dragon's Palace," expressed Vaughn, cupping his right hand and beaming at the head of a large procession with Grafia, Venelana, Misla, Yasaka, Sirafal, and Tiamat standing side by side behind him, Rias, Sana, Ravel, Sikvera, Akeno, Tsubaki, Konako, Zenobia, and Asia behind them, and Gabriel, Azazel, and Seraphal's queen, a petite, bespectacled, incredibly serious-looking devil of Japanese origin named Nakano Takeko, standing before their respective delegations. "Well, now, this is quite the line-up," remarked the leader of the Brittany delegation, a tall, wizened-looking man with long, straight, age-streaked black hair, shimmering blue eyes that gave the impression they could see through anything, slightly pointed ears, and fair skin. His body was garbed in muted grey robes with a flowing, black, gold-trimmed cloak, black and gold-trimmed boots, and an ornate black belt carved with pale runes that faintly pulsed with the rhythm of a beating heart. Scanning Vaughn and his procession, the man, Eileen's grandfather, Kaiser Brittany, slowly clenched his scale-covered, draconic hands, hidden within the long flowing sleeves of his mage-like robes. He knew from observing Graphia, Gabriel, the angels, and, most recently, Tiamat that the dragon's pavilion had a significant military backing, but in his nearly 100,000 years of existence, he had never encountered a situation where he felt distinctly at a disadvantage. To think such powerful beings could exist outside dragonkind. Thought Kaiser, his smiling gaze focused on Vaughn but his senses probing Graphia, Seraphal, Azazel, Gabriel, Yasaka, Sarayorg, and, for a very brief moment, Lupharia, seated atop Jack-O's lap at the edge of the spacious ballroom everyone was gathered in. Inexplicably, the latter didn't have a powerful aura, but Kaiser's instincts told him she was the most significant threat to his being, as if she were his natural enemy or a predator that specialized in hunting dragons. By allowing us to cultivate crops within the Black Tower, the Brittany clan has done many of those gathered here a tremendous service, explained Vaughn. As such, the representatives of the core factions of the Tripartite Alliance have gathered to express their gratitude along with the Dragon's Pavilion. Please accept these gifts, along with the heartfelt desire that the friendship between our realities will endure for as long as possible. As if in response to Vaughn's words, several massive treasure chests filled with gold, jewels, and equipment harvested from the corridor or acquired from his shop appeared between him and the Brittany delegation. Beings at the level of the great black dragons had little use for armaments, as their bodies, claws, and teeth were the most powerful weapons and armor, but those were mostly filler items they could regift to others. The centerpiece of the tribute was an elaborately carved wooden container separated into 36 compartments, each housing a crystalline vial of glistening, pale gold, rainbow-hued liquid. What's this? Asked Kaiser, sensing a peculiar energy from the crystalline vials, compelling him to pick one up and inspect it. It started Vaughn, barely getting the word out before Aileen, standing between her parents, Elizabeth, and a strikingly handsome man with short black hair and bright blue eyes, Anton Brittany, groaned, "How much longer are we going to stand around? Let's eat." "By all means," responded Vaughn, offering a curt nod and half turning his body, gesturing to the far side of the ballroom, where many circular tables for seating and several long tables full of food awaited. "This girl," sighed Elizabeth, cupping and massaging her forehead as her daughter, having never attended a formal event in her life, bypassed the treasures, grabbed Vaughn's arm, and exclaimed, "Let's go, go, go," before pulling him along. Vaughn was equally amused and taken aback by this, but thankfully, a quick exchange of glances with Venelana ensured that Kaiser and Eileen's parents would be properly attended in his absence. "My granddaughter is quite taken with you," remarked Kaiser, meeting privately with Vaughn in the naturalistic room containing a faux sun and his sensory deprivation chamber. The banquet was still underway, but after learning what was in the vials, he asked Venelana if she could arrange a meeting between them. "And not a day goes by that I don't consider myself fortunate because of it," responded Vaughn, doing his best to match Kaiser's natural gravitas as they stopped to face each other at the base of two sets of mirrored stairs leading up to the faux sun and the second level of the lounge. "I noticed that several women attending tonight's festivities are gestating exceptional young. Should I expect our Aileen to become a mother in the near future?" questioned Kaiser, his brows creasing as he linked his scale-covered fingers within his sleeves. "I would prefer to wait a while longer," responded Vaughn, exhaling faintly from his nose before shaking his head and conceding, "But I don't need to tell you how competitive dragons can be. After tonight, I'm almost certain she will attempt to sneak me a family jewel sprout. She has always had a keen interest in eating, but the growing number of texts related to cooking in her room is fairly telling." "I expect you're correct," sighed Kaiser, closing his eyes and exhaling a faint but deeply exasperated sigh. Due to his long lifespan, it felt like only a few days had passed since Aileen first hatched from her egg, the first of their kind in thousands of years. Now, in what felt like the blink of an eye, she was mastering advanced magic that typically took their kind centuries and preparing to become a mother when most of her age would be taking their first steps into adolescence. But I believe you will do what you must to care for both her and the child you spawn," stated Kaiser, meeting Vaughn's gaze, his expression and tone serious as he asked, "Can you promise me that?" "Without question," responded Vaughn, nodding. "Very good," affirmed Kaiser, offering a nod of his own before shifting his gaze to the faux sun above, his eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy as he stated, "This realm of yours is remarkable. Not only does it overflow with life, but there are no traces of the god of destruction's corruption. I pray that our arrival has not brought it with us." "Then you're aware?" started Vaughn, his eyes and tone softening as he commented, "Your species and presumably all dragons from your reality have been cursed by God of Destruction. Specifically, your clan suffers from the curse of sloth, resulting in you leading increasingly sedentary lifestyles. Fortunately, the crops produced by the Dragon's Pavilion have largely ameliorated its effects," revealed Kaiser, catching Vaughn a little off guard. He was aware that Park Sejun's crops were what freed the dragons from their compounding indifference in the canon timeline, but he remembered specific preparations being needed. The family jewel sprouts, in particular, have been exceedingly effective in revitalizing the spirits of our elderly and young alike," revealed Kaiser, glimpsing at Vaughn from the corner of his left eye. "Ah!" thought Vaughn, a wry smile adorning his face as he responded, "I'm relieved to hear it." In a trailing tone. The 36 vials he had prepared were panaceas purchased from his shop for 100,000 OP each, mixed with a small amount of his blood, but based on what Kaiser was saying, his gift was no longer necessary. Seeing through Vaughn's concerns, Kaiser smiled and revealed, "With your permission, we would like to research and mass-produce the potions you entrusted to us. If they can be used to effectively treat those affected by the God of Destruction's corruption, they will prove invaluable in the fight to save our reality. You will, of course, be credited as the original creator and rewarded accordingly." Shaking his head, Vaughn asserted, "I don't care about such things." Then, smiling, he added, "More to the point, they were yours to do with as you pleased from the moment I gave them to you. Not that I don't appreciate you asking." "Ha! Then I suppose I ought to forgive you for stealing the heart of my granddaughter and whisking her away without permission," hummed Kaiser, narrowing his striking, almost electric blue eyes menacingly but with no actual hostility behind them. "It would remove at least one anxiety from my plate," responded Vaughn, grinning cheekily. "Humph! It's no wonder my granddaughter was deceived by you. You're a brazen one," noted Kaiser, narrowing his eyes for real but only briefly. Vaughn had done too much for his world and clan for him to hold a grudge or risk making an enemy out of him. His granddaughter would also resent him if he did anything to hinder her happiness, so after giving Vaughn a very firm pat on the shoulder, he asked for a personal tour of the palace and its facilities. "I've been looking forward to this for a long time," remarked Aileen, her expression and tone sensual as she sat atop Vaughn, pinning him down with her hands on his shoulders. She had fully expected her grandfather to say no when she pulled on his arm and pleaded with him to be allowed to stay in the palace, but her concerns were evidently unwarranted as he readily consented, maintaining that it was only natural that she dwelled under the same roof as her future husband. "Looking forward to what?" asked Vaughn, raising Eileen's bottom with his left hand and lining his glands up with her hot and leaky entrance, allowing her to seat herself while holding his gaze with a possessive glimmer in her blue eyes. "I know I can't keep you to myself," muttered Aileen, snaking her waist from side to side as she asserted, "but now that there's nothing keeping us apart, I want to be at your side as often as possible. I'll find a way to be of use to the Dragon's Pavilion, but if you have nothing better to do, I expect you to be doing me within reason," responded Vaughn, smiling wryly as he bucked his hips. The narrowing of Eileen's eyes made it clear she wasn't totally satisfied with his response, but instead of compelling him to promise her, she bent down, extended her inordinately long, slightly pointed tongue, and licked him from his neck to his chin, determined to convince him with her actions in place of words. December 15 DXD/August 7 DBT. Though he was ordinarily indefatigable, Vaughn couldn't help issuing a yawn as he sat on the sidelines, observing the martial arts and flight training of the sisters with Konako and Kurika flanking him. Even the original Mikoto was participating in the drills after hearing about the training and stopping by to see the sisters in action, but Vaughn was moderately more focused on the exchange taking place on the ground, an intense and somewhat brutal wrestling match between Zenobia and Leone. Ding! Recognizing the faint ding as the notification sound of a high-priority but non-emergency message, Vaughn promptly opened his contacts, revealing it had originated from Yoriyuki. "It doesn't have to be now, but when you get time, can you hop over to my world? Kisuke says he wants to discuss our upcoming incursion into the Soul Society and possible countermeasures against Aizen and other threats." Though he had arranged to meet with Urza, the two Myra Janes, and Levy for an orgy after the training drills had concluded, Vaughn didn't hesitate to respond affirmingly to Yoriyuki. He had been secretly communicating with and providing things like hot cocoa and candy to Rukia ever since peeking in on her situation, but as days turned into more than a week, his desire to intervene in the world of Bleach grew. Orium attempting to sway him by sending a selfie of her in her underwear was another reason, but that was as surprising to him as his existence would be to the Godi I-13.